The earth had mutated, and everyone fought ordinary monsters to become strong. But this young man, cultivated by grinding games every day until his eyes blurred. Chuwen used to be a student highly valued by the principal, but now he did nothing but sleep in class. Even his homeroom teacher could only sigh. Maybe the principal was getting old and his eyesight had gone bad. Chuwen ran out of class and sat alone on the sports field, playing on his phone. Ever since he picked it up from a trash can, his whole life had changed. He stopped taking school seriously, stopped caring about cultivation, and focused only on gaming. This mysterious phone had a strange activation method. It verified its owner through blood, and inside it, there was only a single dungeon app. After adding another drop of blood, a character belonging solely to Chuwen was created. Since it was low level, it only had a pair of pants and a scarf, with no shirt at all. The special thing about this game was that when the character's abilities increased, Chuwen's strength in real life increased as well. It was safe and fast, so no wonder he was so addicted that he forgot school and cultivation altogether. In the first stage, Chuwen fought a mortal stage creature called a power ant. Even though it looked cute, he didn't show it any mercy. After school, as the homeroom teacher walked along deep in thought, he reflected that in this federation, it was common for 16-year-olds to cultivate origin energy. But someone like Chuwen, who had formed origin energy without bitter meditation or outside help, was truly rare. The school had once decided that Chuwen was destined for greatness and had pinned its hopes on him, taking first place in the practical combat test. But everything had gone off course a month ago, when a strange new girl arrived and challenged Chuwen, the school's #1 student. Chuwen had never met her before, but seeing how arrogant she was, he charged at her without being polite. Who would have thought that Chuwen would be sent flying by a single kick? The homeroom teacher guessed that Chuwen had been knocked out by that girl named Jing and suffered such a blow to his spirit that he now spent every day buried in games and sleeping. If this went on, Chuwen would surely sink to rock bottom. While the teacher worried about Chuwen's future, Chuwen himself was delighted because he had received a crystal after killing the power ant. Chuwen's character absorbed the crystal, and Chuwen benefited too. More than that, through the game, he could even see his own stats. A month ago, Chuwen's strength, speed, constitution, and origin energy attributes have been 7, 4, 7, and 1 respectively. Now they had risen to 9, 5, 8, and 4. If he had relied only on hard training, he might not have progressed this fast, even after several years. The game was incredibly useful, but Chuwen still found one thing regrettable. The crystals in the game couldn't be brought into reality. Otherwise, he would have sold some low-level crystals for living expenses. As he was leisurely thinking, an abnormally red power ant came thumping toward Chuwen's character. This mutated creature was clearly much faster and stronger than the ordinary blue ones. But if he had time to fight, he could still win. The problem was that the red one called over its companions to gang up on Chuwen. On top of that, in reality, the girl Fong Ruoji suddenly appeared. There were only the two of them here, so there was a 99% chance she had come looking for him. Chuwen panicked, afraid that if Ruoji discovered his hot item, there would be drama. But once in battle, he couldn't log out or his reputation would hit rock bottom. "I've finally found you, Chuwen. Do you need something?" Chuwen tried to sound calm. After all, in everyone else's eyes, he was just a gaming addict. Unexpectedly, Ruoji had come this time to invite Chuwen to join her team for the practical graduation exam. Her proposal confused Chuwen so much that his character nearly died. Ruoji wanted to do her best to score highly in the practical combat exam, so she needed strong teammates. And in her eyes, Chuwen had great potential. "You mean to me from more than a month ago?" Yet to Ruoji, he was still the only opponent she truly took seriously. As for Jing, after defeating Chuwen, she had already transferred away. Although Ruoji didn't know what Jing's status was, she was certain that Jing had already surpassed the mortal stage. Then Jing had suddenly left, making Ruoji think she had come solely to beat Chuwen, perhaps because the two of them had some past grudge. But Chuwen insisted he had never met her before. Ruoji nodded, then brought up Chuwen joining the team again. Chuwen kept staring at his phone, his attitude very rude. "If you're fine with it, then I don't mind mooching off you for once." Not only was Ruoji not angry, she even told Chuwen that from now on, their 4-person team would train together every afternoon. Since Chuwen didn't even bother replying, she could only leave in silence. I won. Juwen happily. Even in such a desperate situation, he had still managed to defeat that group of power ants. A crystal dropped from one of them, and at that moment, a whole swarm of mutants came rushing over. He couldn't win, and escaping would be difficult anyway, so Chuwen decided to absorb the crystal first. The moment he finished absorbing it, the game was over. Chuwen sighed, stood up, and headed home to check his stats. Suddenly, his whole body burst with crimson light, and it felt as if his body were burning. Chuwen guessed that the crystal, just now, was probably the legendary Origin Energy Skill Crystal, so he logged into the game again to confirm it. Sure enough, on the status screen, the previously blank Origin Energy Skill section now had a new line of text. Great Strength Divine Fist, 7-fold. That afternoon, when Ruaji brought Chu-1 to the training spot, the other two teammates openly showed their displeasure. Everyone knew Chu-1 had refused to train for over a month and feared he couldn't return to his former peak. Their goal was to win first place, and they were afraid Chu-1 wasn't suitable. The dark-skinned guy suggested, "How about this? I know Zhang Yi a little. Why don't I go invite him to join our team instead?" Even though Chu-1 was being looked down on, he didn't blame them. The practical combat exam was extremely important. It could expand one's network and might even open the door to high society. The strength of one's teammates could also affect one's own life, so their way of thinking was only natural. Ruaji, however, did not change her mind. Though Zhang Yi was excellent, he couldn't compare to Chu-1. The dark-skinned guy then proposed a small test for Chu-1. Once they saw the result, they would know whether he could join the team or not. The test was for Chu-1 to fight him once, since he was the weakest member of the team. If Chu-1 could beat him, then he would be allowed to join. Chu-1 was fine either way. He was only worried that in a real fight, whoever got hurt wouldn't be good. So the dark-skinned guy suggested they use the school's strength testing machine instead. The numbers might be boring, but it would be safer than fighting each other directly. Ruaji evaluated the situation. The dark-skinned guy, Dian Xiangdong, cultivated the Thunderbolt art. His Origin Energy formula specialized in explosive force, and he also knew the Origin Energy skill Thunder Fist. As for Chu-1, although he had practiced bitter meditation, his family was dirt poor. He didn't even have money to buy assisting Origin Energy crystals. This time, she wanted to see how he would respond. Chu-1 chose to go to the strength testing machine, but Dian Xiangdong said he was afraid and didn't dare fight. Chu-1 gave a silly grin and admitted that yes, he was afraid that if he punched once, Dian Xiangdong would pass out on the spot. After they arrived, Dian Xiangdong tested first. He threw a powerful punch at the machine, and the displayed number was 7. The measurements on the machine differed slightly from the numbers in the game, but before obtaining the mysterious phone, Chu-1's strength had already been 7. Now it would definitely be higher. The noise alarmed the entire school, though fortunately, it was already after class. Chu-1's homeroom teacher was making rounds when he heard the sound coming from the equipment room and went over to take a look. Inside were Ruaji and the others. The teacher hid behind the door and watched in secret, not wanting to disturb them. But the one who ended up being shocked was him, because Chu-1 had just thrown a punch. Ruaji and the others were so stunned they couldn't close their mouths. The displayed strength was 10. The teacher began doubting himself, wondering if he had wrongly blamed Chu-1 all this time. Sure enough, the principal really did still have sharp eye. Even in Guade City, very few people at the mortal stage could reach strength level 10. Ruaji had just observed carefully and saw that Chu-1 had used Inch Punch, one of the hardest fist techniques to execute. To reach strength level 10 without using an Origin Energy skill, Chu-1 really was terrifying. Dian Xiangdong, embarrassed and irritated, pointed at Chu-1 like he wanted to punch him. "Fine, you qualify, but don't think that means you can beat me." Then he rushed at the machine and used his Origin Energy skill, Thunder Fist. With one punch, he reached strength level 11. Panting heavily, he turned to Chu-1. "Well, convinced now?" Then it was Chu-1's turn. He stood there watching for a moment. Dian Xiangdong told him that if he lost, he should just admit it. Losing to Dian Xiangdong wasn't even embarrassing. But what Chu-1 was actually worrying about was whether, if this machine broke, the school wouldn't make him pay for it, right? Dian Xiangdong, whose family lacked nothing except an excuse to spend money, thumped his chest and said, "If you break it, I'll compensate for it." With Dian Xiangdong financially backing him, Chu-1 could finally attack without worry. Dian Xiangdong thought Chu-1 talked big, but this was professional measuring equipment. Even though it only measured up to 20 points, he was confident that Chu-1 couldn't possibly exceed it. Chu-1's punch made the entire room light up. Only now did Ruaji turned pale with shock when she saw that he was using an origin energy skill. Chu still hadn't withdrawn his fist, and the punch's force kept building. The machine's mechanisms began spitting sparks, clearly signaling that it was time for retirement. Four faces were frozen in shock, and Dian Xiangdong in particular was sweating bullets. Chu clicked his tongue. He had only been joking. Who would have known the machine would actually start smoking? Although the strength testing machine could measure up to 20 points. To destroy it, one needed to use an origin energy skill at the 8th or 9th stage. The homeroom teacher recalled what the principal had once said. In this world, there are only two kinds of geniuses, Chu and everyone else. Chu turned to ask Dian Xiangdong about the compensation, and Dian Xiangdong immediately patted him on the shoulder like an old buddy. Don't worry, brother, I'll pay for it. We're teammates, aren't we? Roy smiled. It seemed that her shameless decision to personally invite Chu to join her team had not been a mistake after all. After returning, Chu sank into thought. A legendary expert wouldn't normally bother attacking a mortal stage nobody like him. Yet Jing had taken the initiative to strike at Chu. He had never even left Gwei City since childhood. So how could he possibly have offended someone as overbearing as her? His phone rang, and his father's voice came through from the other end. Son, are you coming to my wedding? Chu was already used to this sort of greeting from him. This time, his father was marrying a foreign woman named Ouyang Lan, probably a change of taste. The wedding would be held in Luoyang a week later. But 1 week later was the practical combat exam, so Chu couldn't go. He asked his father whether he knew about the cookie tin in the attic. The tin box about 30 centimeters long, decorated with biscuit patterns on all four sides. It was the little bear cookie tin his father used to snack from when he was young, though the market no longer sold it. Chu asked about the tin because he had found the phone inside it. The phone? Was it the one with a white body, black screen, and no buttons? His father's description matched the mysterious phone exactly. But it wasn't his father's phone. It had belonged to Chu's grandfather. Back when the ancient city of Gaida was being rebuilt, many construction projects had to be repaired. Chu's grandfather was a carpenter at the time, so he went there for work. One day at the construction site, they dug up an ancient well emitting a flickering radiance. The workers thought they had found some kind of treasure, but underneath there was only an old wooden box covered in cracks. The glow inside came from the phone, but when they picked it up, the phone no longer lit up, and it had neither buttons nor a charging port. Everyone was disappointed and assumed it was some prank someone had arranged to fool them. In the end, Chu's grandfather tossed the phone into his tool bag and brought it home. When his father was little, he had even secretly taken it to a pawn shop to exchange for spending money, but it turned out not to be worth a single cent. Chu broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness no one had been willing to buy it back then, or he would have had nowhere to cry. That said, the phone had never worked before. After so many years, the battery must have run out long ago. His father hung up. Only then did Chu realize he had forgotten to ask whether his father had offended anyone outside, causing them to come after him for revenge. Later, the practical combat exam will be held in the ancient city of Gaida, so Chu decided he would investigate there. As the days passed, Chu obsessively played games at home. In class, he obsessively slept, but his homeroom teacher no longer scolded him. While the other 3 team members trained hard, he sat in one place playing games until he got bored of it. In a classroom corridor, 2 young men were fooling around, playing a chasing game. The bespectacled one crashed into someone's firm chest and fell hard onto his backside. The person with the long hair said nothing, but the killing intent radiating from his whole body made them too scared to provoke him. Then one day, Dian Xiangdong suddenly decided to leave the team, saying that a friend had invited him to join another one. Chu didn't know whether Ruaji had a backup plan, but at this point, it would probably be impossible to find another capable member. Chu waved a hand. Li Ji, did you know old Dian was leaving the team? Who would have thought that Li Ji would leave as well, leaving behind only a single apology? Ruaji came to stand before Chu with a conflicted expression. He immediately comforted her, saying that someone wanted to target him and had implicated the others. Since there was still time, she should hurry and find new teammates. She had to get good results no matter what. Ruaji couldn't tell Chu who the mastermind was, and could only remind him to be careful, because that person's influence was extraordinary. Chu now really wanted to take part in the exam, but he couldn't find reliable teammates. Just then, Director Yu came to see him, and the two of them went into Teacher Yu's office. Teacher Yu asked whether he knew military governor in Tianta, but Chuan had never even heard that name before. Director Yu found it very strange. If the two sides didn't know each other, then why hadn't Tianta singled Chu when out for criticism the moment he came to inspect the school? That in Tianta was not yet 20 years old, yet he already held an astonishingly high position, a powerful official in the Eastern Military District with real authority in his hands. The Earth Federation was divided into 4 military districts: East, West, South, and North, and he had obtained that position thanks to his prestigious background. Teacher Yu didn't know whether in Tianta truly intended to target Chuan, but once he said that Chuan was no good, all the flatterers eager to please him immediately rushed in to isolate Chuan. For the first time, Chuan felt what it was like to be oppressed. That in Tianta was an official. Didn't he know that a single sentence from him could ruin someone's future? And since in Tianta and in Jing shared the same surname, it was possible the two of them knew each other. But right now, Chuan's priority was finding a team so he could register for the practical combat exam, and the registration deadline was tomorrow. Director Yu had called him over to propose a solution. This time, it would be hard for Chuan to find ordinary teammates. There was a student at their school named Li Xian. If Li Xian was willing to form a team with Chuan, then no one would dare make things difficult for him anymore. But in return, Chuan would have to support Li Xian and help him achieve the best result possible for the team. In other words, Chuan would have to act as Li Xian's protector. But compared to not being allowed to participate at all, that was still far better. So he asked Teacher Yu to contact him. After returning home, Chuan immediately asked his old man whether he knew who Tianta was. Sure enough, this disaster had come from his father, and Tianta was actually Ouyanglan's son, and Jing was his younger sister. No wonder Chuan had been singled out so openly. His father believed he had a very good relationship with the siblings, and that both of them respected him. Yet they had turned around and treated Chuan like this. Could it be that neither of them approved of his father marrying Ouyanglan? And Jing could casually defeat him with one hand. And with just a single sentence, and Tianta had nearly cost him his qualification to take the college entrance exam. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself. If Chuan were an epic expert, would they even dare make things difficult for him? That only made him even more determined to grind the game and grow stronger. For the past few days, he kept running into mutant power ants. But aside from the first one dropping a primordial energy crystal, the next 10 were dirt poor. His luck really was terrible. After fighting for half the day, Chuan finally made up for it with a companion egg. With that, he could form a bond with a companion beast. But companion eggs were very rare at the mortal stage. Basically, only by reaching the legendary stage could one generate enough primordial energy to give birth to a companion beast. Before Chuan could even touch it, the egg split open on its own. A strange shape appeared, followed by a wave of pain. A voice kept echoing by Chuan's ear from nowhere. I swear to follow you unto death. I swear to follow you unto death. After struggling for a while, Chuan woke up clutching his head. A blazing red mark had appeared on the back of his hand, identical to the thing that had shown up in the game yesterday. He immediately opened his status panel to check it. To his surprise, Chuan had bonded with a mutant power ant that looked far cooler than the one in the game, and its attributes were no worse than his own. Its companion form was a gauntlet. Chuan wanted to summon it out, but after standing there thinking for a while, he still had no idea how to do it. Chuan tried thinking of the blood-colored little man and the mutant power ant skill. At some point, his left arm had transformed into the face of the mutant power ant. He had heard that companion forms could produce additional effects for the user. Since the power ant mainly increased strength, it would probably boost Chuan's stats. But testing exactly how much his strength had increased while idling around at home would take too long. So Chuan decided to summon his companion beast and have a look. A stream of red air poured out from the mark on Chuan's hand and gathered into the power ant's in-game form. Sharp fangs, misty breath, claws like steel. It made clacking sounds like an ape, and the more Chuan looked at it, the less pleasing it seemed. In the game, it had been tiny and adorable, but in real life, all of that was gone. Still, when he got the chance, he definitely had to try riding it outside. The next day, Teacher Yu drove Chuan to meet Li Xian. Before they arrived, he warned him in advance that this guy's personality was rather abnormal. so Chu-Wen should not take anything to heart, since he was only there to participate in the test. They arrived at a luxurious villa in the heart of the capital. Chu-Wen followed Teacher Yu and Li Xian's butler to meet him. Inside a grand, extravagant room as large as Chu-Wen's entire house, Li Xian sat in an armchair with a girl on each side. "Teacher Yu, you're here. Sit down and have a drink." Teacher Yu coughed awkwardly, then introduced Chu-Wen to him, affirming that Chu-Wen's abilities would help him secure first place. Out of respect for Teacher Yu, Li Xian allowed Chu-Wen to tag along and get a high ranking for the school. After that, Teacher Yu returned to help Chu-Wen with the registration. He even specifically told Chu-Wen to spend the next few days getting familiar with Li Xian so they could definitely win the practical exam. As soon as Teacher Yu left, Li Xian's expression changed. "You're Chu-Wen, right? I heard you're the #1 genius at Guide High School." Chu-Wen did not dare accept that title and said it was only a rumor. "Li Xuan Nuda Sumawat Dizdaimful." Makes sense. How could a backwater place like Guide Prefecture produce any geniuses? And even if there were one, he wouldn't have been one-sidedly beaten by Jing. Li Xian said there was no need for any training or coordination. When the time came, Chu-Wen only needed to obediently follow him around. Chu-Wen thought that was even better. It meant he had more time to grind the game. Li Xian offered him a drink and even let him choose from several fresh, beautiful girls. But Chu-Wen's eyes were glued to his phone. He could not even be bothered to eat, let alone care about pretty girls and fine wine. Li Xian fell into thought, seeing how Chu-Wen had fallen apart after one setback. Why had Teacher Yu come and personally beg him on this boy's behalf? Li Xian whispered something into the ear of the red-haired girl beside him. After hearing it, she blushed and slapped his shoulder a few times. Then she took the initiative to walk over to Chu-Wen and spoke in a syrupy voice. "Little brother, what game are you playing? Is it that fun?" "Very fun," Chu-Wen replied coldly, his eyes still fixed on the screen. She suddenly reached out and stroked his face. "Little brother, why don't we do something more interesting?" At that moment, Chu-Wen had run into a silver-winged flying ant in the game. It was so fast he could not hit it. Being ignored made the girl angry, and she grabbed his face with both hands to force him to look at her. The moment his eyes left the screen, Chu-Wen's character was on the verge of dying. With one hand, he shoved her and sent her sprawling to the ground, then continued playing. Li Xian spat out all the wine in his mouth before he had even swallowed it when he saw this scene. He burst into laughter, while at the same time Chu-Wen's character had already died. The disappointment on Chu-Wen's face was obvious. That night, after Li Xian was done fooling around, he went to sleep, only to wake up suddenly wanting to head outside. Meanwhile, Chu-Wen was still tirelessly trying to figure out how to deal with the silver-winged flying ant. He challenged it all night long, and every single attempt ended in game over. However powerful it was, it still had not reached the legendary stage. If he wanted to kill it, he first had to be able to hit it. The ninefold Great Strength Divine Fist could seriously injure it, but the move took too long to execute. Chu-Wen started using his brain. Could he combine the Great Strength Divine Fist with regular boxing? If the game character was truly Chu-Wen himself, then as long as he used regular boxing to improve the Great Strength Divine Fist in reality, the character in the game should improve as well. Chu-Wen stood up and practiced a few basic moves. At that moment, Li Xian was secretly observing him to see what he was up to. One glance was enough for Li Xian to realize that Chu-Wen was only practicing ordinary boxing. He had thought Chu-Wen might be some hidden chairman pretending to be a poor student, but apparently that was not the case. So he stretched and went back to bed. The college entrance exam had finally begun, and the first part was the written test. A few days later, they were taken to guide Ancient Town. Because a dimensional rift had appeared there, the place had become a dimensional zone. The nearby plants and animals, influenced by the dimensional zone, had all mutated. Troops were stationed around the ancient town, and without a pass, no one could enter. Sure enough, when they arrived, special forces were stationed there. Every one of them was equipped with firearms and armored tanks. While Li Xian and the other two team members had not yet arrived, Chu-Wen wandered around to take a look. He stood before the massive stone city gate, and beside the huge name plaque was a peculiar mark. Suddenly, the mysterious phone vibrated. Normally, it had no calling function and had never given any kind of alert. But today it vibrated and a camera app appeared. Was this phone trying to get Chu-Wen to take a selfie before heading into battle? But when he raised it to photograph the surroundings, no shutter button appeared. Was this phone made for blind people or what? Suddenly it gave a sharp ding, just as Chu-Wen aimed the camera at the strange symbol on the city wall. A question mark icon appeared on the screen. The scene felt strangely familiar. He had not expected this place to really turn into a game dungeon. Since Chu-Wen had nothing better to do anyway, he dripped a drop of blood into the game. Sure enough, Guide Ancient City had already become a virtual world. As Chu-Wen wandered through the ancient city, he ran into a native dimensional creature, a skeleton soldier. But this skeleton did not look scary at all. The moment he thought that, the skeleton soldier let out a howl and attacked on its own. For first meeting, that young skeleton's greeting was really over the top. Still, compared to those mutant ants, its speed and strength were much easier to handle. With one punch from Chu-Wen, several of its bones scattered across the ground. Instead of a crystal, a skill crystal dropped. Chu-Wen was a little suspicious of life itself. Had his luck finally turned around? He picked up the skill crystal, and unlike when he had learned the Great Strength Divine Fist, there was no painful sensation. Chu-Wen learned Withered Bone Palm. Each use consumed 1 point of primordial energy. If he remembered correctly, the skeleton soldier's primordial energy skill was Withered Bone Palm. Basically, it was a low-level skill, but it really did consume a lot of primordial energy. To go deeper in and test the power of Withered Bone Palm, Chu-Wen summoned his driver/mount, the mutant Power Ant Charge. Ha ha ha. Riding the Power Ant, Chu-Wen slaughtered skeleton soldiers throughout the ancient city. But after half a day, the skeletons still had not dropped anything valuable, which left Chu-Wen discouraged. Worse still, they went and tattled to a mounted skeleton knight who came to challenge Chu-Wen. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In a single strike, it skewered both rider and mount, resulting in game over. After putting down the phone, Chu-Wen's face was filled with mixed emotions. He looked up at the towering city wall that seemed to pierce the sky, silently hoping that he would not run into an enemy as strong as that during the exam. Just as he was brooding like some melancholy boy, a girl walked over. There was no way Chu-Wen could forget that face. It was in Jing. Chu-Wen held the USB drive in his hand, still unsure how he was supposed to use it. A few minutes earlier, and Jing had handed it to him. Uncle Feng asked me to bring this to you. But when she saw the phone in Chu-Wen's hand, she guessed that his father's painstaking effort had been wasted once again. For someone determined to sink into depravity, even the best thing would be nothing but a waste. Before leaving, and Jing even threw Chu-Wen a hate-filled glare. From now on, don't say you're one of our family. The family has no weak, useless trash like you. Chu-Wen scratched his head. Since when had he become a member of the family? She was seriously overthinking this. While he was still dazed, Li Xian's voice calling his name rang out. Dressed like he was headed for the beach, Li Xian had 2 lackeys trailing behind him. Throwing an arm over Chu-Wen's shoulder, Li Xian said Chu-Wen just needed to follow him around, while those 2 handled earning points. One of them, a blonde with narrowed eyes, eagerly flattered him. Brother Xian, don't worry. There aren't many geniuses in tiny places like this. Even by myself, I could easily help you take first place. Li Xian shot him a cold look, clearly displeased with that speech. The one in the black cap immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Xian, please don't worry. We'll definitely give it everything we've got. There absolutely won't be any accidents. Seeing that Li Xian had no intention of introducing anyone, Chu-Wen figured those 2 were nothing more than human tools to him. A short while later, an announcement called all the examinees to gather with the proctor of each team. Feng Ruji walked by with a female teammate and happened to pass Chu-Wen. He gave her a thumbs up in encouragement. Feng Ruaji smiled and nodded, probably wishing him good luck. A spatial gate opened, hiding who knew how many lurking dangers, and the teacher in charge explained the exam rules. The test will be scored based on the skeleton soldier cores collected by each team. The final rankings will be decided from that. After Chu-Wen stepped through the wondrous gate, his eyes widened in shock. The moment they entered, a group of skeleton soldiers charged out. In reality, they looked much more terrifying than they did in the game, but it seemed the students could deal with them fairly easily, and the exam gradually turned into a contest of quantity rather than quality. The 2 young men on Li Xian's team were also working very hard, so there was no need for Chu-Wen to lift a finger. He thought that was great. That way, he had even more time to verify his theory. Seeing Chu-Wen pull out his phone again, Li Xian wondered what exactly was so special about him that Director Yu was backing him like this. Chu-Wen opened the Guide Ancient City game, only to find that the architectural layout matched this place exactly. Could it be that the game's dungeons were all based on reality? Thinking that, Chu-Wen shivered. There was a high chance that Skeleton Knight would appear here too. But based on his earlier exploration of the area in the game, they were still far from where the Skeleton Knight was. As long as they did not leave the exam zone, they probably would not run into it. Who would have thought that a few minutes later, Li Xian's group decided to head deeper in? The skeletons within the current range had already been mostly cleared out, and the rate at which skeleton soldiers appeared had slowed down. If they wanted a high score, they had to go farther in. Chuan tried to stop Li Xian. Going deeper would take them beyond the exam zone, and only he knew that they would very likely encounter that bloodthirsty skeleton knight. The narrow-eyed youth assumed Chuan was scared and did not dare go. He tried to persuade Li Xian to let them advance farther into the ancient city. They even had a complete map of the exam area, and since the exam zone had been marked out in advance, there should naturally be a buffer region. Nothing should happen. Li Xian thought that made sense, so he called for Chuan to come along. If anything went wrong, those two could protect them anyway. Chuan felt stifled inside. He could not stop them, and he could not exactly say that a monster was waiting up ahead for them to come and throw away their lives. The only thing he could do now was use his phone to test fight that skeleton knight again. If they really did encounter it, at least he might still be able to help Li Xian escape. As before, the other two charged ahead and cleared the way for Li Xian and Chuan. And Chuan was also fighting with all his might, specifically inside the game. Again and again, every attempt ended in game over. No matter whether Chuan dodged to either side or jumped up, the skeleton knight's attack could still kill him instantly. Its power was even more overbearing than that of the silver-winged flying ants. But it was clear that the skeleton knight did not maintain high agility the entire time. Only when it used its ultimate move did its speed spike in an instant. Perhaps this was some kind of primordial energy skill. But if this kept up, not only he, but everyone here would die. Just then, one of the skeletons dropped a dimensional crystal, and the narrow-eyed youth handed it to Li Xian. Chuan again tried to persuade Li Xian to go back, saying that their score was already quite high anyway. The narrow-eyed youth was annoyed that Chuan kept bringing up retreat when there was still plenty of time left. The one in the black cap also agreed that they should kill a few more to secure the win. Li Xian checked the map and saw that there had been no alerts nearby of any dimensional creatures above a legendary tier, so continuing onward should be fine. Suddenly, Chuan grabbed Li Xian's arm. Do you believe in a sixth sense? Chuan made up a story, saying that ever since he was little, whenever he was about to face danger, he would always feel restless and uneasy. And right now, that feeling was especially strong, because Chuan knew full well that the enemy ahead was the skeleton knight. The narrow-eyed youth, seeing Chuan even drag in a so-called sixth sense just to persuade Li Xian, shouted in irritation. Li Xian taking you out with him is already giving you plenty of face. If the team loses because of you, can you bear that responsibility? Chuan switched to reasoning with him. Goeta Prefecture was just a small place. Basically, no student would dare leave the exam area on their own. Besides, they had already earned a lot of points. As long as they kept killing skeletons within the designated zone, they could still maintain their lead. There was no need for them to take risks in an area they knew nothing about. After thinking it over, Li Xian nodded and admitted Chuan had a point, deciding to return to the exam zone. Who would have thought that a blade from behind would suddenly stab through Li Xian's body? The one who launched the sneak attack was actually the black-capped teammate. The narrow-eyed youth tried to rush forward, but he too was struck by a slash across the torso. Li Xian's stab wound healed in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. Did my second brother send you? The man immediately recognized the innate invincibility origin art on Li Xian. He hadn't expected a guy surrounded by girls day and night to have actually cultivated it. Unlike origin skills and dimensional crystals obtained from dimensional creatures, an origin art was something humans developed themselves through cultivation methods. That meant an origin art represented the upper limit of a person's cultivation. An innate invincibility was one of the rare origin arts that could push that limit beyond both mortal and legendary, directly up to the epic level. However, anyone cultivating innate invincibility had to remain a virgin. Once they lost it, all their effort would go down the drain. Li Xian was always laughing and fooling around with beautiful older girls, so no one had expected him to grit his teeth and endure the hardship of training this technique. Unable to win in a fight, the narrow-eyed guy resorted to words. Jiang Hao, you traitor. I never thought you'd help me mob-eye deal with Brother Xian. A mountain can't have two tigers, and Jiang Hao had chosen to serve a mob-eye. Li Xian had only wanted to live a quiet life, but he hadn't expected his dear older brother to still choose such an extreme way of dealing with him. If you want to blame someone, blame the fact that you were only pretending to be useless, not actually useless. Jiang Hao swung the knife in his hand, unleashing a terrifying slash. The twisting, snaking arc of the strike was the trademark of the violent scale serpent. And the violent scale serpent was a legendary creature. How could someone at the mortal stage like Jiang Hao possibly possess one? Li Xian gave a cold snort. Don't know? Then let me tell you. All you had to do was force a legendary creature to pay a tragic voluntary price, then have it pass its egg on to someone else. As the Mabai had said, Li Xian really was sharp, which was exactly why he couldn't be allowed to leave descendants. Li Xian grabbed Jiang Hao's blade with one hand, startling him. Li Xian's arm was gradually covered by a layer of hard black armor. Black lightning burst from his entire body. Then came a violent explosion, blasting Jiang Hao 8 meters away. He hadn't expected Li Xian to have a legendary creature too, but even the great Li Xian didn't come out looking very clean. He transformed into a dark knight, his whole body radiating a killing aura so terrifying it made people tremble just from looking at him. I'm not you. I'd never use such a cruel method. Step by step, Li Xian advanced toward Jiang Hao, his pressure like that of a bloodthirsty monster. Jiang Hao had thought victory was certain at first, but now, seeing Li Xian like this, he turned and ran. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Li Xian chased after him at full speed, the two playing cat and mouse. Chu panicked and wanted to stop Li Xian, but the pair were running like marathoners, and he couldn't catch up. What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry and help Brother Xian. The narrow-eyed youth got up clutching his chest, but Chu told him to go first instead. That attitude made the narrow-eyed guy furious, but he couldn't do anything except call Chu a coward. You really are dragging Brother Xian down, taking care of deadweight like you. Even if Chu went over now, all he'd do was hand the skeleton soldier a free kill. Besides, both Li Xian and Jiang Hao had legendary companion beasts, while Chu only had a mutated power ant that could do nothing except crawl fast. If he ran into those monsters, he'd definitely be the first one to die. If he wanted to help Li Xian now, there was only one way left. Enter the game and find a way to deal with the skeleton general. The moment he entered the game, the skeleton general attacked on its own. Chu instinctively backed away, but if he ran now, it would all be over. Once it started attacking, there would be no way for him to dodge. So Chu charged forward and attacked recklessly. He rolled and flipped with practiced skill, leaving even the skeleton general unable to keep up. After being outmaneuvered, it angrily turned around to strike back. The skeleton general swung the weapon in its hand again and again, but Chu dodged every blow. His two fingers moved deftly across the screen. The character in the game avoided every move with astonishing precision. Just then, a roar rang out. Purge the intruders. Chu's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. They had already run into the skeleton general. And as for his in-game character, the outcome was the same as all the previous times. With no other choice, Chu put away his phone and stepped forward to save Li Xian. But the fighting style he had just tested had thrown the skeleton general off balance. It was very powerful, but near its skeleton horse, it seemed to reveal a few weaknesses. As long as Chu could exploit that trait, he would definitely be able to defeat it. The deeper Chu ran in, the more devastated the ruins became. After going a little farther, he spotted two familiar figures. Chu immediately ran toward Li Xian and the narrow-eyed youth. Are you okay? To be honest, not really. Cracks had already appeared on Li Xian's armor, and sure enough, their opponent was the skeleton general. Chu's face turned pale. Compared to the game, its level of terror had multiplied many times over. It felt like it could breathe fire and burn him alive. And Jiang Hao was standing leisurely behind the skeleton general without being attacked. Strange armor had appeared on his body. Chu was speechless. Don't tell me that armor is a legendary creature too. Rich people really are something else. There was no time to keep observing. The skeleton general charged at them again. Li Xian stood up and blocked the attack with his sturdy shield. But only seconds later, the barrier protecting the shield shattered completely. A thunderous explosion sent dust flying everywhere, and a blast of wind tossed the narrow-eyed youth aside. Though covered in blood, he still insisted he was fine and told Chu to just help Li Xian. Over there, Li Xian had to block the skeleton general while also staying on guard against Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took advantage of the moment when one of Li Xian's arms was occupied blocking the skeleton knight's weapon and attacked him from behind. Facing 1 against 2, Li Xian was either going to die or be crippled. The cracks in his armor spread wider and wider. Only then did Chu make a suggestion. I'll hold that monster back for you. How long do you need to finish off Jiang Hao? 2 minutes. Li Xian's firm answer made Jiang Hao feel humiliated. But he wasn't afraid of Li Xian, because there was no way someone at the mortal stage like Chu Wen could hold off the Skeleton Knight. Chu Wen was fired up now. He took off his coat for dramatic effect, then charged toward the Skeleton General, trying to toy with it and buy time. Chu Wen slipped behind the skeleton horse, then crooked a finger and taunted the Skeleton General. Sure enough, it was enraged by the provocation and immediately turned to attack Chu Wen instead. Chu Wen had already been crushed by it nearly 100 times in the game, so in real life, he could easily dodge several of its moves. But unexpectedly, in reality, the Skeleton General's horse could attack too. Chu Wen spread his legs to dodge the horse's hooves. Seeing those hooves sink deep into the stone floor, Chu Wen felt a sympathetic ache for his own groin. Less than half a second later, the Skeleton General attacked again. Chu Wen sprang up and ran elsewhere. In reality, the Skeleton Knight's attacks were far more flexible than the stiff, mechanical ones in the game. Chu Wen slid under it and slipped beneath the skeleton horse. Then he threw a punch at the horse's ribs. Unexpectedly, the horse didn't even twitch, and the Skeleton Knight even let out a snort, as if mocking Chu Wen. Chu Wen had followed the method he tested in the game, but this thing seemed to have no weakness at all. Although Chu Wen was still struggling, everyone was stunned that he could hold back the Skeleton Knight without using a legendary companion beast. Jiang Hao, distracted while fighting, took a full punch from Li Xian. Not only did he fail to retreat, he got even cockier. Come on then, let's see whether I die first or that useless trash Chu Wen does. If that's what you want, Li Xian was happy to oblige. He could not let himself fall back into a 1-against-2 situation. He had to get rid of Jiang Hao. With one punch, Li Xian shattered the armor covering one side of Jiang Hao's chest, and as expected, seriously wounded him. His expensive new armor had been broken, and Jiang Hao instantly flew into a rage and unleashed the Violent Scale Serpent's ultimate move. Unexpectedly, he had already reached the point of releasing the Violent Scale Serpent's complete form. But instead of targeting Li Xian, he suddenly switched and lunged at Chu Wen. At that exact moment, the Skeleton General also launched an attack. The two attacks crossed together, and an ordinary person would never have escaped. But Chu Wen was no ordinary person. He flipped backward into a handstand, dodging both attacks at once. Seizing the opening in Jiang Hao's defense, Chu Wen smashed the remaining piece of armor on his body. With a punch enhanced by the mutated Power Ant, the Skeleton Knight took the chance to score a kill for itself, finishing Jiang Hao off for them. Jiang Hao vanished, and the Violent Scale Serpent crawled out. It had reverted to the form of a juvenile, looking exactly like a gecko. Smack! The gecko died too. Li Xian made sure to eliminate the roots as well as the branches. Jiang Hao had brought it on himself. After killing one target, the Skeleton Knight's killing intent surged, and it wanted to butcher the remaining 3 as well. Chu Wen swallowed hard, not knowing how much stronger this monster might become once it went berserk. The Skeleton Knight launched a new attack. Its speed incredibly fast, like a swarm of resentful spirits rushing at Chu Wen to devour him. Chu Wen couldn't dodge in time and raised his arm to brace for the hit. Li Xian arrived just in time and knocked the attack aside with his bare hand. His arm cracked open, exposing flesh and bone. The Black Armor Warrior was nearing its limit too. It was hard to say whether they could still hold on. Li Xian signaled for Chu Wen to look for a chance to deliver the finishing blow to the Skeleton General, while he himself would hold it back. The moment Li Xian seized its weapon, he immediately urged Chu Wen to attack. Chu Wen jumped up from behind, gathering all his strength into his right fist. The punch carried the force of 1,000 pounds and sent the Skeleton Knight flying into the dust. But it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Then it was the Skeleton General's turn to counterattack. Chu Wen and Li Xian coordinated again. One restrained it while the other attacked. Chu Wen unleashed a barrage of punches, but not even the smallest crack appeared. Right, a crack. Only then did Chu Wen notice the crack by its left eye. The two of them only had one chance to gamble on this. Li Xian hurled Chu Wen into the air, then charged forward to confront the Skeleton General head-on. Chu Wen dove down from above, but it had already noticed him. The Skeleton Knight swung its weapon upward at Chu Wen. Li Xian immediately blocked it with his leg, his body injured so badly that the armor on his upper half had already disappeared. Chu Wen did not keep Li Xian waiting, driving a lethal punch into its skull. Chu Wen deliberately aimed for the crack near its left eye. Sure enough, pieces of bone began falling off with crisp snaps like crackers. With its head destroyed, the Skeleton General's whole body exploded apart as well. Its armor turned into drifting dust, leaving behind a companion egg. Li Xian stepped forward to examine it, looking far less surprised than Chu Wen. A companion egg? Not bad luck at all. Li Xian picked up his coat to cover his battered body and handed the companion egg to Chu Wen. If it weren't for you, Mindo and I would probably have died. Take it as a thank you gift. Since Li Xian was offering sincerely, Chu Wen didn't stand on ceremony. Li Xian kindly reminded him that, as someone still only at the mortal stage, he wasn't yet strong enough to refine a legendary dimensional creature. It would be best to save this skeleton knight's companion egg until Chu Wen reached the legendary stage. Then Li Xian remembered that Chu Wen also had a companion beast, so he asked how Chu Wen had gotten it. Thinking Chu Wen might have used the same despicable method as Jiang Hao, a trace of hostility flashed through Li Xian's eyes. Chu Wen innocently explained that his companion beast was only at the mortal stage. Although legendary creatures were stronger than mortal ones, the weaker the creature, the harder it was to obtain a companion egg from it. In other words, a mortal stage companion egg was even rarer than a legendary one. With an interrogating, half-threatening expression, Li Xian asked Chu Wen, "Where did you get luck like that?" Li Xian came from an influential family and wasn't afraid. He even took the initiative to handle the matter himself. Seeing Chu Wen lost in thought, Li Xian slung an arm over his shoulders and comforted him. "Don't worry. Once we get out, just tell me which university you want to attend, and I'll help you enroll." After that, the three of them left the exam area, while Chu Wen rode the bus home. The moment he got off the bus, he felt a chill run through his body. Could it be that after dying too many times in the game, he was losing blood in real life too? Suddenly his foot hit something. On the ground below lay a person motionless. Chu Wen nearly had his soul fly out of his body. Don't tell me that bone-chilling feeling came from his body. But after taking a closer look, Chu Wen saw that the person was still breathing. After helping the man sit up, the old man said his old illness had flared up again. Chu Wen's first instinct was to leave, but he couldn't shake an uneasy feeling about this old man. Suddenly, the old man called out to him, "Young man, meeting is fate. Stay and chat with me a little." Chu Wen refused cleanly and directly. He wasn't very good at talking with old people, but seeing the old man coughing so pitifully, he couldn't bear to leave him there alone. He had thought the old man was going to ask something important, but instead the man asked whether Chu Wen preferred pomelos or oranges. Chu Wen scratched his head and casually answered that he liked oranges and tangerines more. The old man burst into delighted laughter, as if he'd found a kindred spirit. He even acted it out with both hands. Exactly. Small-breasted women are true love. Only little kids who haven't been weaned yet like women with oversized chests. A platter of peaches and pomelos flashed through Chu Wen's mind. Afraid he might not be able to keep his composure if the argument went too far, he had chosen oranges instead. Then the old man asked his second question. Would Chu Wen choose a gentle, virtuous, well-mannered woman, or a girl who blew up at the slightest provocation? Chu Wen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized why he was even seriously thinking about this. If he kept getting tangled up with this old man, he would never make it home. He missed taking a shower, changing clothes, eating dinner, and grinding games so much. Clearing his throat, Chu Wen randomly chose the woman who got angry for no reason. Who would have thought the old man's eyes would light up as if he had discovered some rare genius? Now that's the kind of woman who's cute and fun. What's so fun about someone who's always gentle and proper? He hadn't expected a kid Chu Wen's age to have such a good eye for life. Chu Wen covered his face. He had only meant to say something to satisfy the man and leave, but somehow he had hit the mark. When he thought of the type who always acted superior the moment they got the chance, and Jing's image appeared in his mind. Even if he stayed single forever, he would never choose her. Losing patience, Chu Wen took the initiative and said he wanted to escort the old man home right away. Unexpectedly, the man acted as if he hadn't heard him at all and said that Chu Wen's body was naturally picky about women, and with such poor vitality and blood, no matter how good his judgment was, it would still be useless. "And you still haven't shown me any attitude?" Then he added, "I'll throw in an origin art too." He handed Chu Wen something and even advertised it, saying that as long as he mastered it, he'd be able to woo any girl. Chu Wen had no idea what an origin art had to do with picking up girls. "Sir, you're really generous, but I've already cultivated an origin art before." "HM? What kind of thing is bitter Zen?" the old man said. Though the heavenly demon truth isn't on the level of a top origin art, it's still enough to cast off the suffering of Buddhist practices. Chu Wen was shocked that the old man knew he was cultivating bitter Zen. "Luckily, you've only just started. If you really get stuck in that stuff, it'll only ruin your youth. Take this. It's 100 times better than your bitter Zen. No, 1,000 times better, huh? Chuan thanked him for his kindness, but they had only just met. How could he shamelessly accept something so valuable? Besides, he had never even heard of this heavenly demon truth before, and whether it was real or not, that old man was probably just some pyramid scheme scammer. If he was suddenly giving such a treasure to a stranger, then he definitely had some dark motive. Chuan turned to leave. The old man stopped smiling and said in a cold voice, "Stop." To his shock, Chuan's whole body froze in place. Then his entire body was dragged back in front of the man. The old man's eyes suddenly turned red. I, Jing Daoxian, have been immortal for decades. Even now, no one who speaks to me like that has ever lived. The name Jing Daoxian sounded very familiar. Chuan suddenly remembered in horror. That was someone recorded in history. No, he wasn't a man, but a demon who had slaughtered 27 historical powerhouses during the most chaotic era. Well, you want it now, don't you? Cold sweat broke out over Chuan as he shouted, "I do." Jing Daoxian curled his lip. He guessed that Chuan was only saying that out loud, while in his heart he definitely had no intention of learning his origin skill. Chuan averted his eyes. If he really learned Jing Daoxian's origin skill, the Federation would probably slap a wanted notice on him right alongside the Demon King. Seeing that Chuan wasn't easy to persuade, Jing Daoxian didn't force him. Before leaving, he tossed him another origin art, saying it was pretty interesting too. Chuan fell silent. He couldn't refuse, but agreeing went against his conscience. Jing Daoxian shoved it straight into his hand, his gaze strangely affectionate and gentle. "You're not planning to reject my kindness, are you?" As soon as he handed it to Chuan, Jing Daoxian left, his figure fading farther and farther away. Once Chuan could move again, he panted heavily. He silently prayed that the man wouldn't be secretly watching him from somewhere nearby. It was so cold that he kept sneezing. Chuan didn't care what he was holding anymore. He just ran home first. On the way, he ran into a group of Federation people searching the area. Could they be here to capture the demon King Jing Daoxian? In any case, it had nothing to do with him. After a long, exhausting day, Chuan went home and took a shower. There had been way too much insane drama today. He had met Li Xian, and then somehow caught the attention of a legendary demon king. All Chuan wanted was to quietly play games. He had no idea whether the origin art that man gave him was a blessing or a curse. First, Chuan decided to get some proper sleep. He was completely worn out from today. Unexpectedly, even in his dreams, he got no peace. He dreamed that he was falling into hell, with demonic hands closing in around his body. Chuan jolted awake, drenched in sweat. He rushed straight into the bathroom and vomited violently, as if he were about to throw up his guts. His face was deathly pale, and he had no idea what was happening. When he went to the sink, he saw a line of glowing words on the origin art the Demon King had given him, enchanting immortal scripture. Chuan picked it up to inspect it. This black box didn't look special at all, and he couldn't even tell where it opened. Could it really be that he was anemic? Chuan splashed water on his face to wake himself up, only to find dawn already breaking. Since he was awake anyway, he decided to sit down and play games again. This time, Chuan entered the ancient imperial city to train. To his surprise, the skeleton general boss was still there. It seemed the monsters in the game and in real life didn't affect each other much. That was even better. Chuan wanted another try. He charged forward to attack it. He had beaten it in real life, so this time he would definitely beat it in the game too. And the result was that he took a strike from the skeleton knight and died on the spot. Chuan gloomily tossed his phone aside. Compared to the boss, it was weaker in reality, but without Li Xian holding it back, it was still very hard to kill. Still, the test results wouldn't come out for a few more days, so Chuan planned to use that time to train until he could defeat the skeleton knight. The only problem was that practicing movement against it really cost a lot of blood. Chuan searched Google for ways to replenish blood, but all he found were ridiculous methods. In the end, he could only go drink some brown sugar water. Really, the best thing for Chuan was simply to try not to die so much in the game. On a day when he had no motivation to game, he went out into town to clear his head. To be precise, he went to the supermarket to stock up on instant noodles, then came back home to lie down and grind games again. After many attempts, Chuan finally managed to smash the skull of the skeletal knight. He obtained a level 13 speed crystal, which could increase his speed stat, but it only raised his speed to 9, not 13. It seemed that 9 speed points were the limit of the mortal embryo bitter Zen origin art. Chuan had thought he could use the bitter Zen origin art to break through to the legendary stage, but things had not gone as he hoped. Just as Jing Daoxian had said, bitter Zen was like an egg smashing against a rock compared to innate invincibility. But where was Chu when supposed to find a higher-level origin art now, other than that Demon King's art? Only then did Chu when remember the USB drive his dad had secretly passed to him through Jing. Maybe it was the origin art he needed. Thinking of that, Chuan laughed. How could his dad possibly be that capable? On the screen appeared Sun's shooting art. Chuan went stiff and reached up to pinch his cheek to see if he was dreaming. Sun's shooting art and innate invincibility were both among the origin arts whose limit could reach beyond the epic level. It mainly specialized in offense, but unlike innate invincibility, it didn't have such harsh requirements. This was a hereditary origin art of one of the Federation's powerhouses. How could his old man possibly have gotten hold of it? Could it be because of the infamily? If that was true, then his dad must have paid a tremendous price for it. The image of his father making a heroic sacrifice for his son appeared in Chuan's mind, and he felt a little touched. But he quickly shook that thought away. There was no way his old man could ever act like that. Chuan immediately called his father and asked with concern, "Dad, you haven't lost an arm or a leg or anything, right?" His father instantly launched into a full-scale string of insults. Sure enough, with that kind of spirit, his old man was clearly still in one piece. Only then did Chuan seriously ask where he got the sun shooting art. Unexpectedly, his dad didn't even know what the sun shooting art was. He had no interest in cultivation, so where would he even get something like that? Chuan felt a little disappointed inside. So his father hadn't been thinking of him at all. But then why hadn't Jing used his father as an excuse to give it to him? His dad guessed that Jing simply wanted to give him a gift. After only a few words, Chuan hung up first. Though annoyed, his father still showed some fatherly tolerance and decided to help him ask around for information. The In family had a good impression of his father, but Jing had come to school to challenge him, and In Tianta had nearly caused him to miss the exam. Now she was giving him something this valuable. Until the matter was clear, it was best not to cultivate it. Chuan took a short nap, but the nightmare from that night appeared again. After the second time, Chuan was sure this wasn't because of anemia or anything like that. He rushed to the bathroom and retched like a pregnant woman with morning sickness. It had to be a side effect from meeting that Demon King Jing Daoxian. If this kept up, those nightmares would drain all his vitality sooner or later. Chuan picked up the enchanting immortal scripture origin art that the old man had given him. Could the solution to his current health problem be inside this thing? Chuan tried to open the box, only to discover that it was actually a small booklet. Inside were densely packed, glowing words, like scripture. The contents shocked him, and Chuan carefully studied each line of the enchanting immortal scripture. Its opening looked exactly like the beginning of some origin art. But after reading for only a little while, his stomach started protesting. Chuan had no choice but to drag himself off to lunch, which was nothing more than instant noodles and an egg. After that, Chuan planned to continue reading the enchanting immortal scripture, but he had already forgotten where he had stopped before. He had no choice but to start over from the beginning. But every word in the enchanting immortal scripture felt as though he were reading it for the first time. No matter how bad Chuan's memory was, there was no way he could forget the words he had just seen in such a short time. While reading, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Had he turned off the kitchen light? Chuan paused to think back on whether he had turned it off. 5 minutes later, he snapped awake and looked at the enchanting immortal scripture. Everything he had just read now seemed like a blank page again. Chuan took a deep breath and stared fixedly at the enchanting immortal scripture. But after reading for a short while, his vision blurred with drowsiness again. Chuan felt helpless. Even if he focused with all his might, he would still get distracted by some absurd reason, and the moment he was interrupted, he forgot everything he had read before. I refuse to believe this thing is that shit. Chuan resolved to study seriously and tried writing it down. But the moment he picked up the pen, he forgot what he had intended to write. He used his phone to take a picture, but the photo had no words in it. Sure enough, this enchanting immortal scripture was extremely strange. Maybe if he kept it farther away, the sleep paralysis would also lessen. Just then, an unfamiliar number called. On the other end was Li Xian. "Hello, have you decided which university you're going to?" Chuan remembered that today was the day the scores were announced. He had been so absorbed in gaming that he had completely forgotten. Li Xian looked at the ranking board. He was first, Chuan second, and Tu Mian third. He invited Chuan to enroll in Sunset Academy with him. He had heard that not long ago, Sunset Academy had discovered a new dimensional zone with companion beasts. So it was a pretty good choice. But if Chuan remembered correctly, Sunset was in Luoyang, and Luoyang was in family territory, most likely his personal hell. Chuan didn't want to think too much, so he just buried his head in gaming again. Today he ran into that silver-winged flying ant once more. Although his strength had increased, his speed still couldn't compare with it. One move, and his whole body was split in two. Holding his head in frustration, Chuan didn't even feel like logging back into the game. A monster that was super fast and could fly too. How was he supposed to level up like this? There was a knock at the door. Wearing an exhausted expression and sporting panda eyes, Chuan went to open it. The visitor was Li Xian, looking fresh and energetic in complete contrast to him. Without waiting to be invited, Li Xian walked right in as if it were his own house. Chuan had no idea what he was here for. As for Sunset Academy, he needed time to think, didn't he? Take a look at this. Li Xian handed Chuan an internal document from Sunset Academy. It contained records about dimensional creatures shaped like internal organs. Li Xian seemed extremely interested in the appearance of this type of dimensional creature in that zone, but Chuan responded indifferently. So what? Li Xian nearly exploded and almost smacked him on the head. Do you know how rare this kind of companion beast is? Take your heart as an example. Even if your heart explodes, it could immediately replace it, which means it gives you a second life. Do you know how many people would beg for something like that and never get it? This is far rarer than an ordinary symbiotic companion beast. After Li Xian forcefully enlightened him, Chuan nodded. It did sound pretty impressive. In truth, Chuan understood everything Li Xian was saying. He just wasn't surprised because he already knew about it. Li Xian wanted to target that dimensional zone, which was why he wanted to enter Sunset Academy. Since it was within the Academy's domain, only Sunset people were allowed to enter. If they waited until the news was officially released, top students from all over the country would flood in. The enrollment quota would be gone in an instant. After thinking it over, Chuan decided to go to Sunset too. At worst, he would just avoid the infamily. Unexpectedly, Li Xian mentioned that family members would also be studying at Sunset, making Chuan's heart jump. Scared now? Li Xian deliberately asked. Outwardly, Chuan said he wasn't afraid, but he really didn't want to run into Jing. He was still in the middle of registering online when Li Xian told him to pack up and head straight to Luoyang with him, making Chuan feel like he had just been tricked. Meanwhile, Federation personnel were extracting surveillance footage from the bus stop where Jing Daoxian had appeared. Chuan's image was shown clearly. They had been in too much of a hurry at the time and had overlooked him. Now, after reviewing the footage, they were certain Chuan had come into contact with Jing Daoxian and immediately sent people to track him down. Chuan was riding in Li Xian's luxury car on the highway. Because they had a detour around dimensional beast zones, the journey was twice as long. In the game, Chuan was still completely stuck on that stage. If he kept forcing it, he would only waste more blood. Unable to play, Chuan closed his eyes for a bit. He suddenly jolted awake. If he fell asleep in the car, got sleep paralysis, and started shouting nonsense, that would be troublesome. Chuan felt a little dizzy, and his body felt as though he had a fever. Remembering Jing Daoxian's words that his vitality and blood were in terrible condition, Chuan finally understood how important that was. He would have to be more careful when gaming from now on. But the moment he thought of that old man, Chuan couldn't help getting angry. If he ever became strong enough, he would definitely find a chance to beat him to a pulp. Respecting elders did not apply to that old demon king. Suddenly, Chuan felt his pants pocket heat up. The enchanting immortal scripture was glowing, but it was a golden light instead of the blue light from before. The driver was focused on driving, and Li Xian seemed lost in thought, so he probably wouldn't notice him. Chuan opened the enchanting immortal scripture, and a powerful stream of energy burst out as if it had broken through the scripture's barrier. Then it entered Chuan's body. The enchanting immortal scripture in his hand vanished without a trace. Chuan closed his eyes and sensed it again. All the contents of the enchanting immortal scripture were now in his head. Chuan immediately entered the game to check his stats. Sure enough, the enchanting immortal scripture had become his origin energy art. Chuan tried using Bitter Zen, but now that he had the enchanting immortal scripture, he could no longer use it. Even though he didn't know what type of origin energy art the enchanting immortal scripture was, it had helped him break through the specific 9-point attribute limit of the Mortal Fetus stage. Chuan smiled to himself, silently apologizing to Jing Daoxian for cursing him by mistake. The car stopped in front of a villa that looked like a royal estate. Li Xian told Chuan not to worry about Sunset Academy. He just had to eat well, sleep well, and stay in this villa with him. Looking at the glittering architecture, Chuan thought to himself that this really was the world of the rich. The two went inside. The villa was enormous, but there were no servants. Chu would imagine Li Xian carrying everything by hand and cleaning this huge place by himself. A phone call to Li Xian made him switch back into his usual playboy young master tone. A new shop opened? Of course. Prepare the best for this young master. Tell them to dress nicely. I'll be there right away. Li Xian acted like he had multiple personalities all day long. If it were Chu Wen, he would have gone crazy from exhaustion already. But Li Xian liked acting like this. Since his beloved second brother wanted to watch, he would perform to the end. After Li Xian left, Chu Wen quietly practiced. The rhythm of great strength divine, fist rose and fell. It was very similar to the charging move of inch punch. Chu Wen had tried it before, but the silver-winged flying ant had dodged it with ease. It seemed that if he wanted to deal with it, he would have to find another way. For example, the dead bone's palm that the bone spider was dropping. But the bone spider's rank was so low that he didn't know whether it would be useful. Chu Wen tested it with a punch. The attack speed of Dead Bone's palm was extremely fast. Even more unexpectedly, it matched the new inch punch perfectly. Chu Wen kept punching tirelessly, but Dead Bone's palm consumed a lot of origin energy. Since he was too exhausted in reality, Chu Wen had no choice but to enter the game and farm monsters. Once in the game, Chu Wen landed on top of a mutated great strength ant again. His earlier practice had used up all his origin energy, so now he could only dodge. But his origin energy was recovering very quickly, which seemed to be the effect of the enchanting immortal scripture. Chu Wen unleashed an inch punch combined with Dead Bone's palm, and the mutated great strength and exploded and disappeared. Not only that, the high-level Dead Bone's palm skill even evolved to level 10. It consumed 5 points of origin energy, but its power was not much weaker than Great Strength Divine Fist. And the ant's HP was too low, so Chu Wen switched to the guide Ancient City Dungeon. He had forgotten that after being killed, a boss had to respawn before it could appear again. So the fact that Chu Wen could enter this dungeon meant that the Skeleton Knight had revived too. A little later, Chu Wen fought the skeleton boss to adapt to its attack patterns, then slipped behind it and used Dead Bone's palm. The skeleton general's whole body began trembling violently. Then it exploded like a bomb, with even more earth-shaking power than the mutated great strength ant earlier. The next morning, a girl suddenly kicked open the door and barged into the room to wake Chu Wen up. Chu Wen looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Good grief, who are you?" Seeing that Chu Wen was the only one in the villa, she asked where Li Xian had gone. After learning that he had gone out, she became annoyed. It definitely went out fooling around again. Whenever she actually needed him, that brat always hid from her. She decided to leave, but halfway out, she turned back, grabbed Chu Wen, and dragged him along, saying that at the very least he could make up the numbers. Chu Wen was dragged along as if a mother were hauling her son off to school. Seeing him resist and refuse to go, she threatened him. "You've been eating, drinking, and having fun with that brat, and you can't even help his older sister a little?" Even though Chu Wen didn't know whether she really was Li Xian's older sister, Li Xian had helped him quite a lot. Logically, he should go with her. But did fate really hate the idea of letting him play games in peace? Still, before going out, Chu Wen wanted to dress properly. No one rode in a car wearing only underwear. They arrived at Sunset Academy's pet arena. So it turned out he wasn't riding in a car at all. Chu Wen was sitting on the back of the older sister's motorcycle. Two of the people who knew her ran over. "Sister Wei Yong, you finally came." Wei Yong coldly told Chu Wen to just stand to the side and make up the numbers. Chu Wen was already used to this kind of treatment, so he calmly took out his phone and started playing. A little later, a young man with permed hair and a blonde girl arrived. "Where's your little brother, Li Xian? Don't tell me he was scared and didn't dare come?" Today, Wei Yong had come to get justice. They had worked together to fight a mutated ancient warhorse, and a companion egg had dropped, but that blonde girl, Tommy, had taken it for herself. Tommy hid behind the young man, Gao Yang, glaring provocatively at Wei Yong. "Why?" "Because I was the one who landed the finishing blow." Gao Yang stood out to back Tommy up, looking down on Wei Yong as if she could never beat him. He claimed that as a fourth-year student, he wouldn't bully a fifth-year like Wei Yong, so he had called someone of the same rank as her instead. That person walked out from the corridor as if stepping up from the shadows. The long scar running beside his left eye made his face look even more frightening, and Wei Yong's expression shifted. Even Chu Wen felt a chill of fear just from looking at that man, Gu Jian. Gu Jian and Wei Yong entered the arena. He didn't look like the kind of person who would show any mercy to a woman. The two people who had come with Wei Yong to seek justice, upon seeing that the opponent was Gu Jian, were ready to give up on the companion egg entirely. According to them, Gu Jian was the school's infamous demon. On his first day after enrolling, he had beaten a fourth-year student until the guy was left sprawled on the ground. Chuan had really broadened his horizons after coming to the city. He hadn't expected there to be people this formidable right from the egg. He had no idea whether Wei Yong could handle him. She leaped up and drove a kick straight down from above toward Gu Dian's shoulder, but he remained still as a statue, like a sandbag there for Wei Yong to practice on. Wei Yong switched moves, increasing the speed of her attack as she unleashed a flurry of palm strikes. Gu Jian caught Wei Yong's leg as if he could do it with his eyes closed, and with one hand, he slammed her into the ground with a loud bang. Gu Jian then walked step by step toward Wei Yong, who was writhing on the floor. "You're not my opponent." Then he kicked her body away. Gu Jian asked Wei Yong whether she still wanted to continue. The two followers who had come with Wei Yong kept shouting that they didn't need the companion egg anymore. Tommy even deliberately added fuel to the fire. "Li Wei Yong, you saw it yourself. They're the ones who said they don't want it anymore." Wei Yong clutched her stomach and stood back up. She still wanted to keep fighting, but Gu Jian rushed over and drove her head into the ground, the force so strong it seemed to shake the air. He got up and turned to leave, thinking he had won, but Wei Yong still struggled to rise, as if asking for another beating. Gu Jian was getting seriously irritated by now. Chuan had no idea what she was trying so hard to prove, but he couldn't bear to stand there and watch his best friend's older sister get pounded to a pulp. When Gu Jian saw Chuan openly step in and even block his punch, he asked who the hell he was. Chuan had only just enrolled at the academy this year, but he still introduced himself first. Gao Yang's group stood to the side, enjoying the show. This hero saves the beauty scene only made them smugger. Even after being beaten half to death, Wei Yong still told Chu when to get down and stay out of it, afraid of dragging him in. Chuan said nothing. He carried Wei Yong out of the arena like a pig over his shoulder, then turned back to face Gu Jian. He felt that this matter didn't need to become a life-and-death struggle. If something unexpected happened, neither of them would be able to bear the consequences. Gu Jian asked how he wanted to do this. Chuan, already used to taking the low position, said, "Give me one free strike. If you step back less than 3 paces, I'll admit defeat immediately." Gu Jian activated his origin energy art to increase his strength and told Chu when to make his move. Tommy was surprised that Gu Jian had agreed to Chu when seemingly favorable condition, but Gao Yang didn't think so. Gu Dian's origin energy skill was spiked armor, refined from a spiked armor porcupine crystal. Not only was his entire body as tough as steel, it also had terrifying damage reflection. And Gu Jian had already cultivated spiked armor to level 9. The last person who challenged Gu Jian like this ended up crippled when the reflected damage ruined his arm. Chuan tried out the newly learned enchanting immortal scripture, driving a punch straight into Gu Dian's 8-pack abs. Gu Dian's face twisted like someone who had been constipated for weeks. The force released from Chuan's punch was as strong as an explosion, and Gu Jian slid backward just like that. By the time he realized he needed to tense his leg muscles to stop himself, he had already gone more than 3 steps. Chuan's hand was bleeding from the reflected damage. Still, he thanked Gu Jian for giving him that one move. Gu Jian sighed and admitted defeat. Gao Yang could afford to lose and said he would have someone deliver the item to them. Tommy refused to accept the result and wanted to wipe out all of Wei Yong's efforts from earlier. Why should we give it to them? That agreement was between the two of them. I never agreed to it. It doesn't count. Smack! Gao Yang slapped her hard for her vicious temper. He had always meant what he said. Chuan, right? I'll remember you. After saying that, Gao Yang and Gu Jian left together. The other two looked at Chu when in amazement. You're incredible. Are high school students this strong these days? Wei Yang noticed the wound on Chuan's hand. Only then did Chuan notice it himself. It was probably so small that he hadn't felt it. After getting it bandaged, Chuan returned to Li Xian's villa. He hadn't expected that going out for a bit would eat up the whole morning. At last, he could finally play games. Li Xian had just returned home and was about to open the door when it crashed down with a bang. Chuan was practically petrified. His phone hadn't even had time to warm up at his hand before someone came looking for him again. Li Xian didn't care at all about who had kicked the door down. He wanted to drag Chu went along to see that dimensional creature shaped like a deformed internal organ. Chuan still didn't take his eyes off his phone. We don't even have the right to enter the dimensional field before enrollment, do we? Li Xian patted his chest proudly and said, "Who do you think your brother Xian is? Bringing you in is as easy as flipping my hand." Chuan didn't react at all. He was busy analyzing the information on his phone, leaving Li Xian annoyed but helpless. In the end, Li Xian could only make plans to leave the next morning. Chuan suddenly called Li Xian back and asked what conditions were needed to refine a legendary companion egg. Li Xian thought he wanted to tame that legendary skeleton knight, so the first thing he did was warn Chu when not to act recklessly. A legendary creature required at least more than 10 points of origin energy. If your origin energy wasn't enough, both your flesh and your chance of survival would be drained away, and you'd basically become crippled. Chuan caught Li Xian's wording. Basically? So that meant there were exceptions? Brother Xian here is one of those exceptions. Li Xian proudly showed off his innate, invincible, prosperous life, which allowed him to refine some legendary creatures. However, even Li Xian couldn't refine legendary creatures with too great a gap. In the game, Chuan didn't mind dying and ending up staring at 3 sticks of incense. But this companion egg had been picked up in reality. Chuan thought for a moment. If the phone could unlock dungeons using real-world scenes, then it should be able to work in reverse too, right? He raised the camera and took a picture of the egg. The egg was immediately recorded into the phone, and it even came with detailed information. Chuan only skimmed over the attribute stats. What really caught his eye was the fusion option. The phone detected that Chuan already had a mutated Great Strength Ant, and the compatibility rate was 47. He immediately pressed confirm to see what would happen. Chuan's origin energy might not even be enough to refine the skeleton knight, so he tried combining the mutated Great Strength Ant with a legendary companion egg instead. A little later, the fusion succeeded. The mutated Great Strength Ant became a mutated skeleton ant, and its innate skill was Dead Bones, Spike level 10. Although its attributes had all risen above 10 points, the mutated skeleton ant was still only at the Mortal Fetus stage. But that was enough for Chuan to take it along and ambush the silver-winged flying ant. The silver-winged flying ant shot forward like an arrow, and Chuan immediately summoned his skeleton ant pet. The skeleton ant used Deadbone Spike. This move released a large number of sharp spikes shooting up from the ground. The silver-winged flying ant weaved through the air, dodged the spikes, and rushed toward Chuan. Chuan finally got close to it. Let's see where it can run this time. The flying ant's wings flashed, and in an instant, it seemed to teleport elsewhere. And in the end, Chuan was cut in half again, but this time he wasn't annoyed. He had just witnessed another flight-type origin energy skill. It seemed this silver-winged flying ant still had plenty of tricks hidden. The next morning, as soon as Chuan stepped outside, his face fell. He had thought they'd be riding in a fancy car, but instead Li Xian had summoned a huge, ferocious cat that looked ready to tear him apart. Well, pretty awesome, right? Li Xian said proudly as he stroked its white fur. This was a legendary Jade Star White Tiger, one that Li Xian had spent a great deal of effort refining. Chuan also tried stepping closer to touch the giant white cat. Li Xian was really going all out today. Was he not going to put on his playboy young master act for his second brother anymore? Li Xian had already leapt onto the white tiger's back. He wasn't the type to just stand there and take hits. Anything he wanted, he would make sure not to miss a single thing. Chuan sat behind Li Xian as they rode off on the white tiger's back. It looked cool, but Chuan's head kept bobbing up and down. If he had known, he would rather have gone by car. When they arrived, Li Xian swiped a black card and entered the dimensional field. The ancient cities of Luoyang's 13 dynasties were layered one over another. Under the influence of the dimensional storms, the entire region had sunk deep into an unknown underground world, which was why this place was also called the Underground Ancient City. Down below, many people had gathered as if it were a marketplace, even selling pet crystals. There were even people looking for teammates. Chuan looked around for a while and came to one conclusion. Is this really a dimensional field? He hadn't expected there to be students setting up stalls to sell things. The military had already secured the surrounding area, so the entrance and exit were very safe. It definitely wasn't some scam, but neither were the goods especially cheap or valuable. But Li Xian was holding an internal military exploration map in his hand. He looked like Doraemon with a magic pocket. The two followed the map to the underground Lotus Pond, which was said to have once been the resting place of the Buddha Heart Lotus. Chu stepped on something uneven, and to his surprise, it was a mark just like the one in Guide Ancient City. When Chu took a picture of it, the dungeon of the underground Buddha city immediately appeared on his phone. Seeing Chu standing there fiddling around, Li Xian urged him to hurry up and follow. The two entered the Lotus Pond area, and the place glowed with a dreamlike radiance. Those lotuses were Buddha heart lotuses, capable of imitating dimensional creatures with internal organs. Li Xian wanted to get one, but it was growing in the middle of the pond. It was a real challenge to reach it. According to the records, the water in the Lotus Pond could dissolve flesh and bone. Any living creature that stepped into it would be washed clean to the marrow. The only option was to fly across, and right then, a streak of light flashed between them. A young man spread his angel-like wings and aimed straight for the Buddha heart lotus. The Buddha heart lotus was no ordinary flower. Its petals were weapons, like the quills of a hedgehog. The young man summoned a sword and used the ultimate move moon severing to split the Buddha heart lotus in two. Chu marveled at his speed, but Li Xian thought it was nothing special. The Luo family was famous for swordsmanship, and this Luo Xian wasn't some particularly amazing figure either. Still, those angel wings were unbelievably cool. If Li Xian had known earlier, he would have found himself a flying companion beast too. Seeing that they couldn't get the Buddha heart lotus, Chu went around to check if there were any other dimensional creatures nearby, while Li Xian looked over the map. There were indeed others, but this place was so sinister that it had been classified as an unexplored danger zone. When the military had been scouting this area, many people died. They weren't attacked, they just dropped dead on the way as if drugged, but all of their organs had failed to the point that they couldn't survive. Li Xian still wanted to keep his life, so he had no intention of going any farther. Suddenly, the sound of boiling water bubbled up from the pond. From the bottom of the pond, a gigantic white lotus rose up. Every petal bore the face of some godlike figure, making it look grotesquely mismatched. The white lotus monster spun like a top, sending water from the pond splashing everywhere. A single drop of water touched Luo Xian's wings and made part of them vanish instantly, and his companion creature had to dash away in pain. The white lotus seized the chance to spray more pond water at the white horse. The white horse was stripped down to nothing but bones. As for Luo Xian, after losing his wings, he fell straight toward the lotus pond. Luckily, he landed on a lotus leaf. Lightness-type origin energy skills were useful in a situation like this, but Luo Xian was still far from shore. Li Xian was in the middle of rambling when he turned and saw Chu when dipping his hand into the water. He was wearing the great strength ant gloves. Sure enough, this water only worked on flesh. Chu threw the gloves into the pond, and the surface immediately lit up as though a bomb had gone off underwater. Over there, Luo Xian had run out of lotus leaf to step on. Beneath him, there was only water, and the white lotus monster was relentlessly attacking him. Suddenly, the surface of the pond churned violently. The mutated skeleton ant charged out from beneath the water toward Luo Xian. Luo Xian squeezed his eyes shut, thinking he was done for this time, but the skeleton ant didn't attack him. Luo Xian landed on its bony body, while the skeleton ant blocked the attacks of the white lotus monster. Drops of lotus pond water dotted the skeleton ant's face, pattering down as though it were giving a bath. Chu ordered the skeleton ant to come back, and it immediately swam with all its might using its pile of bones. Along the way, the Buddha heart lotuses kept firing stamens at the skeleton ant, but it didn't affect it at all. The white lotus could only stay in place and attack from afar, but it still couldn't melt the skeleton ant's armor. When the skeleton ant returned to Chu Wen's side, Luo Xian jumped down and thanked Chu Wen for saving his life. He said he would definitely repay this kindness. Meanwhile, Li Xian was staring blankly. Oh my god, what kind of companion beast is that? Chu Wen calmly introduced his own scrawny little bone pet. Since it had become skeletal, the corrosive pond water had no effect on it. Even the blood and lotus seed attacks from the lotus monster couldn't harm it. With such a war god on their side, Li Xian immediately wanted to drag Chu Wen off to take down that white lotus. Its face was practically crumpling in frustration after failing to attack successfully. That flower might very well be a legendary dimensional creature. But this wasn't a game where you could just die and respawn. Chu Wen unsummoned the skeleton ant and sent it home. Li Xian muttered regretfully, afraid of what? It's just one companion beast. If we managed to kill that monster, we'd make a huge profit. I'm not a gambler. Chu Wen said that and left. Li Xian even thought he was sulking. After they got back, Li Xian still felt heartbroken over the wasted 2 entrance passes, only to come back empty-handed. By tomorrow, once news of that giant lotus spread, it might already be in someone else's hands. Chu Wen didn't care much. He took the Buddha City map from Li Xian and returned to his room, even humming as he walked, which Li Xian truly couldn't understand. Of course, Li Xian couldn't understand what it felt like to hold a real-world dungeon in his hands. The lotus pond in the game had many Buddha heart lotuses, and some of them even grew near the shore. But the white lotus still hadn't appeared. It had probably hidden itself away. Chu Wen ignored it and summoned the skeleton ant to farm the pink lotuses first. At the same time, another group arrived at the lotus pond, bringing along a dimensional creature related to an eagle. So this is the Buddha heart lotus Luo Xian was talking about. It's huge. There has to be something good here. The bespectacled young man leading them was the senior of the others, and as soon as he arrived, he summoned a legendary golden-eyed eagle. The golden-eyed eagle shot into the air and attacked the white lotus to see whether it could be subdued. In the game, Chu won, and the skeleton ant worked together perfectly. After cutting down so many Buddha heart lotuses, he finally got a drop. A skill crystal fell out, and Chu Wen suddenly remembered that Li Xian had never mentioned the Buddha heart lotus's origin energy skill. Based on the way they attacked, he guessed it was an occult weapon type. Chu Wen absorbed the skill crystal. His body felt incredibly warm and comfortable, completely unlike the pain he felt when absorbing the great strength divine fist. After a while, Chu Wen learned the level 7 heart Zen skill. It was the first strengthening type origin energy skill he had ever encountered, so Chu Wen immediately tested its effects. Other than making his body feel very warm, there was no change at all. No wonder Li Xian hadn't even bothered to mention its origin energy skill. Just then, an extremely powerful attack struck the skeleton ant. The blood pattern Buddha heart lotus boss had finally surfaced. Chu Wen had been waiting for it all afternoon and immediately sent the skeleton ant to teach it a lesson. The skeleton ant charged forward, and none of the attacks had any effect on it. The white lotus boss then retracted itself and sank back down as if trying to flee. Chu Wen wasn't about to let it escape, so he had the skeleton ant chase it all the way to the bottom of the pond. Unexpectedly, the boss spread open several petals, revealing a deep mouth inside and a mass of sharp spikes. It was horrifying, and the skeleton ant fell straight into its mouth. Chu Wen's face went dark. Fortunately, he hadn't listened to Li Xian earlier and charged him while they had the upper hand, or he'd have been tricked just like in the game. Now, without the skeleton ant protecting him, Chu Wen couldn't enter the lotus pond. In any case, he would have to respawn to get the skeleton ant back. So while he was still alive, he decided to scout the forbidden area Li Xian had mentioned. Chu Wen went deeper inside and encountered stone statues engraved with the images of various Buddhas. There wasn't even a single monster along the way. It was eerily quiet. After climbing the stairs, Chu Wen arrived at the forbidden area. 3 characters were written on the gate, Little Buddha Temple. The moment Chu Wen saw those 3 words clearly, the familiar game over message appeared on the screen. Since he had died so suddenly, Chu Wen was stunned for several seconds. He entered the game and tried again, but as soon as he reached Little Buddha Temple, the screen went black once more. At the moment his character died, its body seemed to twist and distort. Just as Li Xian had said, there were no wounds, but the internal organs had completely failed. This method was truly wicked. No wonder even the military was helpless. Chu Wen tossed aside his phone and went asleep to recover. Early the next morning, Li Xian's gleeful laughter was already echoing downstairs. Sure enough, as soon as news of the Buddha heart lotus got out, someone couldn't wait any longer. Last night, a senior had brought a legendary golden-eyed eagle to try subduing that white lotus. In the end, every feather on the golden-eyed eagle's body was burned clean off. Chu Wen gave Li Xian a sidelong look. If he had listened to Li Xian yesterday, they would all be getting laughed at now. The Academy forums were in an uproar, and many people were clamoring to form teams to challenge the White Lotus boss. Although that flower was powerful, there was no shortage of strong experts in the military and the Academy who could deal with it. So the military still hadn't made any move, which probably meant they had no intention of interfering. The Federation had long since set the rules. Within a danger level range, except in special circumstances, no one was allowed to interfere. In short, this was also an opportunity and a resource for their generation. Just then, someone knocked on the villa door. At the same time, Chuan received a phone call from his old man. "Son, you're in Luoyang, right?" Before Chuan could even figure out how he knew he was here, another bombshell dropped. Chuan's new mother, Ouyang Lan, was eager to meet him. Chuan immediately refused. He didn't want to run into the family siblings. But his old man kept pleading with him to go, even saying that Jing had come personally to pick him up. Right then, Li Xian said someone had come to see Chuan, and he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the troublesome little sister in Jing appeared, her face as calm as ever. After learning that Chuan's father had remarried Ouyang Lan, Li Xian was dumbfounded. He really should have noticed earlier, since both of them had the surname Chu. Chuan didn't want anything to do with the family. His father's marriage was his father's business. When Jing heard that, she pressed her lips together in anger. She didn't explain why she had come, only told Chuan to follow her outside. Chuan's head started to ache. Ever since arriving in Luoyang, he had kept telling himself to stay far away from the family. Yet here they were, coming right to his door and dragging him away. Once only Jing and Chuan were left, she asked why he still hadn't learned the sun shooting art. Chuan handed the USB drive back to her, because it wasn't something his father had given him. And Jing turned sharply, her expression looking almost embarrassed. "Do you think I lied to you? Fine then. Best not practice it. I was trying to harm you, all right?" For some reason, Jing suddenly got angry. But whether the sun shooting art was genuine or fake, Chuan couldn't practice it anymore anyway, because he already had the enchanting immortal scripture. While Chuan and Jing were getting into the car, they didn't notice that someone had already captured the scene on camera. In a Federation office, they brought over Chuan's information. Second place in actual combat at Guide High School was considered quite outstanding. Since he was currently in Luoyang, they hadn't been able to find him at Guide Prefecture. After hearing the report, the superior felt that Chuan had no connection to the well-pathed immortal. But there was a more interesting piece of information. His father, Chu Lingfeng, had remarried the family's widow. The superior was surprised that Ouyang Lan would take a liking to someone like Chu Lingfeng. His glasses flashed like Conan's. There was only one truth. Could he be connected to those overseas people? Chu Lingfeng had advanced to the legendary stage a few years ago, but at his current age, there was no way those overseas people would value him highly. Maybe Ouyang Lan, just like younger men. The superior said his secretary had clearly read too many cheesy romance novels and lost touch with reality. Ouyang Lan wasn't that simple. Back then, when the head of the family met with disaster, countless powerful figures had coveted their family fortune. Yet Tianzhua had been only 13 at the time and still managed to hold onto the family estate. Naturally, they must have had backing. Since Ouyang Lan was so formidable, she definitely wouldn't choose an incapable man. First, they needed to find a chance to bring Chuan to the Federation for a visit. The superior didn't forget to warn his subordinates not to alert the family. Meanwhile, Chuan had already arrived at the residence. Compared to Li Xian's villa, this place was more like a palace, as expected of the top family in Luoyang. The moment his old man saw Chuan again, he called him a little brat. Ouyang Lan, on the other hand, seemed genuinely eager to meet him. "Xiao, you've finally come. I've always wanted to meet you." Ouyang Lan personally prepared a whole table of dishes, hoping Chuan would try her cooking. The fresh shrimp that had been flown into the family that morning was Jing's favorite dish. Seeing her mother make her favorite, Jing secretly smiled to herself. But Xiaowen is the guest today, so let Xiaowen eat it. Ouyang Lan placed a plate of fresh shrimp directly in front of Chuan. Looking at Jing's murderous glare, as if she wanted to devour him alive, Chuan lost his appetite. Ouyang Lan leaned in and whispered that this was a small punishment for Jing for bullying him before. Chuan took a bite of shrimp, and it melted in his mouth at once. Although the food was delicious, his head was still full of questions. Jing's mother was truly worlds apart from her. That night, after dinner, Chuan took the initiative to leave. If he stayed, he might end up assassinated in his sleep. Seeing that Chuan absolutely refused to stay, Ouyang Lan gave him a black card. It was an access card to a private dormitory room at Sunset Academy. Earlier, his old man had said that he liked living alone, so she had deliberately prepared this gift. This card was indeed very useful. With it, Chuan wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed while playing his game. But why did his old man know he needed something like this? In any case, he accepted it first and thanked Ouyang Lan. When she heard how he addressed her, Ouyang Lan stroked his hair and said teasingly, "Do I look that old? You can call me Sister Lan." As expected, women were very sensitive about age. That night, Li Xian's villa was as quiet as a deserted temple. It seemed he had gone out again. Chu Wen happily played his game without worrying about Li Xian pestering him. This time, he entered the ant cave dungeon. After fighting his way through for a while, he managed to collect a companion egg. It was the egg of a mutated great strength ant at the mortal fetus stage, but its attributes were still higher than the first mutated great strength ant egg he had gotten. While he was immersed in it, the silver-winged flying ant suddenly charged out of the cave and attacked Chu Wen. Chu Wen was caught off guard, but he couldn't counterattack, so he could only keep dodging its attacks. When the silver-winged flying ant faced him head-on, Chu Wen fought while waiting for the right opportunity to finish it in one strike. Its silver wings lit up again, just like last time. Chu Wen summoned the companion gloves and shut his eyes tightly. Since he couldn't keep up with its speed, he would just wait until it appeared and then strike. Chu Wen used the Kuei Thunder Palm to see whether this flying ant would be blown to pieces. But even after taking that Thunder Bomb head-on, the flying ant could still move, though it seemed its two wings were no longer working. Chu Wen rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of punches. A moment later, the silver-winged flying ant finally passed out. It was the first time Chu Wen had killed it, and he immediately obtained a companion egg. At the moment, Chu Wen had two choices. One was to refine it, and the other was to fuse it with the mutated skeleton ant. But the fusion success rate was only 20. That felt kind of wrong. They were obviously both ants. So why was the compatibility rate even lower than fusing with a skeleton-type creature? Chu Wen leaned toward refining the legendary companion egg. He swallowed nervously. Even if the refinement failed, it probably wouldn't affect his real body, right? Thinking about it only gave him a headache. So Chu Wen stopped caring about all those conditions and immediately pressed refined companion egg. An enormous black hole appeared in front of him. The essence energy on Chu Wen's body was sucked straight into it, as if it were feeding that egg. In the real world, the egg was gradually fusing into Chu Wen's body. It felt as though his back were being torn open by sharp fangs. Pushing through the pain, Chu Wen coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He wasn't afraid of pain. He was only afraid that this mouthful of blood meant wasting his vitality. The phone screen flickered, and a pile of strange characters appeared in Chu Wen's mind. A while later, he came to. Luckily, the life connection between the game and reality was weak. Otherwise, he really might have died in real life. Chu Wen turned the phone back on, wondering what would happen if the refinement had failed. He hoped the worst-case scenario would just be the companion egg disappearing. But unexpectedly, Chu Wen had succeeded and gained another pet for his ant farm. Chu Wen immediately entered the underground Buddha City dungeon. Now that he had the silver-winged flying ant type, he could finally fly. He summoned his new little follower, expecting it to be as cool as Luo Xian's white horse. The summoning gate looked pretty grand, but what appeared was a tiny red fly. Chu Wen froze on the spot. What the hell is this? His version of the silver-winged flying ant was still in its larval state. And compared to a legendary creature, its stats were pitifully low, just like its nickname, King of Low Flight. Still, it looked cute and chubby, not grotesque like that all-bone skeleton ant. A small warning window popped up. The silver-winged flying ant is hungry. Please feed it promptly. Since when had Chu Wen become a farm owner? But the important question was, what exactly was he supposed to feed it? Chu Wen tapped the feed command to check the menu. Unexpectedly, this cute little larval flying ant ate mutated skeleton ants and their companion eggs. Chu Wen was so annoyed, he wanted to spank the flying ant. Who was it? Who gave birth to this thing? Couldn't it eat other monsters instead? The larval flying ant gulped noisily. Chu Wen couldn't really blame it, so he had no choice but to feed it. Fortunately, he had just obtained another mutated power ant companion egg. It seemed that merely solving its hunger problem was already enough to make him struggle. Raising the silver-winged flying ant clearly wouldn't be easy. If he relied on it in battle right now, it would only become food for other monsters. Chu Wen switched into companion form. The tiny little wings looked like fairy wings, or if one were being honest, fly wings. The ant nest had more open terrain, so Chu Wen jumped over there to practice. Unexpectedly, the wings were incredibly fast and extremely agile. The only problem was that the silver-winged flying ant was the king of low flight, so it could only fly close to the ground. Once it flew higher, it lost that agile trait. Chu Wen felt like a tiger that had grown wings. The mutated power ants now seemed like nothing more than mosquitoes. He ventured deeper into their nest in search of a worthy opponent, but the farther in he went, the narrower the tunnel became. At the same time, the number of monsters increased significantly, like a flood of mutated power ants about to burst through a dam. Looking at the swarming ants below, Chu got goosebumps. He might not be able to beat them now, but since he could fly, what was there to fear? Just then, a mass of ants clung together into the shape of a giant arm and grabbed at Chu like it was snatching a fly. The ants all charged in at once, and light burst from inside, shining through the gaps between them. Chu used the Kuei Thunder Palm and blew them apart. The explosion was so strong that he himself was sent flying. By sheer chance, Chu was thrown deeper into their nest and ended up in the very center of the ant colony. A swarm of pitch-black flying ants rushed up to attack the intruder, Chu. Chu exited the game, but sure enough, there were still many more interesting things hidden in this dungeon. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he still couldn't get close to the ant nest. At the very least, he had to wait until the baby flying ant returned to its adult state. After gaming all day, Chu's stomach was rumbling like a pot of boiling water. He opened the fridge and found it completely empty. Looks like he had to go out again. A sports car happened to glide past Chu, and someone inside was on the phone. Boss Lee, the target has left the Lee residence and is heading toward the main road. Should we move in and grab him now? On the other end, the person was putting on makeup and ordered them not to expose their identities. The red-haired woman from the Federation had especially dressed to flaunt her hourglass figure today as she blocked Chu's path. As the straight-laced Chu approached, she pretended to stagger and fell right in front of him. She looked pitiful yet seductive. "Handsome, could you?" Before she even finished speaking, Chu was already more than a meter away from her. Li Si clenched her fists, suppressing her anger at being ignored by Chu. She chased after him, deciding to use her trump card. Meanwhile, Chu was still busy thinking about the baby silver-winged flying ant and how to deal with that White Lotus boss. Suddenly, a pale arm grabbed his hand. Hearing her keep calling him handsome, Chu was baffled. "Who are you? I'm lost, and I just fell earlier." "Handsome, could you maybe?" She started playing the crying woman routine again, trying to soften Chu up. Who would have thought that Chu would offer to call the police for her instead, since he didn't know the roads around here either? She suddenly blocked the hand with which Chu was reaching for his phone and deliberately lowered her head, revealing her swaying cleavage. "I just wanted to take me home. Handsome, I still need to go eat. Find someone else." After saying that, Chu coldly walked away, trampling all over her pride. Could it be that her charm wasn't even worth as much as a meal? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, huh? Then the only option was to knock him out and drag him back by force. She attacked Chu, one from behind, the force of it creating an explosion in the air. Chu landed on a nearby signboard, a pair of slender, cute wings on his back. Looking more closely now, he realized that she was one of the Federation agents who had chased Jing Daoxian that night. Li Si had underestimated Chu's strength, so she stopped playing around. She made the entire street around them look as if it had sunk into a sea of fire. "Hello, officer? I'm being attacked." The moment she saw Chu calling the police, she immediately retreated, afraid her identity would be exposed and draw the family's attention. After she disappeared, Chu let out a sigh of relief. He had only pretended to make the call. He hadn't even opened his phone yet. The important thing was, why did the Federation want to capture him? He hadn't committed any crime. Don't tell me they'd mistaken him for an accomplice of that old demon, King Jing Daoxian. Li Xian was busy acting like a lovesick young master in a bar when Chu called, and he picked up immediately. "Well, this is rare. I didn't think you'd actually take the initiative to call me." But Li Xian's smile vanished when he heard the serious tone from the other end. "Find somewhere quiet. I need to tell you something." After hearing that Chu had crossed paths with Jing Daoxian, Li Xian was insanely jealous. He wanted to meet the legendary Demon King too. Fortunately, Chu didn't mention the immortal bewitching scripture, or Li Xian would have gone even crazier. More importantly, when Li Xian heard Chu's description, he immediately thought of the Federation's hyenas. They were a special organization of the Federation, specializing in handling matters the Federation couldn't openly deal with. They acted viciously, stopping at nothing and caring little for the consequences. Their infamy had spread far and wide in the Federation, which was why they were called hyenas. Just hearing the nickname made Chu feel they would be difficult to deal with. So he asked Li Xian whether there was any way to help him enroll early. Li Xian laughed, thinking Chu only cared about games, but it turned out his mind was pretty quick too. Even though they had power, they still couldn't openly violate the law. If Chu entered Sunset Academy, they would be even less likely to make a move. Besides, Luoyang was also the Yin family's territory, and Li Xian thought Chu Wen could just rely on the Yin family. But Chu Wen had never wanted to get involved with them, which was exactly why he had called Li Xian. To Li Xian, this was just a trivial matter, and he even decided to enroll early together with Chu Wen. After hanging up, Chu Wen felt utterly exhausted. Trouble just kept coming one after another. If he were strong enough, who would dare make things difficult for him? At the Federation's Special Inspection Department, the director slammed the table in fury. How many times have I told you to keep a low profile? Higher-ups called me not long ago. How am I supposed to explain this now? Lisi lowered her head and admitted her mistake. She hoped she would be given a chance to make up for it. But now it would no longer be easy for them to touch Chu Wen. He handed her a file. Inside was secret information regarding Ouyang Lan and the Yin family. After only skimming it, she couldn't help blurting out impossible. Wasn't this position supposed to belong to Jing? How could the Yin family give it to an outsider like Chu Wen? However, intelligence from their trusted source could never be wrong. The Yin family had used their only correction opportunity to give this position to Chu Wen. From Jing Daoxian to the Yin family, every clue pointed toward Chu Wen. Now he had caught the director's attention. Elsewhere, Chu Wen sneezed several times in a row, not knowing whether it was the baby flying ant or the skeleton ant thinking about him. Putting that aside, Chu Wen was carrying his books to school again today, this time to Sunset Academy. He went looking for the Four Seasons Garden building listed on the card Ouyang Lan had given him. When he stepped inside, he couldn't help saying wow at the sight of such a luxurious room, as expected of a dorm arranged by Sister Lan. His college life had officially begun, but Chu Wen had come to Luoyang in too much of a hurry and had only prepared a few sets of clothes. For everything else, he was borrowing from Li Xian. There weren't any shops inside the school, so he checked the surrounding map. Just then, someone came downstairs. It was Jing. It seemed she hadn't known Chu Wen would appear here either. She merely shot him a sidelong glance before heading downstairs. Girls really were hard to understand. Following the directions on Google Maps, Chu Wen arrived at a shabby apartment building, even though the map showed it as a store. Looks like Chu Wen had gotten lost again. The area was deserted, with not a single person around. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of cats meowing somewhere nearby, and also someone's voice. Strange enough, the voice sounded rather familiar to him. "Excuse me, may I ask?" What met Chu Wen's eyes was Gu Jian playing with several cats, even laughing cheerfully with them. "Little Cabbage is the best behaved one, isn't she?" Chu Wen's voice came out stiff like a robot. Gu Dian's eyes instantly went dark, and he let the cat go before standing up. Gu Jian grabbed Chu Wen tightly by both shoulders, his gaze looking like it was ready to tear him apart. "If you dare tell anyone about this, you're dead." Chu Wen honestly said he was only looking for a store. Gu Jian pointed him in the right direction and left, not forgetting to warn him not to touch those kittens. After the dimensional upheaval, humans could use contracts to tame more docile creatures and even obtain miraculous powers from dimensional creatures. Most people no longer cared about Earth's weak, wandering native pets. Unexpectedly, that Gu Jian was the kind of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, like ice cream. Today was another beautiful day in Chu Wen's long losing streak. Even though he died every time he got close and couldn't gather any clues, he was certain that this place and the little Buddha temple contained some mysterious power that could take a person's life in the blink of an eye. It was even more terrifying than those horror phenomena. Just now, Chu Wen had spent several lives trying to get close to the little Buddha temple, but every attempt had gone to waste. Even flying didn't improve things. He had tried every method. Could this really be a dead end? If it was a game, then no matter how hard it was, there had to be a limit. Just like with the skeleton knight and the silver-winged flying ant, Chu Wen had still been able to defeat them. But getting near the little Buddha temple didn't feel like fighting a boss. The more he thought about it, the more it felt like an invisible door was blocking intruders. To enter the little Buddha temple, he needed a key. And right now, aside from that acidic lotus pond, Chu Wen couldn't find any clues nearby. And at the lotus pond, the only thing Chu Wen had obtained was the Heart Zen skill. So he immediately tried it. Both belonged to Buddha City, but Heart Zen didn't increase attack, defense, or speed. Even so, maintaining it still consumed essence energy. In the end, it only had one function. Chu Wen walked all the way down the stairs and successfully reached the gate of the little Buddha temple with his life still intact. He had to praise his own intelligence. But after only taking half a step, the phone screen went black again. His essence energy meter had dropped faster than the stock market, leaving Chu-Wan without the strength to keep living. Out of options, Chu-Wan made a mad dash forward to save time. But in the end, he still withered away and logged out. If running didn't work, then he would use wings. Heart-Zen made Chu-Wan fly even faster. He thought he was about to enter the little Buddha temple, but instead he turned into a dried-up corpse with wings. Maintaining both skills at once made his essence energy drain even faster. It seemed impossible to pass through this area using only level 7 Heart-Zen. It definitely needed a higher level skill. Just then, Li Xian called. Seeing that Chu-Wan had been cooped up in the house all day, he invited him to the Lotus Pond to watch some fun. At the same time, Jing was confronting a tall, red-haired man by the Lotus Pond, while the people around them whispered among themselves that she was the legendary Jing. They said she had already become a legendary expert before even enrolling, so no wonder Senior Yang Lai wanted to use that Buddha Heart Lotus as an enrollment gift. Jing glanced toward the white lotus shyly blooming in the middle of the pond. She had no interest in it, nor did she need any enrollment gift. Before leaving, she even said coldly that with his ability, he wouldn't be able to take down that blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus anyway. Li Xian stood there watching the drama and only now learned that the lotus monster was called the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. It seemed the Yin family already had information on it, so this brat from the Yang family really was trying to suck up to the Yin family. School hadn't even officially started yet, and he'd already come up with a move like this. Even Mian, too, jumped out from nowhere to echo him. Li Xian agreed as well. Although the Yang family had some reputation, they were still far inferior to the Yin family, and in everything they did, they still had to watch the Yin family's expression. There was no way Jing would think much of him. That's right, only Brother Xian. Li Xian immediately covered Mian Tu's mouth. Li Xian had no interest in Jing, and besides, a best friend's little sister wasn't someone you could bully. Seeing Chu-Wan arrive, Li Xian immediately pointed at him and teased. Someone's chasing your little sister. As her brother, aren't you going over to take a look? Chu-Wan was more worried that Jing might knock Yang Lai out with one punch right here. But in the end, he still stayed to watch with Li Xian. Yang Lai was so humiliated that he looked like a wriggling worm, but he still forced down his anger, determined to snatch that blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. Jing only said that he didn't need to make a fool of himself, and that she didn't want it anyway. This guy really was thicker-skinned than reinforced concrete. Even after being rejected by Jing, he still stubbornly insisted on challenging the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. He summoned a legendary creature, the silver-eyed feathered eagle, and not just one, but two. Let's make this quick. Yang Lai's 2 eagles shot toward the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. The blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus spat out a mouthful of fresh blood to attack, but the 2 eagles blocked it at once. Their feathers could resist the blood's corrosive power. Mian too felt that victory was about to fall into Yang Lai's hands. But the experienced Chu-Wan spoke up. It's not that simple. The battle isn't over yet. The 2 eagles used their claws to tear at the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus's sturdy petals. The lotus spread several petals apart, revealing inner petals imprinted with Buddha faces. Its red eyes widened in fury. According to textbook theory, most plant-type dimensional creatures had very weak physical constitutions. But this freakish white lotus had overcome that weakness. Yang Lai infused power into the 2 eagles. He used golden light water, launching one eagle straight at the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. The blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus spat blood and spun in place, creating an extremely tough blood shield. Although Yang Lai was surprised that it even knew how to defend itself, judging from its structure, it seemed it could only defend on 4 sides, while the top remained exposed. So Yang Lai planned to have one eagle pin it down, while the other attacked from above. Chu-Wan seemed to see through his intention. Not wanting him to repeat his own mistake, he shouted, "Be careful, it's a trap." Sure enough, the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus spread the 4 petals that had been hiding its mouth full of fangs, then swallowed one eagle whole, and even burped rudely after the meal. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in shock. Yang Lai had lost one eagle and immediately recalled the remaining one. He walked over to Chu-Wan, suspicion in his eyes. "You already felt from the beginning that I couldn't beat the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus, didn't you? How did you know?" Chu-Wan had no idea how to explain it. Was he supposed to say he'd fallen for the same trick in the game before? Mian too stepped in to show off on Chu-Wan's behalf. What else could it be? Of course he saw through it. Brother Wen took 2nd place in the Guide Prefecture Practical Combat Competition. Yang Lai snorted with laughter, clearly mocking Chu Wan. Mian too didn't understand why he was laughing. If it had been Mian too who lost a legendary creature, he would have wanted to crawl into a hole. Yang Lai was truly irritated by him now, but he aimed his retaliation at Chu Wan instead. Then I'd like to see what brilliant idea this second-place expert has for taking down that monster. Why should we tell you? If Brother Wan made a move, it'd be as easy as flipping his hand. It definitely wouldn't end up as miserable as you. Mian too spoke up for Chu Wan. Even though Chu Wan himself didn't think so, in a situation where someone was targeting him like this, there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Jing jumped out of nowhere and stood in front of Chu Wan. Though he was unwilling to admit it, Chu Wan really hadn't managed to kill the blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus in the game. And the real-life Blood Lotus had even used a skill that had never appeared in the game. Under Jing's sharp gaze, Chu Wan clenched his fists. Young Lai, Seagate, what are you? Afraid now? Looks like all you people can do is talk. Then how about we try it together? That voice belonged to Li Xian. Yang Lai hadn't expected that this notorious playboy young master of the Li family would also show up. Even so, he was very confident. If even the silver-eyed feathered eagles couldn't do it, then relying on these few people was no different from daydreaming. He would sit back and watch what those youngsters could possibly do. Only after they left did Li Xian start scolding Mian too. Why can't you control your mouth? Blaming each other now was useless, since they had already accepted the challenge. They had to discuss a plan. Although Chu Wan hadn't been able to defeat the Blood Lotus in the game, now there were 3 of them, so it should be easier than fighting it alone. Especially since Li Xian also had 2 legendary creatures, so it wasn't like they had no fighting power. But the crucial problem now was how to get into Awakens. Relying on the bone definitely wouldn't work. Once the fight started, Chu Wan wouldn't be able to look after the other 2. Li Xian admitted that ever since the blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus appeared, he had been searching for a companion egg of the flying type, but such things were far too rare. The only thing he had managed to find was a sky snail that could barely fly. Chu Wan was speechless. Just hearing about a flying snail already sounded unreliable. Only then did Mian too speak up. Leave this to me. After that, he summoned a dragon scale turtle. Li Xian had thought Chu Wan's was already rare enough, but he hadn't expected this kid to be hiding an ordinary rank companion egg too. Thanks to it, all 3 of them managed to enter Awakens. Mian too confidently patted his chest. Brother Xian, Brother Wan, just fight without worry. I'll command the dragon scale turtle and support you both. If that's the case, then we're ready too. Chu Wan summoned his legendary creature, and Li Xian was no less impressive. Everyone stared wide-eyed as yet another legendary creature appeared. Was this really that debauched young master of the Li family? Yang Lai stood there grinding his teeth in resentment, thinking that if he had the Li and in family's resources, things would have been different. Even so, the sky snail Li Xian was using kept wobbling, because its flying ability wasn't agile at all. Chu Wan asked Mian too to keep an eye on Li Xian and make sure he didn't fall into the water. Then the 2 of them advanced together. The bow and ant would break through all of the opponent's defenses. Li Xian slashed down hard. The Lotus Heart resisted, but not by much. The 2 of them fought in perfect coordination, slicing through the center of the Lotus Heart. The finishing blow was the bone ant's bone spike. However, the Lotus used the same old move again, trying to lure the 2 of them into attacking from above. Looking cool with sword in hand, Li Xian declared, then we'll just deal with it head-on. Seeing its plan had failed, the Lotus opened its petals to absorb the enemy's attack. Taking the chance, Li Xian struck down with a finishing blow, then began to free fall. Unexpectedly, there was still a toad hidden inside the Lotus, and it exhaled a blast toward Li Xian. Li Xian had to hurriedly use Great Strength Divine Fist to avoid the damage. Chu Wan told Mian too to catch Li Xian quickly, while he himself rushed straight at that toad. The toad exhaled another blast, but Chu Wan dodged it with ease. The toad froze on the spot. Oh no, it was done for. In 1 minute and 30 seconds, it was sent to meet its ancestors. But when Chu Wan turned back, a terrifying scene was unfolding. Li Xian was about to fall into Awakens, while Mian too was still standing there, just watching. That nasty fellow looked at Li Xian with undisguised malice. Don't blame me. And Jing was just about to make a move when, fortunately, Chu Wan managed to grab Li Xian's hand and pull him up. Once again, Chu Wan had saved his life. Mian too couldn't believe that Chu Wan had still been hiding a flying companion beast like that. Zhu Wen Sai, first you caused this fight, then you loudly declare that you'd support us. None of this is like you at all. Li Xian showed no mercy and punched that bastard directly. Your acting was terrible. Li Xian demanded to know why he had done it. Li Xian, the people around you were all bought over long ago by your second brother, Li Xiaobai. You can't beat him. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well die together. As soon as he said that, the ground began to tremble and crack apart before sinking into the water. But Jing created a circle that saved the two of them. After leaving the Sunset Academy investigation room, Li Xian couldn't help feeling gloomy and blaming himself. Am I really that useless? One after another, the people around me all want to kill me. Chuan was curious just how much hatred there was between this young man and his second brother, for him to scheme in every possible way just to take his own younger brother's life. After eldest brother died, Li Xian and Li Xiaobai should no longer have had anything to do with each other. Li Xiaobai and the old man discussed the major affairs of the family, and the two sides no longer affected each other. Even though there was no longer any struggle for power, Li Xian was still being hunted down relentlessly by him. But in truth, Li Xiaobai was far from trying to kill Li Xian over something so simple. So what was the reason? Chuan couldn't help being curious. Li Xian stopped walking and let out a sigh. Come on, this isn't a good place to talk. Then the two of them had a late-night heart-to-heart in Chuan's dorm room over cans of alcohol. As he drank, Li Xian said, Chuan, you probably know the gap between creature ranks. Mortal, legendary, epic, even mythical. The higher the rank, the greater the gap between each level above and below, until it becomes an uncrossable boundary. With a gap like that, how do you think humans managed to kill the first mythical creature? Chuan still didn't understand the point. Why are you bringing this up? Isn't it all written in the books? After 3 days and 3 nights, the Federation's first 6 epic heroes finally. Li Xian quickly cut him off. That's nonsense. Faced with the highest boundary of power, forget 6 epics. Even 100 of them wouldn't be qualified. The real reason the 6 heroes were able to defeat a mythical creature was because they too had mythical rank creatures. Chuan began to feel confused. In his view, that made no sense. If they couldn't kill a mythical creature, then how could they obtain a mythical companion beast? A divine gift. Someone gave the 6 heroes the key to killing a mythical creature. That sounded even more absurd to Chuan. How could such a baseless story even count as a legend? The truth is, the Federation established its highest level department to manage matters related to the 6 heroes. Most people just don't know it. That department's purpose is to arrange for special people to gain the same qualifications as the 6 heroes. Chuan thought to himself that divine gifts really did exist. But why was Li Xian telling him all this? Suddenly, Chuan seemed to realize something. Just as he suspected, the old man had designated Li Xian as the Li family's first successor candidate for the divine gift. If Li Xiaobai wanted to seize that qualification, there was only one way: get rid of Li Xian. After Li Xian fell asleep in a drunken stupor, Chuan sat there quietly thinking over everything Li Xian had said earlier. You need to be careful. You've ruined second brother's plans again and again. There's a good chance he's already noticed you. Judging by the situation, Chuan would have to become stronger as soon as possible too. In the game, the silver-winged flying ant was in a state of hunger, and the system reminded him to feed it in time. Chuan's wallet ached terribly. Even a companion egg already cost quite a bit of money. But if he wanted the flying ant to mature, he had no choice but to feed it. Since there was no other way, he could only run a few more dungeons. Outside the game, everyone was gathered around re-watching the video of the previous battle with the lotus. All eyes were on the 3 legendary creatures. I heard Li Xian is still only at the mortal stage, yet he already has a legendary creature. Another person said, actually, that guy Chuan was pretty helpful too. His reactions were quite agile. What a pity though. If his teammate hadn't suddenly caused trouble, they might really have destroyed the Lotus Heart. Meanwhile, the girls were extremely excited by how handsome Li Xian looked in the video. They giggled among themselves and wanted to see him in person. The whole group turned to Wei Yang and said, when are you going to take us to meet that little brother of yours? Wei Yang stopped at Chuan's image and smiled awkwardly. This video had also appeared within the Federation's Special Investigation Unit. Chuan had dodged the poisonous water toad's attack in an instant, then killed it cleanly with a single strike. It was very difficult for a human to reach that level using only their own physical abilities, yet there were no signs that he had used any essence energy in those movements. List asserted that Chuan must have cultivated an extraordinary essence energy art, but according to their intelligence, he had been cultivating bitter Zen. That broken thing couldn't possibly provide such explosive power. At least, that had been true back in Guide Prefecture. Although that man had only glimpsed it once that night, he was probably not mistaken. The jade-like sheen on Chu Wen's skin was a hallmark of bitter Zen cultivation, and that hallmark had now completely disappeared. He believed Chu Wen had practiced bitter Zen for several years, so the one who had changed him could only be the infamily or Jing Daoxian. The influence of the bewitching Immortal Sutra on Xiao Siyuan was growing weaker and weaker. A few days ago, Chuan had just met his stepmother. Even if Ouyang Lan had given him an essence energy art, Chuan wouldn't have had time to master it. That meant the infamily could be ruled out, leaving only Jing Daoxian. He then ordered List to casually pin the charge of being Jing Daoxian's accomplice on Chu Wan and directly submit an application for an inter-district arrest warrant. They had to pry something out of Chu Wan no matter what. She immediately obeyed. Chu Wan, just wait until you get here. I'll definitely give you a proper welcome. She was worried that if Chu Wan was inside the academy, the infamily might step in to protect him. Xiao Siyuan told her not to worry. Once they had an inter-district arrest warrant under Federation law, the infamily would have no reason to shield Chu Wan. What's more, in Tianzhua and in Jing had both made things difficult for Chu Wan before, proving they had not given up the qualification to compete for the divine gift. It was uncertain whether they would even want to protect him. On the other side, and Jing stood silently in front of a door. She had argued with her mother, insisting that Chu Wan was not qualified to compete for the divine gift in her place. Even if he had astonishing talent, a person's achievements could never rely on talent alone. Besides, after suffering only a slight setback, Chu Wan had already let himself sink into gaming. However, her mother had already made her decision, and there was no need to discuss it any further. And Jing was unwilling to accept it. She insisted that she would prove to her mother that she was better than Chu Wan. Before Jing could knock on the door, Chu Wan had already opened it, appearing with his head buried in the game. Chu Wan was very surprised that Jing was actually here. Chu Wan, the sun shooting art is real. You can cultivate it without worry. Chu Wan hesitated a little. Why bring up the sun shooting art now? After learning the Mi Tien Sutra, even if he wanted to learn it, it would be useless. Seeing that Chu Wan did not respond, she continued, You still don't believe me? Show the USB to Uncle Phone. He'll help you verify whether it's real or fake. Chu Wan let out a sigh and asked, And Jing, why exactly are you giving me the sun shooting art? And Jing answered decisively, Of course it's to prove that I'm better than you. You're still unwilling to accept losing to me back in high school, aren't you? But Chu Wan denied it. On the contrary, he admired her greatly. That only made Jing even more annoyed. I beat you in front of so many people. Don't you want revenge at all? I saw your strength at Lotus Pond too. If you cultivate the sun shooting art, breaking through to legendary in 3 months definitely won't be a problem. I'll wait for you. When the time comes, we'll compete again. Yet Chu Wan immediately raised his hand in surrender, but Jing insisted that he had to fight. Looking at this guy's expression and attitude, she had no idea why her mother thought so highly of him. In any case, if Chu Wan needed any kind of essence energy crystal during cultivation, he just had to tell her. No need to be polite. She said she would not go easy on him like last time. Then she left, leaving Chu Wan standing there in a daze. Breaking through to legendary at 13, the genius girl acknowledged by the Federation. He really could not understand why Jing would bother competing with an ordinary mortal level person like him. It made no sense at all. Still, he had to go throw out the bags of trash Li Xian had left behind. In the game, the flying ant and Chu Wan had successfully obtained the companion egg of the Buddha Heart Lotus. Earlier, Li Xian had said that the simulated heart of the Buddha Heart Lotus was useful, but the system kept reporting. The silver-winged flying ant larva is suffering from severe hunger. Please feed it immediately. Time remaining, 12 hours, 50 minutes, 15 seconds. For now, he could only feed it first. He was really looking forward to seeing whether the ant would grow a bit after eating. But the result was disappointing. It was still just as tiny as before. This thing had already eaten 2 mortal-level eggs, yet it was still in its larval state. Was it because mortal-level eggs had only limited upgrading effects on legendary creatures? But legendary-level eggs were not that easy to get. Even something like the Skeletal Knight, fighting it desperately and killing it, would cost who knew how much effort. Lying on the bed, Chu Wan thought about it with a headache. And Jing's side was troublesome too. Of course, he wanted to rise another legendary rank within 3 months. But with the Mi Tien Sutra, there was simply no way for him to cultivate the sun shooting art, and he had no idea how the Mi Tien Sutra's advancement worked. While he was still thinking, there was a knock at the door. The person who came was Gao Yang. He said he had come on purpose to apologize for what happened earlier with his junior brother. Who knew what this guy actually wanted now? We can count as no discord, no concord, right? I think I should apologize for what happened before with my junior. Let's wipe out the grudges between us. What do you think? He reached out, wanted to shake hands and make peace with Chu-Wen. But Chu-Wen coldly shut the door. Let's leave it at that. I'm going back to gaming. In truth, however, Gao Yang had come to find him for another matter. Gao Yang brought Chu-Wen to meet Haifeng. Without saying much, they simply took him away. Chu-Wen calmly said, if you want to fight, just say it directly. There's no need to play these tricks. Haifeng had to admit that Chu-Wen's calmness was a bit unusual. As expected, he had not misjudged him. He then introduced himself as Hui Haifeng. He wanted to invite Chu-Wen to join his team and defeat the Blood Pattern Buddha Heart Lotus together. Chu-Wen wanted to know why it had to be him. Haifeng had carefully studied the video of Chu when facing the Buddha Heart Lotus. Li Xian had performed as usual, but Chu-Wen's command and systematic judgment were the most important part. The entire academy did not lack strong people like Li Xian, but Chu-Wen's ability to observe the overall situation was what truly surprised him. He had predicted where Li Xian would land and dealt with the toad at the perfect moment. If the third teammate had not run into trouble, he was sure the two of them would still have been more than enough to smash the Lotus platform's core. Chu-Wen would not even need to risk entering Lotus Pond like last time. He would only need to command Haifeng's group in controlling their companion beasts. But Chu-Wen was not interested. Rather than command a bunch of arrogant upperclassmen, he would rather focus on attacking the boss in the game. In any case, now that he understood Blood Lotus's abilities, defeating it was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Gao Yang hurriedly spoke up. Are you really not going to think about it? Haifeng is one of the school's top legendary experts, and the other two are also legendary level upperclassmen. Going with them will definitely benefit you, not harm you. But Chu-Wen truly had no interest. Gao Yang began to get irritated. If Hui Haifeng had not asked him, he would never have bothered with Chu-Wen. Haifeng then stopped Chu-Wen. Don't refuse so quickly. Name your condition. I'll fulfill it. And Chu-Wen's condition was a legendary companion egg. Gao Yang's face turned green when he heard Chu-Wen say it. Chu-Wen said that if they wanted him to join the team, then he needed a legendary companion egg. Gao Yang grabbed his collar and shouted, "You're really pushing your luck. You don't even need to risk yourself. You're just giving commands. And you still want a legendary companion egg? Whether you give it or not is your business. I'm only stating my requirement." Only then did Haifeng step in. Do you have any requirement for the type? No requirements at all, because Chu-Wen was going to use it as food anyway. Haifeng immediately tossed him an egg. He had unexpectedly gotten a legendary companion egg, just like that. With that, both sides sealed the deal. Gao Yang still could not believe Haifeng had handed over a legendary egg to Chu-Wen so easily. Could he really trust that kid that much? Haifeng could not explain it either, but during the last battle, he had sensed something different about Chu-Wen, as though he was already very familiar with fighting the Blood Lotus. In the end, he treated it as buying insurance. After that, Chu-Wen summoned the silver-winged flying ant and fed it the egg he had just obtained. The larval ant began to evolve. The flying ant had finally matured, and unexpectedly, it had even fused the traits of the poison fire bee. Chu-Wen hurriedly checked its information panel. Could it be that because both were insect type, a mutation had occurred? Silver-winged flying ant, legendary rank, adult. Legendary fate, king of low flight. Strength, 17. Speed, 20. Constitution, 16. Essence energy, 19. Innate skills, flashing silver wings, demon light needle. Companion form, wings. Chu-Wen could not believe his eyes. Damn, what exactly had happened here? Its speed and essence energy had practically broken through to the limit of legendary creatures. Suddenly, his attention focused on the innate skill Demon Light Needle. Demon Light Needle, long-range attack. Fires a long needle with extremely high energy and speed that can pierce through enemies. This was truly too good. This move could absolutely deal with the Blood Pattern Buddha Heart Lotus. A drop of blood fell onto the screen. Chu-Wen ordered the silver-winged flying ant to charge forward and deal with the lotus. With its agile speed, the flying ant dodged all the damage and nearly drove its sharp claws straight into the enemy's eye. But the lotus dove back into the water in time. Then Then it suddenly surged up again, trying to trap the flying ant inside its body, but failed. The flying ant used flashing silver wings to dash at the lotus at high speed, but it raised its shield in time. However, the shield was useless anyway. Flashing silver wings actually sliced the shield in half. Seeing that, the poisonous water toad also made its move. But the ant only needed to dart this way and dodge that way to evade it effortlessly, then launched poison from the poison fire bee's tail toward the toad. At that moment, the ground began to crack apart. A purple aura wrapped around everything. The explosion was enormous. Demon Light Needle shouldn't have been that powerful. Could it be that the blood pattern Buddha heart lotus could self-destruct before dying? In the current situation, even if any item dropped, it would just fall into the water. Even so, the silver-winged flying ant successfully brought back a dimensional crystal for Chu-1. He was thrilled. He had not expected it to bring back this thing. Maybe the Buddha Heart Lotus's essence energy skill was the real key to entering Little Buddha Temple. Chu-1 began absorbing it, and his whole body turned burning hot, veins bulging all over him. The system reported, Blood Pattern Buddha Heart Lotus Dimensional Crystal absorbed. Original skill, Heart Zen. Upgraded to higher skill, Blood Zen. After everything was done and the flames were extinguished, his entire body was soaked through. He had actually thought he was about to be roasted into a strip of dried meat. Blood Zen wrapped itself around Chu-1's body. As expected, Blood Zen consumed essence energy more slowly than Heart Zen. Maintaining it for half an hour probably would not be a problem. That meant he could now explore Little Buddha Temple much more easily. Scene change, the instance underground Buddha City. The effect of Blood Zen was similar to that of Heart Zen. Both could resist the power of this area. Thanks to that, Chu-1 was able to walk in here with complete ease. At last, he had reached Little Buddha Temple. He wondered whether there might be some powerful dimensional creature inside. But rather than speculate, it was better to go in and confirm it himself. Strange enough, there was not a single dimensional creature here. Chu-1 suddenly noticed a stone tablet carved with text. It seemed to be the Lesser Prajnaparamita Sutra. The Great Prajnaparamita Sutra, on the other hand, he did know. It was said to have been awakened by a monk during a dimensional incident. Now, it was one of the epic-ranked essence energy arts of the two famous major Buddhist families. So what exactly could this Lesser Prajnaparamita Sutra be? While he was still thinking, the words on the stone tablet suddenly began rotating in circles. Along with it came a sound that made Chu-1's head ache. What kind of evil thing was this? The dimensional crystal inside his body suddenly lit up, and the oppressive feeling disappeared. Just now, the flow of the Mi-Tien Sutra had slowed, and then the pressure on his body vanished. When he looked at the text again, he no longer felt any discomfort at all. This only made Chu-1 even more confused. Just what secret was the Mi-Tien Sutra hiding? Looking at his essence energy bar, it had already dropped by half. He had not even entered the Buddha Hall yet, and more than half his energy had already been consumed. He could not waste time here any longer. He decided to go deeper inside. Inside the building was a statue of a three-faced Buddha. Chu-1 did not know Buddhism had such a Buddha. Before he could do anything at all, it was game over. He had died again, just like that. It seemed he needed to follow some sort of rule before he could enter. At this point, Chu-1 truly admired those seniors who had once opened up a whole new world relying on only a single life. Chu-1 thought to himself, even after using Blood Zen, he still could not enter the Buddha Hall, yet there were no dimensional creatures visible inside it either. That meant the way to enter the Buddha Hall could only be related to that stone tablet. That tablet was clearly an essence energy art, but he had already cultivated the Mi-Tien Sutra, so he could not cultivate another essence energy art. Still, forget it. Being able to memorize all the text on it would already be pretty good. Chu-1 tried hard to memorize the words on the stone tablet. Although the text was rather long, it was nowhere near as difficult to remember as the Mi-Tien Sutra. It took some time, but as long as he left Little Buddha Temple before Blood Zen completely exhausted his essence energy, then after his energy recovered, he could come back and continue reading. The sun had already set, and at last he had memorized every word. Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared on Chu-1's body. This circulating form of essence energy was exactly the Lesser Prajnaparamita Sutra he had just memorized. But the strange thing was that Chu-1 had clearly not cultivated this essence energy art. Yet his essence energy was automatically circulating according to the memory, no matter how he thought about it. He could not make sense of it. Some questions would have to wait until after he woke up. Saying that, he pulled pulled up the blanket and went to sleep. In his deep sleep, the text from the stone tablet suddenly appeared over Chu Wen's body. While bathing, he was shocked to see the skin on his body peeling off in patches. Chu Wen immediately thought of the Lesser Prajnaparamita Sutra. He checked his own information. Life rank, mortal. Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Constitution, 11. Essence energy, 10. Essence energy art, Mi Tien Sutra. His essence energy art had not changed, but his constitution had broken through the 10-point limit and risen to 11. Moreover, Chu Wen could clearly feel the Lesser Prajnaparamita Sutra from the stone tablet circulating within him. Could it be that he could still switch the way his essence energy circulated back to the Mi Tien Sutra? That meant he now possessed two different essence energy arts. But there were enormous differences in nature between essence energy arts. Normally, it should have been very difficult for one person to possess two. And the higher and more complex the essence energy art, the harder it should be for them to coexist. At that moment, a call suddenly came in. The person on the other end was High Foam. His group had already arrived at Ausen. Chu Wen had almost forgotten about this. The battle had begun. Chu Wen would be the one directing those people in the use of their companion beasts. Water Nether Lamp, 7 Drums, Heavenly Dog Pearl, Blood Crow. Take advantage of this moment. Don't let that toad incubate the egg. After successfully destroying the egg, he told everyone to retreat at least 20 meters. But one of them disagreed with Chu Wen's command. Why do we have to fall back? Shouldn't we be dealing the final killing blow now? So he ignored Chu Wen's instructions and stood up to handle it himself. He then ordered his companion beast to use Bloodblade Burst Rain, launching killing intent at the enemy, but it was all meaningless. It even caused the Blood Crow to die. Chu Wen was like, I told you already, but you wouldn't listen. The Blood Crow's death is not my responsibility. I'm not compensating you. The man also realized that he had been too impatient. Nearby, 2 people were quietly observing the battle. Zhu Wen, he's a student in teacher Wang Fei's class. He really is quite a good seedling. This kid already knew the Buddha Heart Lotus would self-destruct. That Buddha Heart Lotus in the Western Military District already took the lives of 5 legendary creatures. Since the family siblings are at odds with Chu Wen, they definitely would not have given him that intelligence so easily. Let's just treat it as helping Shaolin. In the future, Wang Fei should look into this kid a little more. Back in the underground Ausen instance, the silver-winged flying ant continued fighting the poisonous water toad. At last, Chu Wen had understood it. The Blood Lotus's attack pattern combined with the flying ant's abilities. That would make defeating the boss go much more smoothly. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had obtained a legendary blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus companion egg. Legendary fate, Azure Lotus touched by water, strength 15, speed 13, constitution 12, essence energy 18, essence energy skill, blood pattern Buddha statue. For a legendary creature, those stats were not bad at all. The Blood Lotus in reality had mastered several essence energy skills, but this one only knew a single skill. Compared to that, it really was not all that impressive. If he refined it, Chu Wen would probably be left half dead at best, and no matter what, he would only get a larval state Buddha Heart Lotus. So he decided to fuse it with the bone ant. However, the compatibility rate was only 1.6. As for fusing it with the silver-winged flying ant, it was only 3. With odds like that, he might as well just say it was impossible to fuse. This system was way too troublesome. Right after that, another notification popped up immediately, asking whether he wanted to use it as food for the silver-winged flying ant. It was clearly no longer hungry, yet he could still feed it. Could it continue growing? Chua decided to press the feed button and try. But unexpectedly, nothing changed at all. He really had no idea what that ant needed to eat in order to keep growing. Chu Wen entered the little Buddha temple once again and kicked the door open as he charged in. By circulating the Lesser Prajnaparamita Sutra, he could safely enter the main hall. Looking at this bizarre Buddha statue from up close only made it even more chilling. Just who exactly was this Buddha statue? Suddenly, one arm of the statue rose, and a magic circle appeared beneath Chu Wen's feet. Could this be some omen of instant death again? But no, what appeared before him was actually a companion egg. Triform King Ming was the name of that Buddha statue. Faithful Buddhist, disciple who walks the mortal world, follow your heart's desire and choose my blessing. A companion egg given away for free out of nowhere. He had never imagined something this good could happen. However, he could not see the egg stats. Since he had not picked it up yet, there was no way to inspect its related attributes. In any case, since he did not know what it was, he decided to take one first. Mythical creature Ting has been confirmed for hatching, even though Chu had not yet pressed confirm. Mythical creatures were beings of terrifying power from dimensional rifts. But the problem was that even a legendary creature had nearly drained him dry before. And this was a mythical creature from legend. Chuan's whole body was suppressed by an invisible force. He trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Could he become the first person in the world to die because of a game? Fortunately, he did not die, but it was obvious that refining a mythical creature seemed to only consume part of his blood and all of his essence energy. A strange creature with a single horn on its head suddenly charged over. This was Ting. A mythical creature capable of shaking heaven and earth was actually this cute. Ting, mortal stage, initial phase. Strength 11, speed 11, constitution 11, essence energy 11. Essence energy skills. Ting, indestructible golden body, evil repelling, 9 extremes. Companion form. Earring. It was a mortal stage creature whose every stat had reached the limit, and it even had 4 abilities. How is something this powerful still called mortal stage? But just now the phone had clearly displayed mythical. Mythical creature Ting has been confirmed for refinement. Chuan wondered what exactly that initial phase meant. Could it also need to grow like the flying ant? In myth, Ting was the white hound of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, able to understand all things in the world. In Journey to the West, it could distinguish the 6-eared macaque when even the gods could not tell the real one from the fake. However, the creature before him did not quite match his imagination. Ting, companion form. Immediately, Chuan could hear every sound from all things around him, even from quite a distance away. His hearing had been amplified many times over. Suddenly, what entered Chuan's ears was in Jing's pained sobbing and groaning. At that moment, he felt like some kind of pervert secretly listening in on a girl, so he thought he should just pretend he had heard nothing. But in Jing's painful moans drew his attention. He immediately went over and knocked on the door to ask if she was all right. This ability really could not be used all the time, or it would be far too troublesome. But now the room suddenly fell silent, and Chuan grew worried that something had really happened. He stepped back and gathered all his strength to break the door down, but it was a security door specially made by the academy. And Jing had no idea how Chuan had hurt her, but she was still determined not to let him see her in such a miserable state. The sound of him trying to break in stopped, and she thought Chuan had already left. But no, he had entered by another way, and Jing was startled. "How did you get in from there?" No one answered, so I thought something had happened to you. He said he would call a doctor, but Jing hurriedly stopped him. She said she only needed to rest for a while. It was just an old illness flaring up. The moment he heard old illness, Chuan immediately thought she was on her period. After he stood there awkwardly for too long, she promptly kicked him out. It seemed the whole thing had just been a misunderstanding. And Jing stood behind the door and slowly slid down to the floor. At home, Chuan put a pot on and boiled red dates and goji berries for her. He wondered if drinking this might help replenish some blood. At that moment, Li Xian called. "Chuan, today's the day the school clubs are recruiting new members. Let's go take a look around." But he had no intention of joining any club. "Then let's start our own club together. I'm planning to found one myself, and Brother Xian here will take you to the next level." Still not interested, playing games by himself leveled him up faster. Seeing how indifferent Chuan was, Li Xian said that most of the academy's assigned missions required forming teams. If the two of them built a team of their own, they would not have to go begging others later. Chuan surely did not want what happened in the high school practical exam to happen again. Hearing that, Chuan finally agreed. But with only the two of them, they probably could not establish a club, which was exactly why they needed to walk around and look. The central square of Sunset Academy was packed with people. Li Xian was there together with his older sister. He asked why Chuan was carrying a bag. It was for the red date and goji berry tea to replenish blood. He offered some to Li Xian, but Li Xian refused. "You're a grown man and you're drinking this stuff? Aren't you afraid it'll be too nourishing?" Wei Yang was here to recruit Chu, went into her Wei Yang club, which had lots of beautiful senior girls in it. Li Xian quickly marked his territory. Hey, old sis, Chu is already mine. Using a honey trap now is way too shameless. Even as he said that, he was practically drooling all over the place. Chu scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I've already agreed to start a new club with Li Xian. Wei Yang did not force him. Then I hope our club can help your new one in the future. If there's a chance, let's do missions together. Of course. Li Xian teased Chu, one for missing the chance to be surrounded by beauties, but Chu had no interest in beautiful girls at all. Quit joking around. Weren't we going to start a club? Why aren't we doing anything yet? If we're any later, all the new students will be snatched up by other clubs. But Li Xian was out of options now too. Freshmen who wanted to establish a new club had to be enrolled for at least 1 month. At the same time, they needed at least 5 members before they could submit an application to the school. For now, the two of them simply were not qualified to found a club. Then why had he come out here? Obviously, to admire the pretty girls. Suddenly, List walked over and called Chu Wen's name. He had not expected to run into her here. By coincidence, the two of them had both taken the exam for Sunset Academy. Li Xian's eyes lit up like car headlights at the sight of beauty. This great beauty was Feng Ruoxi, who had gone to the same high school as Chuan. They had attended the same school, yet Li Xian had no idea because he had rarely gone to class in high school. Li Xian happily stepped forward to greet her. Beauty, Chuan and I are planning to start our own club. Do you want to join us? To his surprise, the girl agreed immediately. But the two of them would still need a month before they could submit the application to establish the club. If she could not wait, there was no need to waste her time waiting. Li Xian scratched his head awkwardly as he said it. But Feng Ruoxi was still willing to wait for them to establish it. After that, she quietly stepped up to Chu Wen and bowed her head in apology. Chu Wen, I'm really sorry about what happened with teaming up for the college entrance exam. If it had been because of me that you couldn't take the exam, then Li Xian guessed that Feng Ruoxi had probably applied to Sunset Academy because of Chu Wen. Chu Wen did not blame her, because no one could have foreseen what happened back then. At that point, the young man beside her hurriedly added, Right. We had no choice at the time. I guarantee nothing like that will ever happen again. Since they were all acquaintances, Li Xian did not bother with formalities either. It was getting late, and they needed to head back and prepare for tomorrow's first practical combat test. Chu Wen was curious. A practical combat test on the very first day of school? Are we going to Buddha City? Of course not. Buddha City is a newly discovered area, and there are too many hidden dangers there. The school would never let freshmen risk going there. Judging by last year's experience, the Academy will choose one of the 4 stable, controlled dimensional zones. As long as you kill one-dimensional creature, you pass. The more you kill, the higher your score. Everyone knew this. Everyone except Chu Wen, who was completely clueless because he did not follow the school's Dimension Forum. The Dimension Forum had been created by the Federation to facilitate and encourage people to share and exchange intelligence on different dimensions. Registering an account did not even require real personal information, whether military personnel or civilians. Anyone could freely post content on the forum. Back at Gai Prefecture High School, very few people had access to complicated dimensional zones, so no one paid much attention to it. He had not expected that at Sunset Academy, everyone communicated through the Dimension Forum. It seemed Chu Wen really needed to properly understand the rules and usage of this forum. Suddenly, a voice broke Chu Wen's train of thought. Are you also a special admissions student in this building? He looked around for a while before finally spotting the petite girl beside him. Chu Wen introduced himself and said he lived on the 2nd floor. The girl cheerfully greeted him. Hi, I'm Wang Lu, a special admissions student who just moved in today. You can call me Little Lu. I live on the 1st floor, so we're neighbors now. Before the girl had even finished speaking, Chu Wen had already disappeared without a trace, leaving the girl standing there in confusion. This neighbor was really strange. After returning home and doing some research, Chu Wen realized something. In essence, the forum was a platform for publicly sharing information with everyone. People at the Academy from all walks of life were used to using it to publish or obtain dimensional information. Chu Wen found it hard to believe that such a large platform did not require real name registration. The Federation apparently did not care whether it obtained intelligence from free agents, outlaws, or even enemies through the forum. Not only that, it also had a generous reward mechanism. By using dimension points generated through the forum, users could exchange for all kinds of resources in the marketplace. And the way to earn dimension points on the forum was simply by posting. One method was through the number of clicks on ordinary posts. But even if a normal post got tens of thousands of views, it would only earn a few dimension points. To get more points, one could choose to publish paid content. The content of paid posts was unrestricted, and the creator could set the price freely. However, because of the anonymous nature of the Dimension Forum, users would not be biased toward paid content just because it came from famous accounts. In addition, the Federation and the academies themselves also published paid guides, and the points required for such guides were relatively cheap. He was wondering what kind of post he should make. After thinking for a while, he finally got an idea. Meanwhile, teacher Wang Fei was drinking tea while looking through new posts from the freshmen. They were all a bunch of pointless nonsense. It looked like she would need to teach these students a lesson. Suddenly, a newly posted thread caught her attention. Guide to the Little Buddha Temple. Price, 20,000 dimension points. She could not believe that this person actually knew about the Little Buddha Temple. The surrounding area had already been designated a restricted zone, and related information had been sealed off. Even most teachers should not have known that name. This was a newly registered account, and on its very first post, it had already put up paid content for 20,000 points. She began to hesitate. Could this be a fake account trying to scam people? But this person knew the name Little Buddha Temple. If it was real, it would definitely reduce casualties among the military searching for clues. After thinking it over, Wang Fei finally pressed the purchase button. The information she received was this. By using the meditation skill from the Buddha Heart Lotus Dimensional Crystal, one could resist the temple's strange power before essence energy was exhausted. The higher the crystal level, the longer it would last. Reminder, absolutely do not enter the Buddha Temple's main hall. Wang Fei was puzzled by meditation. It was such a useless mortal stage essence energy skill that she guessed no one would bother cultivating it. She felt she had been tricked. Meanwhile, in the ancient Imperial City Instance dungeon, the silver-winged flying ant was fighting the skeleton knight. The skeleton knight was caught off guard by the flying ant's sneak attack. Though it struggled hard, it was still killed, and what dropped was a companion egg. Without a second thought, Chu-Wan threw it to the flying ant to eat, but he did not forget to remind it not to just eat all day. It should grow a little too. It seemed that simply killing skeleton knights was not of much help to the flying ant. He figured he probably had to go deeper into the map to search. But strangely enough, the farther in he went, the fewer skeleton soldiers he saw, until there were none at all. Suddenly, a stretch of sandy land appeared before him. This was Yanba Terrace. But why was it here? Yanba, also called Wu Di, was the son of Emperor Ku and a general under the fire god. Yanba Terrace was said to be the place where the fire god observed the stars, and in ancient times it was called the Fire God Terrace. However, historical records said the Fire God Terrace should have been southwest outside the ancient city of Guide. So why had it appeared inside the ancient city in the game? Something suddenly flew over from Yanba Terrace. A firebird-like figure shot straight past Chu-Wan. Then it turned around and attacked. If that was how it was, then he would just fight it. But Chu-Wan's Ashen Candle Commander was pierced clean through by the firebird. He was a little surprised. Could it be because the attack hadn't connected? It had even felt like he was striking empty air. In the end, he was wiped out by that firebird. Chu-Wan downed the rest of his red date and goji tea in one gulp and resolved to try again. Although it wasn't as nimble as the winged ant, because of its traits it couldn't fly directly up to Yanba Terrace, and he couldn't see clearly from below. On top of that, that thing kept pursuing him without end. He had to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Chu-Wan realized something. Earlier, after the winged ant moved away, the firebird had switched to attacking him. The firebird seemed to prioritize attacking whoever was trying to get closest to Yanba Terrace. So he decided to use himself as bait for another round and began unsummoning his companion beast. The firebird attacked the enemy moving toward Yanba Terrace, but was struck by the silver-winged flying ant's demon needle light. It seemed this move was actually effective against the firebird. However, there was still no notification saying the monster had been killed. Chu-Wan ignored it for now and quickly took the chance to head upward and have a look. But unexpectedly, another firebird appeared and blocked his way. Chu-Wan ordered the winged ant to draw its fire and distract the two birds so that he could press forward. He thought this time things would go smoothly, but who would have guessed that countless more firebirds would come down from above to block him? Chu-Wan didn't care. Since he'd already come this far, he at least had to see what was up there. With all his determination and the Ashen Candle Commander, he charged straight into the flock of birds and the blazing flames. Something strange appeared right at the center of the flames. An explosion followed, and at the same moment, it was game over. He had no idea what that thing had been. Come to think of it, this instance was probably modeled after the real ancient city of Guide, but in the game it was called the Ancient Imperial City. There was no kill notification after dealing with the Firebirds, so maybe they were summoned by some kind of essence energy skill. Just this much was already giving him a headache. If the boss they belonged to got summoned too, his head would really explode. There were definitely many secrets hidden in the Fire God platform, but with his current strength, there was no way to investigate them. Just as he was feeling down, a notification popped up saying he had gained 40,000 dimension points. 2 people had actually bought it. This money had come far too easily. At that moment, he suddenly received a message, and it was from Wang Fei. She had been nervously waiting for a reply. Mainly, she wanted to learn more about the little Buddha temple, but she'd been waiting forever without hearing back. The teachers had also tested it themselves, and Zenhart really could resist the mysterious power of the little Buddha temple. However, no one knew the identity of the poster named Poison, or why that person knew such accurate information. Even so, one problem still remained unsolved. The Essence Energy Art Stele at the entrance to the Buddha Hall was the real trouble. Similar objects had also appeared in other dimensional zones. It was said that some people had obtained mysterious powers by cultivating the essence energy art recorded on such steles. But things were not that simple. The Lesser Prajna Sutra on this stele was rather sinister. Some people had voluntarily tried to memorize the inscription, but unfortunately, every one of them had died. There were cultivation requirements for the Lesser Prajna Sutra that no one knew. This teacher reminded Wang Fei that she absolutely had to glean something from that mysterious person. At last, Chu Wen's poison account replied to the message. Although he was a bit cold about it, the girl had asked very politely, yet his answer was blunt. Wang Fei asked him if he knew about the existence of the Lesser Prajna Sutra, and his reply was only a single word, yes. Sure enough, this person seemed to understand the little Buddha temple like the back of his hand. Wang Fei continued probing. Do you know how to cultivate the Lesser Prajna Sutra? I'm willing to pay a high price for this information. Chu Wen didn't know the cultivation method, but the first time he saw the little Buddha temple's stone inscription, his head had felt like it was splitting open, and he had nearly lost consciousness. At the time, what had helped him relieve the pain was the bewitching Immortal Sutra. In the end, he decided not to reveal this information to the person on the other end and directly deleted the message. The next morning, Chu Wen met Li Xian again. Li Xian was shocked by how haggard Chu Wen looked, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda. He reminded his friend to restrain himself a little and not to reward himself too excessively. The whole night before had been wasted increasing his vitality and trying to push into the depths of the ant cave. Although the flying ant, after becoming stronger, could contend with the black ants, with only the skeletal ant and Chu Wen himself at the mortal stage, he was like a sheet of paper in an ant swarm. Even if there were items, he wouldn't be able to pick them up. Teacher Wang Fei walked into the classroom to the admiration of all the students. She introduced herself as Wang Fei, Wang as in kingdom, Fei as in noble consort, and the circles under her eyes were no better than Chu Wen's either. She had also spent the entire night waiting for a reply from that mysterious person. Li Xian quickly piped up, "Teacher, whose consort are you? Would you consider me? Of course, if you can graduate under me." She then announced the entrance assessment. Within 10 days, the students were to form teams of up to 4 people and kill a demonized general at Hulao Pass. The battle time limit was 1 minute and 30 seconds. Any student who failed the test would be expelled. Everyone started complaining that the mission was beyond them. They were only at the mortal stage. The teacher remained cold. As long as you're willing to work hard, 10 days is enough. From now on, I will open access to Hulao Pass for all of you for the next 10 days. I hope that after this exam is over, I'll still be able to see you sitting here. Li Xian also had some thoughts about the demonized general of Hulao Pass. Only Chu Wen didn't know whether that thing was really so hard to fight. Hulao Pass was the remains of an ancient battlefield, so the dimensional creatures inside were very strong. The demonized general ranked in the upper middle tier among legendary creatures. It was said that some special demonized generals even reached the peak of the legendary stage. It was clear enough that freshmen like the two of them were all only at the mortal stage, so this really was considered too difficult. Chu Wen, however, didn't complain at all. Since that was the case, he'd just accept it. Better to go take a look at Hulao Pass first. Using the special entrance exam from 2 years ago to test ordinary students really didn't seem very appropriate. But Wang Fei was very confident. She had already posted detailed information on the demonized general on the Dimension Forum. As long as the students were willing to study it, killing a demonized general wasn't actually difficult. Of course, she wasn't really trying to force the students to drop out. In the end, she simply wanted to break their arrogance. After all, the battlefields they would face in the future would be far worse than this. Chu Wen and Li Xian also passed through and entered Hulao Pass. A great many demonized soldiers appear below them. Li Xian wanted the two of them to go deeper inside to see whether they could run into a demonized general. Chu Wen only reminded him lightly, "Stop joking around with your life. I don't understand this place. I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you every time." He was going to stay nearby first and assess the situation. If Buddha City and the ancient city had dungeons in the phone game, then this place probably did too. No sooner had he said it than he saw the familiar icon. Meanwhile, Li Xian was still feeling bored as he watched two mortal stage guys deal with demonized soldiers. It felt like they weren't all that strong. Maybe Chu would have been too cautious. Even if something went wrong, couldn't they just run away immediately? Suddenly, Chu Wen came back with a bright smile and said, "Let's get out of here." Seeing that expression on his face, Li Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But when he asked, Chu Wen didn't say why he was in such a good mood. The reason Chu Wen was so delighted was that he could finally play a new dungeon. All the strategy guides had been posted on the forum in great detail. It seemed Teacher Wang wasn't actually making things hard for the students. But the note at the very end read, "This guide only applies to ordinary demonized generals. Please stay away from special individuals with inscriptions carved on their bodies." Chu Wen thought about it. Li Xian had mentioned special demonized generals before. But whatever, now that he'd read the information, he might as well go straight into the game and take a look. Chu Wen appeared on the walls of Hulao Pass, then jumped down with a confident smile. With a single punch, he sent 4 demonized soldiers flying. Although the physical attributes of the demonized soldiers were stronger than those of advanced creatures, they were still ultimately only at the mortal stage, so defeating them was easy. Suddenly, 2 of them leaped up to ambush him. But before they could do anything, they were sliced in half by the silver-winged flying ant. Then man and beast charged forward together and easily cleaned up everything in their way. He wondered whether he might run into one of those demonized generals with mysterious inscriptions. At that moment, a demonized general appeared. On top of its head was the character Bu. It seemed this was exactly the inscribed demonized general Teacher Wang had mentioned. Both sides prepared to fight. The flying ant easily dodged the enemy's attack, then circled around his body. The demonized general took damage and grew enraged. Being hit again and again, he lost his calm and kept striking wildly at the ant. But the flying ant was, after all, an ant that could fly. Hitting it wasn't nearly that easy. The demonized general leaped up, seemingly wanting to attack from a distance, but how could that possibly work? A purple sphere was suddenly summoned. Unexpectedly, the flying ant was instantly dragged over to it. Chu Wen had no idea what that essence energy skill was. The flying ant was defeated, and at the same moment Chu Wen was run clean through by a spear. The flying ant's attributes, especially its speed, were already top tier among legendary creatures, yet had still been defeated by that demonized general. It looked like that demonized general had already reached the peak of the legendary stage. Chu Wen revived and resolved to try once more. The demonized general from the previous round had disappeared. At that moment, the demonized soldiers also noticed Chu Wen's presence. It seemed the inscribed demonized generals were refreshed at random. This time he wasn't so lucky and only encountered an ordinary demonized general without any inscription. Chu Wen summoned the flying ant, and after a few quick strikes, it had already disposed of the demonized general. Though both were legendary monsters, an ordinary demonized general was indeed far inferior to one with inscriptions. A level 15 essence energy crystal dropped from its corpse. Unfortunately, Chu Wen's attributes had already reached their limit, so even if he absorbed it, they wouldn't increase further. This time, with no inscribed demonized general blocking the way, it was much easier to advance deeper inside. After a few steps, an area resembling Hulao Pass proper appeared ahead. Along the way, he didn't encounter any enemies that were hard to handle. Chu Wen hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight into the middle of his chest. He had no idea who had just tried to assassinate him. He revived once again. He hadn't seen the trajectory of the arrow at all just now. Judging from the sound alone, it seemed to have been fired from inside Hulao Pass. If that was the case, then his only option was to charge in at top speed. Chu used Silver Wing's flash to fly at extreme speed, but he was still taken out by another arrow. Even Silver Wing's flash speed couldn't dodge it. At this point, he needed to investigate Hulao Pass's materials more thoroughly first. There was indeed plenty of information about Hulao Pass, but information about what lay inside Hulao Pass was almost non-existent. An epic-level team had once tried entering the interior, but none of them ever came back. Therefore, the area within 5 miles inside Hulao Pass was considered a forbidden zone, and ordinary students and teachers were strictly forbidden from entering. There was also almost no information on the inscribed demonized generals. The only thing known was that exceptionally powerful demonized generals occasionally appeared in Hulao Pass. It seemed he'd have to investigate himself. At that moment, Ting Ting manifested and put on a show because its master hadn't fed it. Once the dungeon updated again, he'd have to return to the Imperial City dungeon to get companion eggs for it to eat. As Chu spoke, he teased it playfully. "For your sake, I almost died too, and now I even have to work overtime finding food for you. This really feels like being a father." Ting Ting seemed to understand everything the old man said and immediately bit down on Chu's hand. At Hulao Pass, the other students were still fighting hard against the demonized soldiers. Several days had already passed, and the other students had all begun to taste hardship. Meanwhile, aside from the first day, Chu's group had not returned to Hulao Pass once. At the same time, Chu had just gotten another dimension crystal. He really hadn't expected the drop rate for skill crystals to be so low. Several companion eggs had already dropped instead. Chu immediately absorbed it, and a red glow wrapped around him. Dense red veins spread over his body. This was because his body stat had already reached 11, so absorbing it didn't produce any intense sensation. Thus, Chu learned the skill Ninefold Lotus Buddha Body. He didn't know whether it was a defensive skill or something else, so he decided to test it directly. What he hadn't expected was that it consumed essence energy very quickly. This skill continuously drained essence energy, so it couldn't be used for long periods. If he wanted to know how strong its defense was, he only had to enter the game to find out. Lotus Buddha Body could completely nullify all attacks from demonized soldiers. But the demonized general's essence energy skill could break through Lotus Buddha Body. Even so, its power would be greatly weakened. In the end, he tried to see whether it could block that arrow, but the result was still instant death. Lotus Buddha Body was a legendary essence energy skill, yet in front of that arrow it was like paper. It seemed the one who shot the arrow was at least above the legendary stage. With Chu's current strength, it was better not to go near for now. When Chu revived once more, he happened to run into another inscribed demonized general, but this one was different from the last. Meanwhile, Chief Chiao Siyuan had already received word that List had arrived at Sunset Academy. The cross-region arrest warrant was also in hand. They could begin the operation. Under no circumstances were they to alert the family, and they had to capture Chu as quickly as possible. She immediately obeyed the order. After that, people from the Special Investigation Unit came to the academy to speak with the vice principal. He cautiously asked what exactly his student had done to warrant the Special Investigation Unit personally coming here to take him away. She said they only wanted to ask him a few questions and would absolutely not harm him. The vice principal had long heard of the Special Investigation Unit's reputation. If he simply let her people take Chu away like this, then even if Chu didn't die, he would surely suffer terribly. The vice principal absolutely refused to hand him over, so List signaled her subordinate to produce an inter-district arrest order. And of course, the academy wouldn't dare defy that kind of command. The vice principal had never expected that a single student would require an order of such a high level. Meanwhile, Chu was still fighting the demonized general with all his might. It gripped its spear tightly and spun it in a circle. Chu leaped into the air and used the charging spear technique. The demonized general turned its hand into a blade and slashed straight at its opponent. The moment Chu took the hit, the screen went black. This ability was completely different from the demonized general from before. There had been one with the character Jiao, and earlier one with the character Bu. Could there be special types of inscribed demonized generals too? Right now, Chuwen had no way to face a demonized general with the character Bu. But against one with the character Jiao, maybe he could use silver flash wings to dodge. Thinking back over the battle just now, if he released the fusion, his chances of winning might actually be higher. Not only would the demonized general have to fight 1 against 2, it might also expose more openings. Besides, in companion form, he couldn't use demonic light needle at all. It really was a terrible trade-off. Just then, there was a knock at the door. He had no idea who would come looking for him at a time like this. Chuwen went out and opened the door, only to see a man in a hat that covered half his face. "You're Chuwen, right? Please come with me to the principal's office." Standing in the corridor, and Jing looked down and saw Chuwen being led away by a strange man. The farther they went, the fewer people there were around them. Chuwen stopped and said, "If we go any farther, we'll be outside the academy. This isn't the way to the principal's office." At that moment, the figure of a girl appeared. Without a word, List rushed forward and drove a hard punch into Chuwen's stomach, making him cough up blood and collapse to his knees in pain. The red-haired woman confidently declared that she would make him spill every last bit of information about Jing Daoxian. Chuwen insisted that he didn't know any Jing Daoxian. If they wanted to arrest someone, they should at least produce evidence first. The woman hadn't expected him to be able to stand back up. That attack, just now, should have been enough to leave an ordinary person unable to move. As for evidence, we'll talk after we bring you back. Then she ordered the man to take Chuwen away. But Chuwen said, "What if I choose to resist? Then I'll cut off your arms and legs and drag you back. You'd better come quietly." The moment the man grabbed for Chuwen's throat, Chuwen swiftly used silver flash wings to escape. The two of them were stunned when he vanished from sight. This was a flying-type essence energy skill. They quickly agreed that they had to search for their prey at once. He definitely couldn't have gotten far. Chuwen successfully fled into the woods. That woman had apparently already decided that he was Jing Daoxian's accomplice. She didn't even want to hear any explanation. And on top of that, Chuwen's Mieshin Sutra really had been given to him by Jing Daoxian. If he were caught, pinning some made-up crime on him would be as easy as turning over a hand. Before he had run very far, the two were already catching up. Chuwen was struck by a hidden weapon that tore the clothes he had just bought. In the end, he simply ripped them off and ran lighter. But this couldn't go on. Both of them were legendary experts. If he kept running like this, getting caught was only a matter of time. On his phone, the map of the entrance to the underground Buddha city appeared. Maybe that place could help him shake them off. The three of them chased each other all the way down into the underground Buddha city. The red-haired List was furious. If that blind idiot of a guard hadn't stopped them to check identification, they would have captured Chuwen long ago. The subordinate beside her felt that the situation was turning bad. They couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. If the family found out, the whole plan would fall apart. She kept firing killing intent toward Chuwen. He could barely dodge, though it still grazed his body. If he had been even a little slower, he could have lost his life. Those silver wings had just saved him from certain defeat. The woman also recognized those familiar wings. This was definitely a legendary level ability. But Chuwen's current essence energy couldn't hold out much longer. He was utterly exhausted now, panting hard. His destination was right ahead. Chuwen sped up, sprinted forward, and activated Blood Zen to enter. The woman stayed close on his heels. He used every ounce of strength he had left to leap down. Inside was the Forbidden Zone, but that woman feared neither heaven nor earth. She thought that if a mere student dared go in, then what the hell was there to be afraid of? After entering the Forbidden Zone, Chuwen could do nothing but sit there and catch his breath. "Why aren't you running anymore?" "Run? The ones who came here to die are you." The man ignored everything and, following orders, charged straight at Chuwen. Chuwen only needed to point a finger. Bang! The man died before he even knew what happened. Seeing her companion vanish instantly, the woman's face darkened. "What exactly did you do? I already warned you. Do you want to try to?" But strangely enough, even after entering the domain, the woman was completely unaffected. A strange symbol appeared on her forehead, and an angel manifested behind her. So that was it. This area had something unusual about it. No wonder he had run in here. Chuwen also recognized the figure behind her, the headless angel. It was said to have been born from a nun who lost her head at the moment of becoming divine. It came from the western region of the Federation, had an illustrious reputation, and was a famous dimensional creature on the Federation rankings. Although it didn't possess overwhelming attack power, it had an extremely special life providence, Calamity Body, which could ward off all kinds of curses, evil spells, and fiendish influences. It was currently one of the strongest guardian companion beasts. And yet the headless angel had actually become this woman's companion beast. With a sword in each hand, she rushed straight at Chu-1, but he had already prepared his defense. Further inside was the Buddha Hall. If even the Buddha in the hall couldn't deal with this woman, then Chu-1 truly would have no way out. List broke through the suppression, and everything exploded into pieces. Step by step, she advanced toward the silver-winged ant and slashed it several times without mercy. It was simply too hard for a mere mortal stage person to defeat a peak legendary. Covered in wounds, Chu-1 hid behind the Buddha's statue. List had already caught up. It seemed he had no path left to retreat. Had the time finally come to say goodbye to those legs of his that loved running away? Unexpectedly, the moment List stepped into the Buddha Hall, a cracking sound rang out. The Buddha statue's eyes flashed, as if shooting out something that heavily wounded the woman. Lord Ming King truly was incredible. After taking that hit, she had to be seriously injured. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu-1 decided to kill her. He ordered the silver-winged ant to use demonic light needle, but List had already summoned wind worship and escaped. She staggered away step by step, exhausted and struggling, her body covered in wounds. Grinding her teeth in fury, she said, "Just you wait. I'll pin the crime of murdering a Federation officer on you. When that happens, even the infamily won't be able to save you." The moment she finished speaking, a gun barrel was pressed straight against her forehead. It was Antinio's men. She had only just mentioned the infamily, and the infamily had arrived. List stared in shock, unable to understand why Governor was here. And Tianyu looked at her with a razor-sharp gaze. Chasing down a student inside Sunset Academy? Who gave you the nerve? She hurriedly insisted that this operation had been carried out under orders from the Upper Senate, and that even he had no right to interfere. A Sheng, standing beside the governor, reminded List that she only needed to answer what he asked, nothing more. But she still kept shouting. The result for this woman, who didn't know the heights of heaven and depth of earth, was an immediate bullet through her thigh. She had never expected this man to actually dare shoot her. Since she hadn't expected it, he gave her another shot in the other thigh. Do you not understand human language? A Sheng warned that if she kept babbling, he'd blow her head apart next, and Tianyu didn't want to waste words on her anymore. So he ordered his subordinate to deal with her directly and let her superiors come collect the corpse afterward. Only then did List admit that it was Qiao Siyuan who had sent her. Hearing that, Governor immediately ordered a Sheng to stop. He then called Qiao Siyuan and informed him, "I'll give you 5 minutes. If by then I don't see the people who offended my student, they'll be dealt with by gunfire." When the 5 minutes were almost up and a Sheng was preparing to act, Qiao Siyuan came rushing over like a madman. "You idiot List, why did you have to provoke this living Buddha?" He wanted to speak and apologize. If their actions had offended the governor in any way, he asked the governor to be magnanimous. List was the daughter of a senator from the Upper Senate, and she had hated evil since childhood. So after receiving the order, she had acted a little rashly. For the sake of those above, he hoped governor and would show mercy. Although Tianyu already knew, he still deliberately asked, "Those above? Which side would that be? How come I don't know?" The Federation places great importance on the Jing Daoxian incident. Chu-1 is the only lead we currently have, so we only wanted to invite him to assist with the investigation. Governor, you've criticized Chu-1 before as well. I would assume you also know that he has problems. Hearing this, and Tianyu cursed him out on the spot. If Chu-1 has problems, I'll deal with him myself. But dogs and cats like you don't have that right. Still, seeing that Qiao Siyuan's attitude in admitting fault wasn't too bad, he allowed the woman to be taken away. But her cultivation would be crippled. Qiao Siyuan hurriedly tried to plead for her. List comes from a very prestigious family, and Tianyu answered with a single sentence that shut him up immediately. "Do you know why my name isn't Tianyu? Because heaven is on the right, I am on the left, and below us stands little Buddha temple." Chu-1 was still waiting there, afraid that List might bring more people back. He had remained seated for half an hour, yet that madwoman still hadn't returned after all this time. Could it be that she had run away? He thought staying here forever wasn't a solution. He should go back up first and see what was happening. Although the bone ant had been badly injured, fortunately, it had been recalled in time. Now he had to think about what to do afterward. Should he talk it over with Li Xian or not? The moment Chu-1 opened the elevator door, he ran into a Sheng. With great respect, a Sheng said, "Young Master Wen, I've been waiting here for you for a long time." Chu-1 was baffled as to why he was being called Young Master. It turned out Madame Lan had asked the governor to come pick him up. The two of them sat in the car in silence, and Tianyu thought that Chu Wen must hate him deeply. But to Chu Wen, the man just seemed to be talking nonsense. Was he supposed to thank him because he had almost ruined his college entrance exam or something? Still, the man didn't care how Chu Wen saw him. He only reminded him to remember this clearly. And Tianyu had never accepted Chu Wen as a replacement for Jing. Chu Wen wanted a clearer explanation. A replacement? Replacing what? But the man fell silent again. It was infuriating. This guy really ought to go back to kindergarten and learn how to talk to people. At last, Chu Wen and Madame Lan met again. Lan Feng looked at the wounds on his body. How did this little brat end up like this? And of course, Tianyu had already taught those people a lesson. Madame Lan asked Lan Feng to take Chu Wen inside to rest. After that, he applied medicine to Chu Wen's wounds and bandaged them. It felt just like going back to childhood. Let me tell you, your father must be remembering wrong. Back then, he was the one flirting with the pretty girl next door, so he got chased and beaten. Did something like that really happen? Chu Wen then curiously asked what Tianyu had meant in the car when he said Chu Wen would take in Jing's place. At that moment, Madame Lan stepped in and said that it meant the qualification to enter the God-given place. Chu Wen wasn't particularly surprised to hear about the God-given place, because the young master of the Li family had already told him about it. Only then did Chu Wen realize that such an important opportunity had been taken away from Jing. No wonder she had been so upset. And Jing had suffered from a cold illness since childhood. Even though Madame Lan knew her strength was enough for her to take part in the trial, she still didn't want her daughter to face danger again. It was simply a mother's concern. Then why not choose Tianyu? Because he's too strong. There's no need. Besides, your father once said that you're more suitable than Jinger. Lan Feng handed Chu Wen a photo and said, "You also knew Xiaolan's father. You met him back in high school." And the person in the photo was actually the principal. Back in his senior year, the old man had been living in obscurity. Even on Sundays, Chu Wen usually practiced alone at school, and during that time, he often ran into the old principal. Then he heard that the principal had retired early because of poor health. And from that point on, Chu Wen never saw the old principal again. He never would have guessed that Sister Lan was the old principal's daughter. Madame Lan reminded him that he didn't need to feel pressured. He could think about it slowly, and if he didn't want to take the risk, that was fine too. After that, they sent Chu Wen back. From now on, those people wouldn't dare trouble him again. Just then, Li Xian called. A few things had happened at the academy earlier, and it seemed the family had already handled them for him. This guy really did get information fast. As club president, of course he had to keep up with his members' movements, though the club hadn't even been founded yet. After so much had happened, Li Xian reminded Chu Wen to get good rest. Tomorrow, they would go complete the opening assessment. Suddenly, the roar of monsters came from the other end of the line. Li Xian was currently at Hulao Pass. In that case, there was no need to rest at all. Chu Wen was heading over immediately. He had to vent properly today. One would think that after being injured, his combat ability would drop. But unexpectedly, he was even more savage and brutal than when he was healthy. They had already gone this deep and still hadn't run into a single inscribed, demonized general. In fact, when Li Xian arrived, he hadn't seen any either. A strange atmosphere hung over everything. It felt far too quiet compared to normal. Suddenly, a group of people came running over in panic. They screamed in fear, "Run! An inscribed, demonized general is charging this way." The moment they heard about an inscribed, demonized general, the two men's eyes lit up. They planned to go and take a look, but a girl who had stayed behind hurried over to tell Li Xian that Sister Wei Yang had protected the younger students and still hadn't made it out. Li Xian instantly dashed off to rescue the big sister. Chu Wen was very curious which character was inscribed on this demonized general. And Jing, standing behind him, spoke up. "Aren't you going to help your friend? Judging by the way you look, you seem pretty eager to try too." "All right." And Jing, when Sister Lan asked Tianyu to save me, were you the one who told her? She was the one who reported that Chu Wen was in danger, but she didn't want him to know. Over here, Senior Wei Yang was trying her best to shake off her pursuer, but it seemed she wasn't succeeding. A terrifying explosion went off, and an inscribed, demonized general appeared. At last, Li Xian had arrived to lend her a hand, but it looked like his internal organs had nearly exploded from that blast just now. This monster was not easy to deal with. The only option was to hold it off for now and look for a chance to escape. Li Xian began summoning his companion beast to distract the enemy, and then the two of them would run for it together. However, this demonized general only needed a single move to neatly dispose of the legendary creature. It made no sense at all, because both were clearly legendary dimensional creatures. He watched in pain as his white tiger vanished. At this moment, Chu Wen and Jing had also arrived nearby. This was the inscribed, demonized general marked with the character Scissors. If the two of them joined forces, they might just be able to fight it. He turned to Jing and said that if anything dropped, it would belong to her. Let's work together. The demonized general suddenly attacked Li Xian from behind. He had no choice but to turn around, shove Senior Wei Yang away, and take all the damage himself. But since he was the male lead's friend, how could he possibly die that early? Once again, Li Xian was saved by Chu Wen. The number of times his life had been saved kept going up, and who knew how he'd ever repay him in the future. If an item dropped later, just don't fight over it. Even if Chu Wen and Li Xian worked together, they still couldn't take this thing down. But it wasn't just 2 people now, it was 3. And Jing had also agreed to join forces. She used Afterglow of the Setting Sun, aiming straight at the demonized general. As expected of the sun shooting art, who knew what that guy had done to making Jing agree to act, and with a full power move at that. After using that attack, and Jing had also consumed a great deal of vitality. She only wanted to prove to her mother and grandfather that even with a congenital illness, she could still unleash the full power of the sun shooting art. Not long after, the demonized general slowly recovered. Li Xian and Chu Wen fused together. Demonic Light Needle, Mystic Armor Fusion, Great Strength Divine Fist. They couldn't give a chance to recover. While it was badly injured, they had to go all out and finish it off. What followed was a rapid chain of banging and crashing sounds. In the end, that unlucky demonized general finally coughed up a bit of syrup. It created a new move that sent both of them flying, then slowly vanished. It looked like it was trying to run, but by listening carefully, Chu Wen was able to determine that the monster was using horse blood to move quickly underground. Its main target was in Jing. He summoned the silver-winged flying ant in companion form, and Fate's sovereign flew low and fast toward Jing, saving her from death at the last moment. She was clearly shaken, but still acting coy. Even after being rescued, with her face red as a tomato, she still put on a cold front. Even if you hadn't come, I could have dodged. Chu Wen mercilessly threw the young lady aside, so he could deal with the demonized creature himself. He struck it with his ashen palm, and boom, the demonized general was gone. Chu Wen had killed the demonized general and obtained a skill crystal. True to his word, he handed the crystal to Jing. Did this guy not know how valuable it was, giving it away so easily? But Chu Wen hadn't let her help for nothing. He had already said that if anything dropped, it would belong to her. And Jing shyly turned her head away. No need. When all is said and done, you really did save me just now. I have no intention of owing you a favor. But if you think that means you can become my brother, you're badly mistaken. Chu Wen was like, who even cares about that? Senior Wei Yang had recorded the whole scene between the two of them. Even she had to admit that this year's batch of freshmen were truly monsters. Li Xian was already too used to this kind of thing, so he wasn't surprised at all. Chu Wen returned home and began absorbing the dimensional crystal. He successfully absorbed the mutated demonized general. Afterward, he immediately tested it out. Chu Wen had mastered star-slaying saber chi, and with one slash, he cleanly took care of an ordinary demonized general. The power of this move was enormous. He hadn't expected saber chi that drained all his essence energy to be able to directly kill a demonized general. Star-slaying saber chi consumed the essence energy absorbed. It had no rank, and its power was determined by how much essence energy the user poured into the saber force. There was no fixed amount of essence energy consumed. This was the first time he had ever seen an essence energy skill like this. No wonder the inscribed demonized general had been able to instantly kill the legendary Jade Crystal White Tiger. This star-slaying saber chi was truly incredible, but Chu Wen felt it was still better to use it reasonably. Although pouring in all of his essence energy would make it extremely powerful, if he exhausted it all, he would end up in a dangerous situation. He had also tried using star-slaying saber chi on the inscribed demonized general, but it didn't work. Unexpectedly, the saber chi couldn't even do anything to its skin. His essence energy was running dry, and the result was game over. The essence energy skill of the demonized general marked with scissors had no effect on the demonized general marked with fist. It seemed the characters engraved on the demonized general's foreheads really were related to a rock-paper-scissors game. The three types of demonized generals all had their own unique abilities. If he followed the rules of rock-paper-scissors, he could calculate their relationships. Star-slaying Saber Chi now probably had a restraining relationship against the demonized general marked with cloth, but the chances of those specific demonized generals appearing were very low. If something was too troublesome, just skip it and play another dungeon instead. Outside, everyone was discussing the video from Wei Yang's club, and the forums were also in an uproar over it. They thought Chu Wen was only at the mortal stage. So what ability did he have to fight alongside a genius goddess like in Jing? What's more, they couldn't believe that not only had the two of them escaped unscathed, they had even managed to take down an inscribed demonized general at the peak of the legendary rank. Wang Lu, who was nearby, also overheard this conversation. She hadn't expected that strange upstairs neighbor of hers to be that powerful. In the academic affairs office, two teachers were also discussing the students. Teacher Wang Fei's student had not only completed the test, but had even killed an inscribed demonized general. But judging from her expression, she didn't look very happy about it. She had seen everything clearly. Chu Wen's talent really was outstanding, but he had never attended any of the school's self-cultivation classes. These past few days, he had basically been gaming nonstop. She absolutely could not allow her student to degenerate like this and waste his talent. Wang Fei had already prepared a teaching plan at Laojun Mountain. As long as they made use of the power of the mysterious blank stone steel on Laojun Mountain, Chu Wen would definitely be able to get rid of his gaming addiction and focus on study and cultivation. That night, while Chu Wen was fast asleep, he was drawn into a strange dream. He woke up in a place that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. After taking a few cautious steps, he saw the whole city engulfed in raging flames. This was the world of destruction. The military was fighting the monsters with all its might, but it was useless. All around him were screams and cries for help. A strange ring of light appeared behind him, but by the time he turned around, the dream had vanished. Chu Wen woke up drenched in sweat. If what he had just seen was a dream, then it had been far too real. Even now, he could still smell a faint trace of blood. And who exactly was that mysterious figure in the dream? Could this be a side effect of cultivating the bewildering Immortal Sutra? Before, it had only been a feeling, but this time he had personally experienced it. Just what the hell was going on? Could it be that the bewildering Immortal Sutra was beginning to lose control? After all, it was something taken from that old Demon King. Or was the scene in the dream trying to foretell something? His listening ability interrupted Chu Wen's train of thought. It seemed to be hungry, which was why it had come out to bother the old man. Thinking about it further was useless, so he simply pushed everything aside. If it really was a warning sign, then all he could do was become strong enough before disaster struck. Right now, he needed to quickly find a way to advance to the legendary stage. At the East District Dimensional Sea defense line, an alert detected a beast-type creature crossing the defensive line. Visual confirmation obtained. Identified as a West District Dimensional creature named Sea Emperor Serpent. At the Cheesy Mountain Dimensional defense line, a strange creature appeared, holding its own head in its hand. The next day was the assembly day for the students who had successfully completed the entrance trial. Next, everyone would begin their formal courses. There would be no combat training today. Teacher Wang Fei would first take all the students here to Laojun Mountain for meditative cultivation. Among the things there, the worry-free steel, which possessed mysterious power, was the purpose of this trip. The teacher believed everyone would benefit greatly from it. While everyone else was paying close attention, Chu Wen had dark circles under his eyes, was exhausted all over, and could barely keep them open. Li Xian leaned close to his ear and said, "What have you been doing these past few days? Didn't I tell you to show a little restraint? Can your brain stop thinking about such dirty stuff?" In fact, these past few days, he had been constantly searching for a way to advance. As things stood, if he didn't break through the mortal embryo stage, then even absorbing attribute crystals wouldn't increase him any further. At present, only the Lesser Prajna Sutra had pushed one of his attributes to 11. There's also a stone steel on the altar platform. Maybe it too was some mysterious essence energy art that could raise attributes. It was just that after staying up late for several nights, he still hadn't succeeded. It seemed that relying only on the Fae, E to attract firepower wasn't enough. He himself also needed a movement-type essence energy skill. The teacher had to admit that this brat was impressive. He could even sleep while standing. But soon enough, this kind of personality would disappear because right now, a massive disaster was unfolding at Cheesy Mountain. Almost everything had been swallowed by flames. That strange headless creature had killed everyone there. At present, Governor and Ashung had arrived to reinforce the area. Ashung grabbed its red threads and pulled, creating an opening for the governor to strike and shoot through its head. That creature was completely destroyed, and Tianyo's optical illusion disappeared as well. Cheesy Mountain Squad 3 had fought to the last man. Not a single one of them returned. Ashung tried to call out Mu Ye's name, but he had already died. In the end, they were still too late, and Tianyu silently closed his eyes for him so he could rest in peace. There was no time to grieve now. They could not let their sacrifice be in vain. Governor ordered his subordinates to immediately send an engineering team to repair the defense line. The dimensional mutation at Cheesy Mountain was becoming more and more severe, and they had to find its source. They could only hope the East District C region would also be resolved smoothly. Meanwhile, all the students had arrived at Laojun Mountain. In past years, this had only been part of the curriculum for specially selected students. Only Chuwen knew nothing about this place. He was curious whether this place was dangerous, since the teachers had brought a bunch of first-year students here for class. Relax, relax. The Federation calls this place the world without killing. The creatures here will not actively harm humans, and humans also cannot harm any creature here. In a certain sense, this is the safest dimensional domain, but you absolutely must respect the no-killing rule, or there will be karmic retribution. He hadn't expected this blue-haired guy to believe in things like that. Ordinary superstitions wouldn't be written into Federation regulations. In any case, it was best to just obey. Nearby was a white-furred creature, and someone had stuck a pair of ridiculously huge horns on its head. I honestly don't even know what to call it. Chuan was curious about the blank steel over there. Li Xian didn't really know either, but he had heard it was pretty bizarre. It wouldn't kill you, but it knew how to make people unbearably excited, like your energy would never run out. Li Xian teased him. Teacher Wang Fei reminded those two to keep order and quickly get in a line. You lot now receive the cleansing of the worry-free steel. The teacher said this was everyone's task for today. Endure the mysterious power of the worry-free steel for half an hour. Not 1 second more, not half a second less. Timing starts now. Chu Wen sat facing the steel, and he really did feel some warm, mysterious force entering his body. But it seemed to grow hotter and hotter, and not only in temperature. His body also started becoming harder and harder to control, growing hotter and even starting to lose control. His hands clenched tightly, but right after that, the strange sensation disappeared. The bewildering Immortal Sutra began circulating, exactly like what had happened at the Little Buddha Temple. The other students were also enduring it. The worry-free steel really could calm a person's heart, but under its influence for too long, one would become overflowing with vitality, even excessively excited. The teacher hoped that through this, they would transform into diligent students, especially Chu Wen. But the moment she turned her head after saying that, she saw that he had somehow already fallen asleep and was drooling. The time was almost up anyway. If it continued, the power of the worry-free steel might harm the other students. In the end, she announced, "Time's up. Meditation is over." The moment they heard the announcement, all the students simultaneously tore open their clothes. They were practically suffocating from holding it in. Their hands ached, and they desperately wanted to fight someone. The teacher silently looked at Chu Wen. This was the first time she had ever seen a student unaffected by the worry-free steel. Could it be that Chu Wen was so far gone that there was no cure left? He turned to the teacher and said, "Teacher, right now I'm overflowing with energy and terribly uncomfortable. Can I go take a walk or run a marathon or something?" If he was going to act, he had to commit to the act, but even he himself didn't believe what he was saying. The teacher was helpless. "Fine, I'll allow you 3 hours. Gather back at the same place in 3 hours so we can return to school." As Chu Wen wandered around, he checked his own information again. Chu Wen, life stage, mortal embryo. Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Constitution, 11. Essence energy, 11. Essence energy art, bewildering Immortal Sutra. Sure enough, during that meditation, just now, his essence energy had become 11 points, just like what had happened at the Little Buddha Temple. There had to be another place here where an attribute could break past the limit. Moreover, the essence energy flowing through his body now was clearly from 3 different essence energy arts. The worry-free steel was also a type of essence energy art. If that was the case, then Laojun Mountain should also have a place where he could farm mythic eggs or something. While walking and staring at his phone, he accidentally stepped on something furry. Was this a dimensional creature? And judging from the way it looked, its rank was definitely not ordinary. But it didn't even bother paying attention to Chu Wen's presence. He also realized it didn't seem interested in attacking him. That creature was munching on grass quite happily, judging from how much it was enjoying itself. Could what it was eating be some rare spiritual herb? Chu Wen noticed that over there was also a small flowering plant. He used all his strength to yank it up, but it was too tough. Could this be some kind of immortal spiritual herb? Because Chu Wen kept trying to pull up that flower, the creature became angry. And yet being dragged around by it actually helped him pull the flower up. That creature clearly wanted the flower badly too. Chu Wen really wanted to reason with it. After all, he had found it first, but the thing just kept pestering him. So if that was how it wanted to play, then there was only one way, even if it was a little dirty. He stuffed it into his mouth. The creature was so disgusted by the saliva all over it that it turned around and left. If he couldn't beat that goat, then making it sick was the only option. After going a little farther, he arrived at Zhongtian Gate. Before he knew it, he had made his way to the mountainside. The fog here was extremely thick, as though no one had come here for a very long time. Of course, Chu Wen also discovered a dungeon mark here. He had just started feeling delighted at finding something new to play when the white goat from earlier suddenly attacked him. It rammed him straight inside and vanished into the mist. He had been ambushed again, and his waist had almost been broken by that hit. That beast knew Guanshan couldn't make a move, so it shoved Chu Wen here to fend for himself. Suddenly, he saw a lot of leaves and branches sprouting from his hand. Was he about to turn into a plant person? Chu Wen calmed himself and began switching to the mysterious immortal scripture. Immediately after, everything vanished. Just like the little Buddha temple, it seemed that only a specific essence energy art could free one from the influence of this mysterious power. Meanwhile, the white goat was watching his every move. With thick fog all around, Chu Wen had no idea which direction to go. The goat appeared behind him and began appraising the situation. It stamped one hoof, and all the fog completely dispersed. Who would have thought a single claw could directly open up a path? It tried to push him toward it. The town was eerily quiet, and he had no idea whether this was inside a dimensional zone or not. That building looked very similar to the Little Buddha Temple. The plaque above it bore the 3 characters Tai Ching Temple. This place also worshipped Tai Ching, one of the legendary 3 pure ones, Supreme Lord Laozi. He had no idea whether there were talismans here like in the Buddha Hall, but it still felt better not to enter recklessly. That was what he thought, but that damned goat kicked Chu Wen and sent him tumbling inside. Suddenly, a voice rang out through the air. The great Tao is formless and gives birth to heaven and earth. The great Tao is emotionless and sets the sun and moon in motion. The great Tao is nameless and nurtures all things. I know not its name, and so forcefully call it Tao. If the one who has come is a disciple of the Tao, then choose one of my 3 pure ones talismans. 3 talismans appeared before Chu Wen: a jade talisman, a wooden talisman, and a metal talisman. Laojun Mountain was full of towering trees, and June corresponded to wood among the 5 elements. So he chose the wooden talisman. At that moment, Chu Wen's arm was once again forced to hatch something. After it awakened, a circle of green light appeared in front of him. A little green fairy also appeared. This was the plant and fairy, mortal tier, evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Constitution, 11. Essence energy, 11. Innate skill, Tying Wind. Companion form, Fan. Like Ting Ting, all of its base attributes had reached the limit, but it only had a single skill, Tying Wind. He had no idea what kind of ability it was. Better to head back first and study it later. If he stayed gone too long, the teacher would get suspicious. As soon as Chu Wen returned, he was scolded by the teacher. He said he had only been wandering around a bit, but somehow ended up going too far. Li Xian had not expected his buddy to go that far. He had even made friends with the goat. When he turned around, he saw that the goat had somehow followed him back. Looking at the eye-shaped mark on its forehead, there was no mistake. It was that rotten goat. That ill-tempered goat followed Chu Wen all the way home. Left with no choice, he washed the flour clean and begged it to eat it and then get lost. But the goat ignored him completely and didn't care about such little tricks. It had followed him the entire way and now stuck to him without letting up. He had originally thought that going into the game would be a way to get rid of the goat. After returning, he tried entering Laojun Mountain on his phone. He thought it would probably be safe there, just like in reality. Unexpectedly, the moment he went in, he was ambushed and instantly killed by dimensional creatures. The only difference between reality and the game was that in reality, this goat could follow him in his secret realms. It seemed that although this fellow had a terrible personality, it was definitely far more than just a high-level creature. Though he had no idea why it was following him, Chu Wen couldn't do anything about it, so he could only resign himself to raising it. He entered Yanba platform and commanded the plant and fairy to use Tying Wind against the blazing firebird. Tying Wind really could devour that annoying bird. Its extreme cold seemed to have a miraculous restraining effect against the fire god's firebird. The only problem was that the plant and fairy's current essence energy only allowed it to use the skill once. But the power of this Tying Wind was astonishing, and its range was enormous. If used well, although there were many firebirds at the summit, if he could find a way to gather them together, he might be able to wipe them out in one shot. Chu Wen began testing it. He and the flying ant lured the firebirds after them, but unfortunately, they ended up surrounded again. Sure enough, it wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Before he and the flying ant could gather them together, the firebirds would already encircle them. To avoid being surrounded and killed by the firebirds, Chu Wen had no choice but to become quicker and more agile. It looked like it was time to find a suitable movement-type essence energy skill. He opened the forum and searched around, but there was nothing worth seeing. It would be better to go to the library himself and look up relevant information. Suddenly, that pretentious goat demanded organic vegetables costing 999 yuan. Poor as they came, but it sure knew how to enjoy life. Chu Wen went to the library, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find anything suitable. Fish Dragon Transformation and Silver Wing Flash both seemed capable of explosive bursts of speed, but they consumed a huge amount of stamina. It seemed that only the Longmen Flying Apsara art suited him best. The origin of the Flying Apsara art came from the Celestial Maidens in murals. Although it couldn't allow sustained flight, it was light and agile and could be maintained for a long time. Longmen Grottos in Luoyang. He decided to make a trip to Longmen tomorrow. Just as Chu Wen stepped out of the library, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked apart. A gigantic serpent dragon hybrid burst out from some hole underground. Why would a dimensional creature appear in the middle of the city like this? Even a casual strike from it created terrifying destructive power. Chu Wen suspected that this thing was an epic creature. That strange creature was preparing to use an essence energy skill. A man with a wire-like beard gave the order to open fire. Two military helicopters unleashed a continuous barrage. This commander had been pursuing it for a long time. Now, it had nowhere left to run. With just one move, Thunderbomb, the disgusting creature was blasted into minced snake meat. It was said to be a companion beast that had gone berserk and fled because its master had suffered cultivation deviation. The military would handle it. The commander reminded Chu Wen to leave quickly, and to avoid any unnecessary trouble. He told him to keep silent about what had happened. Chu Wen watched the creature just now. It looked nothing like a contracted companion beast. He had only gone out once, yet his whole body was tainted with the smell of blood. When Chu Wen took off his coat, something suddenly fell out. It was a seashell. He had no idea when it had gotten onto him. Suddenly, strands of hair shot out from the shell and tightened around his neck, and another creature crawled out from inside it. It seemed to be trying to escape the notice of the military from earlier, but unfortunately, its pet had not been so lucky. Chu Wen could tell that the one before him was much stronger than that serpent-dragon hybrid. She approached Chu Wen. "Little brother passing by, you've done me a great favor, so I'll reward you by turning you into food in my belly." The moment she finished speaking, she was blasted away by the goat. It clearly still wanted those 999 yuan vegetables. So in this situation, Chu Wen could only promise to buy them. Though injured, the three-headed monster still shouted arrogantly, "I am the queen of the sea demon race. How could I possibly be suppressed by a mere human brat and a goat?" Seeing that the man and goat paid no attention to her words and even wanted to carve her up for loot. She gave up on dignity at this point. Lowering her voice, she negotiated, "I was the one who offended you. If my lord will spare my life, I will offer you the divine formula bestowed by the Father God. The Father God of my race is the primordial deity from your human myths, the God at the head of chaotic creation, the embodiment of primal order, time, and space, the beginning of the world itself. I ran here all the way from the west to obtain the divine formula from among the fiendish creatures. If you spare my life, I will present this divine formula to you." The divine formula was also an essence energy art. One only had to look into the space inside this pearl to sense the power of chaos. Following her instructions, Chu-Wen stared into it, but in truth, it was nothing more than a trap. He had fallen for that woman's bait and was immediately sucked inside. Chu-Wen and the goat were pulled into a strange space. Who would have thought that at his age, he'd still be tricked by a woman? The goat also seemed dazed, as if enchanted. From within the vortex came a beckoning voice. "Come here, my people." Who knew when Chu-Wen had become one of Chaos's people? Let me add a bit more information about Chaos. In Greek mythology, Chaos is mentioned and worshipped as an omnipotent being. It is described as an infinite void, empty, vague, drifting, and wandering through boundless space. Chu-Wen was about to be drawn into that emptiness, but at that very moment, the mysterious immortal scripture began operating on its own. Was he about to become a follower of some ancient god? Outside, the wounds on that woman's body gradually disappeared. Only the bloodline of chaos could control the first order of primal chaos. Chu-Wen would be forever lost within that space. But before she could stay confident for long, Chu-Wen revealed his true colors like some kind of god. Not only was he unaffected by the power of chaos, he even obtained the divine formula. After getting a lump raised on its head, the goat lost control and furiously sent the girl straight to her death, then absorbed her into the eye on its forehead. The sea demon's pearl, having lost the chaos divine formula, immediately turned into a glass sphere. Chu-Wen demanded back the sea demon's spirit from the goat, which had absorbed it on its own. He felt that there was still plenty of space inside, so using it as a storage bag wouldn't be bad. But it seemed that living, conscious beings couldn't be put inside. Keeping his promise, Chu-Wen bought 2 boxes of vegetables for the hot-tempered goat. He said he was going out for a bit, and that the goat should stay home. The moment he said that, he was mercilessly kicked out of his own house. He searched for information about the Longmen Grottos. Sure enough, there was a lot of material about the Longmen Grottos on the forum. The Longmen Grottos stretched for 1 kilometer and contained 50 caves. Inside were more than 100,000 Buddha statues, and most of the caves contained dimensional creatures. The monsters differed from cave to cave. Even though the Longmen Grottos were one of the most thoroughly explored dimensional zones, there were still many mysterious places waiting for humanity to uncover. Chu-Wen hadn't expected there to be so many different caves. If he could find a dungeon marked there, then he'd have something new to play. The problem was that he didn't know which cave had the flying Apsara art. As Chu-Wen went downstairs, he ran straight into Wang Lu. The two greeted each other rather awkwardly. After hearing that Chu-Wen was planning to make a trip to the Longmen Grottos, Wang Lu happily said that she had also been training there recently. So the two decided to go together. As it happened, Wang Lu had previously won a prize in a TV lottery event and gotten herself a very convenient new means of transportation. Chu-Wen guessed it was a bicycle. But no, the convenient vehicle was actually a helicopter. The dimensional caves at the Longmen Grottos were also crowded with people. It was Chu-Wen's first time here, and he hadn't expected the place to be so huge. Nor did he know whether he'd be able to find a dungeon mark here. Wang Lu asked if he had come here for a mission, but Chu-Wen said he had come in search of the Longmen Flying Apsara art. The Longmen Flying Apsara art was a dimensional crystal dropped by Fatian creatures from Lotus Cave, and by coincidence, Wang Lu's target was also a Fatian beast. She happened to be short one teammate, so she proposed a deal. Wang Lu wanted to kill a Fatian beast. If Chu-Wen agreed to help her, then if a flying Apsara art crystal dropped, it would belong to him. Of course he agreed. Skill crystals were among the rarest items there were. How could one expect them to appear just because someone said so? He figured Wang Lu's luck probably couldn't be that good. Not long after, the two entered Lotus Cave in the Longmen Grottos and encountered a legendary Fatian beast. Chu-Wen's task was very simple. Just find a good angle and take pictures of Wang Lu while she was fighting. She used butterfly wings to fly straight toward the beast. It smashed a heavy punch downward, and she rose into the air just in time to dodge it. Then, after a few casual slashes, she successfully brought it down. While working as an amateur photographer, Chuan also discovered a dungeon mark. The Fatian beast dropped a Longmen flying Apsara art crystal after only 1 minute and 5 seconds. It really did appear just like that. Her luck was absurdly good. Who would have thought this girl would get such a rare skill crystal in a single run? 1 minute and 5 seconds was already an extremely small number, but Wang Lu still felt it was too long. At that moment, a man with a wire-like beard came over to chat. "Little Lu, you're here to break my record again." Huh? That had indeed been her plan, but she had failed again. This young man was named Huang Ji, a senior from Sunset Academy. But his record had already been broken by the guy beside him, Feng Shuyan, a specially recruited first-year student at Sunset Academy. Wang Lu said angrily, "Break what record? That guy's legendary life providence is the Fast Blade King. His saber technique is what he's best at. Who would want to compete with him in speed?" Wang Lu said she wanted to go to another cave to improve her mood. Chuan also planned to wander around nearby, while Huang Ji kept shamelessly trailing after the girl. Feng Shuyan stood facing Chuan with a cold, arrogant expression. He said, "I've seen the video of you killing the inscribed, demonized general. I admit, that was impressive. The teacher said you don't focus on your studies. I thought that was false. I didn't expect you'd even have spare time to work as a photographer. What a pity." He turned and walked away, leaving Huang Ji looking embarrassed. "Junior, don't mind him. He's a good person, just a bit arrogant by nature." Still, it had to be said, that guy was really rude. But as it happened, they had all gone out too, so he could accept a new dungeon now. Sure enough, the Longmen Grottos were also a dungeon in the phone. While he was still thinking about it, he spotted a senior sitting by the roadside, hawking his wares. The man was selling legendary stone chelan eggs. Stone chelans had pretty decent stats, and their petrified skin essence skill gave them extremely strong defense, but unfortunately, their attack power was rather weak. However, if a certain rare form hatched from the egg, it would come with the divine skill chelan battle form. Chelan battle form could convert the stone chelan's defense into attack power. A stone chelan, that was top tier among legendary creatures. The price was surprisingly cheap too, only 200,000 dimension points per egg. When a senior tried to sell one to him, Chuan said something so naive that it left the man petrified. "Why would senior think I have that much money? Seeing junior with little Wang Lu, I figured you must be rich. These are all legendary stone chelans. Life Providence, Stone Spirit Beast, Strength 10, Speed 12, Constitution 18, Essence Energy 12, Essence Skill, Petrified Skin." The phone scanned more than a dozen eggs, but all of them only had Petrified Skin as their single skill. Chelan battle form truly was rare. To break through a stone chelan's defense and obtain this many eggs, senior really is amazing. Just then, Wang Lu suddenly appeared from behind him and said, "There's no need to be surprised. Even if he doesn't look the part, senior Huang Ji really was the #1 expert in the academy back then in terms of strength." Huang Ji wanted to give another chelan egg to his little junior, but she refused. She wanted a cuter pet instead. Looking at this scruffy, stubbly guy, Chuan never would have thought he was one of the academy's top experts. If that's the case, the school should be sponsoring him. He shouldn't be short on money. Chuan wondered why he was out here selling things. It turned out Huang Ji was making a game. The moment he heard the word game, Chuan tried out too. But the game was made way too crudely, rough in every way. That was also why he needed money to finish polishing it. The game was built based on reality. The maps and monster distribution were all modeled after dimensional zones he had personally explored. Chuan thought to himself that this was actually much the same as the mysterious phone. If this game was released, then playing on his phone in the future wouldn't make people suspicious anymore. He felt this direction was excellent and would be incredibly useful for all beginners. But unfortunately, he was broke as dirt right now. So poor he wanted to cry. He simply had no money. Once he had money, he would definitely come invest in Huang Ji. Huang Ji was so moved he nearly burst into tears. At last, someone was willing to support his startup plan. And so the two made a promise. They would definitely become partners. Huang Ji brought over the bag of eggs and let Chuan pick one as a gift. Wang Lu quickly volunteered to draw one for him. To everyone's surprise, she picked a chelan battle form egg right away. This girl really was absurdly lucky. When Shuwen got home, he found that the sheep had already eaten 2 whole crates of vegetables and was bloated from it. Shuwen stared silently at the egg. This no longer looked like just a promise. It looked more like a business investment. From now on, he'd have to work hard to make money. This time, he had obtained the flying Apsara art from the Longmen grottos and even gotten a rare stone Qilin battle form egg. But just as he finished speaking, Ting darted in and swallowed it at lightning speed. The price for that egg was 2 huge lumps on its head. Helpless, Shuwen headed into the underground lotus pond. By coincidence, the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus appeared at just the right moment. Perfect. Time to test my new move, Longmen Flying Apsara art. That poisonous water toad started attacking, but the flying Apsara movement was far too nimble. With the slightest effort, he could perform all kinds of evasive maneuvers. After testing enough, he summoned the flying ant to finish the rest. Boom! He obtained a legendary blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. Life Providence, clear lotus in troubled waters. Strength 14, Speed 12, Constitution 17, Essence Energy 12. Innate skills, blood-patterned Buddha form, Lotus Seed Bullet, Poison Water Toad, Buddha Lotus Shield. Those were the 4 skills of the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. But aside from Constitution, everything else was pretty average. So he decided to use the Lotus as fusion material for the mutated skeleton ant with a compatibility rate of 36. Although the chance was only 1 in 3, if he could evolve the badly injured, half-crippled skeleton ant, it would still be worth it. The tiny ant began absorbing it, and Lady Luck smiled on him. Fusion successful. Legendary mutated lotus ant. Life Providence. Clear lotus in troubled waters. Strength 19, Speed 17, Constitution 18, Essence Energy 18, Innate skills, Skeleton Spike, Blood Buddha form, Lotus Seed Bullet, Poison Water Toad, Buddha Lotus Shield, Companion form, Wrist Guard. This was insane. Stats like these already counted as top tier among legendaries, and it had even inherited all the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus's skills. He really wanted to summon it immediately and take a good look, but the skeleton ant was rather large. If it appeared in his room, the whole place might explode. Just in time to test the new dungeon, he could try out the power of the new lotus ant there too. Shuwen entered the Lotus Cave dungeon in the Longmen grottos and sent the lotus ant into battle. It only needed to roar once, and that flying Apsara beast died before it even knew what happened. After that, he tested the power of Skeleton Spike as well. Even Shuwen stood there stunned. This was just way too violent. Then he got another companion egg, a legendary flying Apsara beast, Life Providence, Riding the Wind, Strength 13, Speed 18, Constitution 12, Essence Energy 11, Innate skill, Flying Feather Shred. Other than its speed stat, everything else was trash. So he was going to try fusing again. If he somehow created a flying lotus ant, that would be amazing. But the success rate was far too low, only 0.6. Forget it. It would be more meaningful to feed it to Ting. After eating the egg, Ting also began to evolve. Evolvable legendary Ting. Life Providence, all-seeing and all-hearing. Strength 21, Speed 21, Constitution 21, Essence Energy 21, Innate skills, Listening, Indestructible Golden Body, Evil Banishing, 9 extremes, Companion form, Earring. Mythical creatures truly were extraordinary. Even at only the legendary stage, ordinary legendary creatures were already no match for them. It was just that Shuwen still didn't understand what the Life Providence, all-seeing and all-hearing actually did. In the skill description, it said, use the ears in place of the eyes to observe heaven and earth. But that was still very abstract. So he tried it immediately. As it turned out, the skill let Shuwen see all things with his ears instead of his eyes. With his eyes closed, relying only on hearing, the surrounding situation would appear in his mind. He could even know what was outside without looking through the walls. With his power plus the flying Apsara art, Shuwen was certain he could obtain the Fire God platform now. Time to fight. He ordered the flying ant to charge ahead. The flying ant drew away a flock of firebirds, while Shuwen dealt with the rest himself. Thanks to the Longmen flying Apsara art, it was absurdly easy for him to dodge the firebirds' continuous attacks. Because it allowed flight, the flying Apsara art could keep up with the firebird speed. Shuwen advanced closer and closer to the summit while the flock chased right behind him. Shuwen called the flying ant back, then activated his companion transformation. The silver-winged ant appeared. Next, Plant and Fairy used Lunar Wind. And just like that, he successfully reached the top. Only when he got there did he realize those firebirds were born from the flames on this peak. Chuan decided to use his own essence energy to trigger yet another companion form. He used lunar wind to blow away the flames. 3 words were carved on the stone steel, Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Suddenly, his heart gave a painful throb. Then came an intense sense of agony. Could the Ancient Sovereign Sutra also be cursed? The pain only grew worse and worse. His heart felt as if it were about to split apart. Chuan seemed on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet this time the lost immortal sutra did not move at all. The character carved into his heart was sovereign. After a difficult struggle, his heart finally returned to normal. Although the lost immortal sutra had shown no reaction this time, it seemed he had still successfully learned the sovereign sutra. Unexpectedly, a stone saber appeared inside the furnace cauldron. It seemed this time the reward wasn't a companion beast, but this stone saber. Chuan reached for it, yet he couldn't touch it at all. He tried several more times, but his hand passed right through it every time. He couldn't understand why he couldn't grab it. After spending so much time climbing the tower, he had thought he'd get another mythical pet. But in the end, even this saber turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. Just then, someone pounded on the door. It was the mailman delivering a letter. The letter was from Yuyang Ting, the old principal. Chuan opened it in confusion. Wasn't the old principal out in dimensional beast zones all year round conducting explorations? How did he have time to send a letter like this? Inside was a business card. West Origin Crystal Shop, Qin Shiyuan. Beneath, it was a string of numbers that looked like a phone number. Chuan tried calling it, but the number didn't exist, so it clearly wasn't a phone number. He decided that one day he had to visit this crystal shop in person. At that moment, Li Xian burst in noisily. He had come to deliver good news. Li Xian had broken through to the legendary stage. But Chuan wasn't surprised in the slightest. Li Xian had hurried all the way over just to tell him first, and the least he could have done was act impressed. Li Xian wondered if Chuan didn't understand how important advancing to legendary was. Although the legendary stage was only one level above mortal, it was a crucial turning point in a creature's growth. Once someone broke through to legendary, they would awaken a legendary life providence bound to them forever. Life providence had tremendous uses, and many cultivators even chose their cultivation path based on it. For example, Feng Shuyan, the one they had run into before, had used the fast blade Heavenly King fate of his life providence to break senior Huang Ji's record for the flying monkey. After talking himself nearly hoarse, he finally asked the question Chuan actually cared about. So what life providence did you awaken, Li Xian? His life providence was War God's undying body. Just hearing the name made it sound absurdly powerful. It gave him unlimited vitality and defense. As long as it wasn't an instant kill, any injury on his body could heal on its own. It was practically an immortal body, but while he was busy showing off, he accidentally stepped on the hot-tempered white goat. So the goat immediately rewarded him with a blow. He still looked fine on the surface, completely fine. But just what kind of background did that goat have, that a single strike could break through the defense of someone who had just awakened the War God's undying body? Undying didn't mean painless. It hurt like hell. In the end, the medics had to bring a stretcher and carry him away. Even then, Li Xian didn't forget to remind him, "I'm off, old Chu. With your strength, breaking through definitely won't be hard. As long as you don't just stay cooped up at home. There's no way in this world someone can reach legendary just by staying home all day." Chuan felt a little uneasy. He played games all day, so if he suddenly became this strong, people would definitely get suspicious. It seemed he needed to train in public from time to time, so no one would doubt him. So he went straight to the training room, and the training mode began on normal difficulty. Please hit all launched balls within the allotted time. Training will begin shortly. Please prepare. Chuan planned to finish quickly, show his face, and then go back to gaming. He activated Ting. Now even the slightest movement of the ball launching machine could be clearly sensed in his mind. As long as he could predict the machine's internal adjustments and swing the bat toward the intended point, Chuan could hit the targets with ease again and again. By coincidence, Feng Shuyan also came to the batting room. Curious who had arrived so early, he soon realized it was Chuan. What a perfect chance to show off. He looked down on the machine's launch speed. It was only the normal level, and yet Chuan was even closing his eyes to act cool. Feng Shuyan wanted Chuan to understand the importance of training. He intended to use the gap in their abilities to teach him a lesson and knock some sense into him. So he brought out the secret skill of his fast blade, Heavenly King Fate, planning to smash the ball and dazzle Chuan. but the one left seeing stars was him. Chu Wen's swing was far faster than that arrogant fellow's. He still refused to believe the obvious truth before him, and thought the hit Chu Wen had made just now had to be luck. So he was sure he wouldn't fail on the next ball. But even that speed was still far too slow for Chu Wen. Even with his eyes closed, Chu Wen hit it. Sweat immediately began pouring from Feng Qiuyan's forehead. Why? With the attack speed of my fast blade fate, can I not even touch the ball? There was still one ball left in today's training session, but Chu Wen had already slung the bat over his shoulder and started walking away. Where are you going? There's still one left. The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Wen swung the bat and sent the final ball flying. It was as if he had known all along that the ball would be launched in that direction. He batted with his eyes closed so he wouldn't be affected by vision, using his body to sense the changes around him. Feng Qiuyan's face darkened. Could this be the legendary third eye? From just this brief exchange, he had actually gained such a precious insight. It truly made him ashamed. He blamed himself for judging by appearances and looking down on someone so capable, then realized his own cultivation was far inferior to Chu Wen's. At last, the pitching machine stopped. That meant Chu Wen could finally go home and lie down to play games. But the next thing he knew, some guy was kneeling on the floor, bowing his head and calling him coach. He had no idea what was going on. Chu Wen refused, saying he had no time to be anyone's coach. Feng Qiuyan pleaded desperately, "Please, coach, just from spending a short while with you, I was already able to discover my own shortcomings. If you guide me as my coach, I'll gain enormous benefits." Of course, he would pay on time as well. He only hoped Chu Wen wouldn't refuse. Truly the way a rich person solved problems. He had barely finished speaking before Chu Wen's account balance jumped. The man really was generous, 50,000 yuan, since he had already promised Senior Huang Ji that he would invest in his game. Sparing a little time now and then to give some guidance wasn't impossible. Chu Wen reluctantly agreed. He could be this guy's coach, but he couldn't guarantee Feng Qiuyan would understand everything. Feng Qiuyan nodded with determination, acting as if he completely understood. I know what coach means. If I want to grow, I need to improve my own comprehension. Only what I discover for myself is truly valuable. After returning home, Chu Wen sat down and sighed helplessly. Somehow, for no clear reason, he had become Feng Qiuyan's coach. Fortunately, the man paid well. Then he entered the game and encountered a demonized general with the character cloth carved on it. Perfect timing. Star-slaying Saber Chi had long wanted a match with it. Based on the previous restraint relationship with fists, Star-slaying Saber Chi represented scissors, so it should be able to deal massive damage to the demonized general marked with the character cloth. But using Star-slaying Saber Chi would consume all his essence energy. If it failed, it would be game over. Even so, he didn't care. No matter what, he had a gamble on this round. That guy kept swinging his arms nonstop. Even after fighting 2 against 1 for so long, he was still targeting Chu Wen's position with incredible accuracy. Chu Wen ordered the lotus ant to distract it with the poison water toad. But unexpectedly, the poison bones were completely absorbed by the black sphere. The ability used by the character cloth general last time should have been grabbing objects out of midair. Then, within the airflow around the black sphere, the 2 characters star/slash appeared, terrifying that demonized general. Then, taking advantage of the opening, Chu Wen brought it down, even though he only had a tiny bit of essence energy left. So it turned out that the character cloth general's ability was not catching objects in midair, but swapping the space inside the 2 black spheres. Luckily, the Lotus Buddha body could at least block the Blood Lotus's poisonous bones. Otherwise, he would have been dead already. From the demonized general's corpse, a companion egg dropped. Chu Wen obtained a mutated demonized general companion egg. Mutated demonized general, legendary tier. Legendary life, providence. Heavenly fiend, tiger general. Strength 19, speed 18, constitution 18, essence energy 18. Innate skills, star absorbing palm, demonic flame spear, demon rider summon. This one definitely had to be hatched. During the hatching process, Chu Wen's entire body was racked with pain. He kept encouraging himself to endure no matter what. His body and essence energy had already reached the limit beyond the boundaries of mortal flesh. Together with the essence energy recovery of the lost Immortal Sutra, maybe he really could hatch this legendary companion egg. In the end, the legendary mutated demonized general hatched successfully. Judging from his interface, not only did he look imposing, his combat power was also astonishing. As expected of a top-tier legendary life providence, he could basically deal with the troublesome monsters from before with ease. After finishing up, he ran to class, panting, but he was still late. He had almost forgotten that Professor Wang Fei's class was in the afternoon. The teacher was very angry, but she couldn't bring herself to scold him too harshly. Standing beside him, Li Xian teased, "Old Chu, you've got some nerve. You're even late to our beautiful homeroom teacher's class." After everyone had settled down, Professor Wang Fei said that today's main purpose was to announce the Academy's annual school-wide examination. The test contents included retrieving an object from oil to test defense, flying across a paper bridge to test speed and agility, swallowing rivers and mountains to test essence energy, and lifting stone objects to test strength. Li Xian and Chu Wen both went pale. These weren't some kind of circus acts, were they? The ranking would be based on the number of stages cleared and the time taken. Passing 2 stages was enough to qualify, but anyone who made the top 10 would have a chance to enter Zway Palace. Everyone immediately started talking excitedly, because Zway Palace was said to contain a secret treasure vault, which meant they could go inside and choose a treasure. It was said that some student once obtained a treasure in Zway Palace and advanced straight to the epic stage. Someone else had even obtained an angel companion egg. Chuan also knew about Zway Palace. In the legends, Zway Palace was a place that held tremendous opportunities and was under the control of Sunset Academy. After class, Li Xian was also very interested in Zway Palace. If they could get in and take a look, that would be amazing. Chu Wen didn't think that even third young Master Li, as capable as Li Xian was, couldn't make the top 10. But it really was that difficult. There were too many strong people in the academy right now. There were only 10 spots. Seniors like Huang Ji and Hui Haifeng were one thing, but among this year's freshmen alone, there were Feng Chuyan and Jing's younger sister and Wang Lu of the Wang family. Chu Wen hadn't expected that lively little girl to be counted among the top 10 too. Li Xian reminded him not to underestimate her. She was cultivating a special essence energy art of the Wang family called rejuvenation. She wouldn't simply turn into a child, but would be reborn like a firebird. After reaching legendary for the first time, she would return to the mortal stage because of rejuvenation. The same thing would happen after reaching epic for the first time. She would drop back to the mortal stage again. Each time she rejuvenated, both her talent and physical aptitude would improve, and her leveling speed would become even faster. Don't look down on Wang Lu just because she's small. She had already advanced to legendary for the second time. Chu Wen hadn't expected that girl to be so formidable. After that, the two parted ways. If it were only for a title, it wouldn't have mattered that much. But Zway Palace really was tempting. He wondered whether there was an essence energy art inside that could raise Chu Wen's last attribute to 11. He also wondered whether Zway Palace had a dungeon mark or not. If it did, there would be even more chances to choose treasures. At that moment, a Sheng appeared. He had come looking for Chu Wen. A Sheng was very happy that the young master still remembered him and introduced himself as Governor An's assistant. Chu Wen was curious why the governor was looking for him this time. Young Master One, don't worry. The governor isn't a bad person, and besides, the one inviting you this time isn't the governor. The one inviting you this time is Madame Lan. Chu Wen scratched his head, not knowing why Sister Lan was looking for him. Madame Lan said they should go inside and talk. The two of them were standing in front of the West Origin Crystal Shop. The letter the old principal had sent Chu Wen had mentioned this very store. And Jing's birthday was coming up, and she wanted to pick out a companion egg as a birthday present, but she didn't know what kinds of things young people like these days. So she wanted to hear Xiao Wen's opinion. After all, in a certain sense, he was the person in Jing cared most about right now. Though really, it wasn't as if he wanted her attention. The shop here was spacious and luxurious, but there wasn't a single customer. This store had been opened by Uncle Qin Shiyuan, Madame Lan's father's close friend. When she was little, her father often brought her here. Whenever Uncle Qin acquired a favorite collection, he would close the store and let the father and daughter see it first. No wonder there were no customers. The owner had specially closed the place for Madame Lan. In Luoyang, Uncle Qin's shop wasn't the biggest, but it was the one with the finest collection. The store had upper and lower levels. Upstairs were some rare and expensive crystals and dimensional skill stones. It seemed this was the place mentioned on that business card. The companion egg Madame Lan wanted to see was downstairs. Chu Wen hadn't expected there to be such a huge space beneath the crystal shop, and all of it was filled with companion eggs. Madame Lan hesitated for a long time. The Ice Moon Fox is elegant and graceful. Jinger would probably like it, but the Flower Fairy seems to suit Jinger's temperament even better. But in Chu Wen's opinion, this vicious hairy caterpillar egg was more suitable. Do girls even like this kind of thing, big brother? In terms of strength, the vicious hairy caterpillar was top grade among legendary creatures. After turning into a butterfly, it could become the even stronger vicious queen butterfly. Madame Lan chuckled softly when she saw Xiao Wen's peculiar gaze. But if we tell Jinger this is a black jade butterfly companion egg, then when it hatches, it really will be quite an interesting gift. Zhu Wen sighed. So this was what a birthday present was like. From childhood until now, his father had never remembered his birthday. After all these years, if he really had a mother like Madame Lan, he probably wouldn't know how to get used to it. She instructed a Sheng to wrap the gift, while the two of them went farther down to take another look. To his surprise, there was yet another level below. There were a few special companion beasts there. Normally, only Uncle Qin could open this level, but he had given the key to Madame Lan. She wondered whether that fellow was still here. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the second basement level. Everything here consisted of famous, powerful companion beasts. Most of the creatures here had once fought beside old veterans during the age of the dimensional storms. Over time, strong bonds had formed between them. Their masters couldn't bear to let them die along with themselves, so they left them here to wait for someone fated. The two entered a tightly secured room. Inside, a special creature was being restrained by many chains. Chu Wen couldn't help but be startled. What kind of companion beast was this? It looked so strange. Madame Lan didn't know either. She only knew that ever since she was little, every time her father came here, he would visit it. She hadn't expected it to still be here after all these years. When she was little, she had once asked her father, "Dad, who is he? Why is he locked up here?" But her father had always remained silent. Even Uncle Qin only knew that her father had left it here. By the time they were done looking around, it was already quite late. Madame Lan asked a Sheng to take Chu Wen back, but he kept feeling as if the one behind that door had been staring at him the whole time. Could that thing also be part of the information the old principal had sent him? What exactly were the numbers on that business card? Suddenly, he remembered that there had been a password on the metal nameplate lock. Could the numbers on the business card be the code to release it? But maybe not. If Sister Lan hadn't brought him here for a tour, he might never have encountered this companion beast at all. In the end, Chu Wen still couldn't understand what old Principal Yu Yangting had been trying to tell him. The next day in class, Li Xian lay slumped over his desk gloomily. He had been sighing the whole time. What exactly was he lamenting about? The application for establishing their club had to be submitted tomorrow, but they were still one person short of the minimum number required. Freshmen these days were just too sharp. The moment they heard it was a newly founded club, they rejected it on the spot. They really had no foresight. Just because the group only had 4 members now didn't mean it had no future. Maybe it would have huge potential later on. Still, to be fair, what freshman would dare risk joining a brand new club like this? Li Xian slammed the table and wailed to the heavens, begging for just one more person to join the club. Anyone at all. If it could really be anyone, then Chu Wen did have someone in mind who wasn't bad. Li Xian was stunned when he heard the name. It was Gu Jian. But why him? Just based on his reputation as a devil, Chu Wen believed the other clubs probably wouldn't invite him. But before this, Gu Jian had caused trouble for Chu Wen's group, and Li Xian still hadn't settled that score with him. Yet now they were planning to invite him into the club. However, Chu Wen was completely serious. That time had been a wager both sides had entered willingly. Afterward, Gu Jian had also behaved openly and honorably, daring to take responsibility for what he had done. Chu Wen thought he was a very promising candidate. Later on, he had occasionally had contact with Gu Jian and felt that he might actually be gentle and kind-hearted. Li Xian didn't believe it, but since there was no one else to choose from now, he reluctantly agreed to ask around about Gu Dian's whereabouts and invite him to join. The two of them went to the Longmen Grottos, to the 10,000 Buddha Cave. There were many legendary tier Vajra warriors here. They hadn't expected Gu Jian to cultivate in a place like this. Chu Wen reassured his friend. Dimensional creatures like these Vajra warriors moved slowly and rarely attacked proactively, so it should be safe. But even after an hour, they still hadn't found Gu Jian. Li Xian began to lose patience. Where the hell is that Gu Jian guy? We've been looking forever and still haven't seen him. But when luck was bad, it was bad all the way. He accidentally touched a statue causing those Vajra warriors to attack on their own initiative, and their offensive power was terrifying. If they hadn't dodged in time, they might already have been smashed to pieces. It was definitely because Li Xian had touched that Buddha statue and sent them into a berserk state. More and more Vajra warriors began closing in. The two of them could only do their best to break through the encirclement. Li Xian activated his mystic armor to fight them head-on, while Chu Wen used Great Strength Divine Fist. This time it was pretty troublesome, because more and more Vajra warriors were surrounding them. Li Xian looked like he was about to get beaten into a pig's head, though fortunately his life providence was War God. But in the end, he was still badly injured. There were just too many of them, and they were too strong. Who could withstand that? Chu Wen picked him up and flew upward with the Long Men flying ascension art. But even so, Li Xian had still dared to stomp all over their treasured Buddha statue. No wonder they kept coming in greater and greater numbers. After a while, it seemed like they were gradually calming down. Li Xian said awkwardly, "Put me down. I know I'm handsome, Brother Xian and all, but still." But before he could finish speaking, he saw them slowly starting to fly up too. Judging by the look on his face, he had probably nearly wet himself. Why is it fine when you touch them? This is way too much of a double standard, because this was the 10,000 Buddha cave, and Chu Wen was now considered a Buddhist disciple. He began switching to the little Prajna Parmitha Sutra. Just as they didn't know what to do, Gu Jian appeared and told them to follow him. He showed the two of them a place to hide behind a Buddha statue, because those creatures wouldn't be able to get in. And indeed, those big dumb brutes couldn't enter. Gu Jian told them to wait another hour. Once things outside returned to normal, they could leave. Who would have thought there was such a tiny cave behind a Buddha statue? Li Xian got straight to the point. "Actually, we came here specifically to find you, Gu Jian. We're preparing to register a club, and we'd like to invite you to join." But Gu Jian showed no interest at all. Li Xian had been rejected once again. "Don't refuse so quickly. Our club benefits are very good. We even have pretty decent monthly member discounts. What do you think?" So it turned out Li Xian had long known that this money-loving Gu Jian liked taking jobs for cash, and had planned to lure him in this way. But this greedy Gu Jian wanted 100,000 a month, pay him, and he'd join. That was outrageous. It was time for Chu Wen to speak up. "Senior, we're still one person short to register the club. Please join us. If it's only to make up the numbers, we won't force you to participate in any club activities." "In that case, how much?" "If it's like that, then 10,000 is enough." The deal was finally made. An hour later, the commotion outside had finally settled down. Gu Jian told the two of them they could leave first, while he stayed behind to clean up a bit. He secretly slipped something into his pants pocket. Chu Wen activated his listening ability and learned that it was a watch. But strangely, the design on it looked somehow familiar. Although the size wasn't the same, the figure behind the name in that West Origin crystal shop seemed to have had a similar design as well. A woman and an anchor. In old maritime circles, there had once been a rumor that women on board ships brought bad luck, even disaster. Because of that, women going to sea were heavily taboo, and there were hardly any totems or symbols related to women in ships. Was this merely a coincidence, or did that design carry some special meaning? At last, the club Li Xian had longed for day and night was established. As for Chu Wen, he was still diligently playing the game. This time, he encountered the demonized character Fist General. It attacked with Spirit Fist, but with the character cloth Demonized General protecting him, Chu Wen didn't suffer the slightest damage. The character Fist Demonized General skill had no effect on the character cloth Demonized General. Following the rock, paper, scissors logic to deal with the character Fist Demonized General, things really did become much simpler. Very quickly, the character Fist Demonized General was killed, and he obtained a mutated Demonized General companion egg. Mutated Demonized General Legendary tier. Legendary Life Providence. Lone Heavenly Fiend Star. Strength 19. Speed 18. Constitution 18. Essence Energy 18. Innate skills. Spirit Fist. Demonic Flame Spear. Demon Rider Summon. The attributes of the character Fist Demonized General Egg and the character Cloth Demonized General were basically the same. The only difference was that Star-Absorbing Palm had been replaced with Spirit Fist. If they were dimensional creatures of the same type, their attributes were bound to be similar as well. Chu Wen's eyes widened when he saw the notification that converting the companion egg into fusion nutrients for the Demonized General had a compatibility rate of as high as 90. With such a high compatibility rate, not fusing them would practically be a crime against life life itself. The fusion succeeded, a mutated legendary grade demonized general with a legendary life providence, heavenly solitary killing star. Strength 19, speed 19, physique 19, vital energy 18. Innate skills: star-sucking palm, demonic flame spear, demonic mount summon, and spiritual fist. And now it had actually come to possess the special skills of both the fist character and cloth character demonized generals at the same time. It really was incredibly powerful. Following this logic, if the chance arose, the demonized general might even be able to fuse 3 skills. The only problem was that its star-sucking palm and spiritual fist still couldn't keep up with that arrow. Even though Chu tried his best to use Star-Slaying Saber Aura, it still ended in game over. Sure enough, even the current character-stamped demonized general couldn't help him block that arrow. None of those 3 skills could break the arrow from Hulao Pass. Could it be that his theory about using the unique skill from the little Buddha temple to clear it had been wrong? Even Star-Slaying Saber Aura couldn't stop that arrow, so Great Strength Divine Fist and Withered Bone Palm definitely wouldn't work either. Then he suddenly realized something. Withered Bone Palm wasn't a transformation-type skill obtained from a dimensional crystal at all. It had been comprehended by combining Withered Bone Palm with Inch Fist. Some skills weren't obtained directly, but were higher-tier skills transformed through comprehension from lower-tier ones. Although the 3 demonized generals restrained one another, their compatibility was relatively high, so there had to be some kind of connection between their skills as well. If he obtained all 3 types of skills and studied them carefully, then a higher tier skill might also exist. That was the only possibility worth trying right now. He would use the week before the final exam to collect skill crystals from all 3 types of demonized generals. The character-stamped demonized general appeared randomly, so he could only keep grinding the dungeon in a blood-draining style and see whether he could trigger a situation without the character-stamped demonized general. Chu continued brewing pot after pot of red date and goji berry tea to replenish his blood, preparing for a brutal campaign. And so he played all day long, from morning until midnight, from the moment he woke up until the moment he went to bathe. At last, exam day arrived. He was so exhausted that he had completely forgotten the exam time. Luckily, Li Xian called to remind him, and he hurriedly jumped up to get ready. Fortunately, over the course of that week, the star-sucking palm skill crystal had finally dropped. Wang Lu really did seem absurdly lucky when it came to skill crystal drops. The 3 character-stamped demonized generals had also finished fusing. The exam ground were already packed with people. Only after quite a while did Chu, when come trailing in, apologizing for oversleeping. He really didn't seem nervous at all. Up above, the student council president, Wei Gu, had taken notice of Chu. The character-stamped demonized general's possession of Blood Lotus Slash and the failure at Hulao Pass had both involved him. At present, rumors said he was still only at the mortal embryo stage. Aside from having quite a bit of contact with that playboy young master from the Li family, the student council had found no impressive background on him. Wei Gu sized Chu up. Just a mortal embryo? A pity. In the final exam, strength is what talks. No matter how good a mortal embryo's technique is, at best he'd only be around the top 100. Put him on the student council reserve list. But the moment he finished that assessment, he was stunned out of his wits when he saw the genius in Jing nod at Chu. Then Wang Lu from the Wang family ran over and greeted him warmly as well. Even Feng Chuyan bent over and called him coach. There was even Huang Ji, someone the student council president himself couldn't handle. Wei Ji's face darkened, and he slumped down helplessly. Why did even that Huang Ji seem so close to him? He turned and snapped at the girl beside him. Didn't you say he had no background? Then how does he know so many big shots? The student records in Chu's file really did say exactly that. He fell silent in thought. This Chu actually had such wide connections. If they could recruit him into the student council, maybe they could pull in people like Wang Lu and Jing along with him. He instructed the chief secretary to investigate Chu's background more thoroughly. The arrangements at the exam venue were under her responsibility anyway, so all she had to do next was follow his orders. At the exam grounds, one student after another failed to pass the test. Finally, it was contestant number 74, Chu's turn. Challenge level, highest. Evaluation score, 100 out of 100. With one hand, he passed the test with ease. And it even felt as though that bronze cauldron was too light. After that, Wang Lu, Huang Ji, and Jing also passed the final exam test with ease. At last, it was time to announce the overall rankings. Huang Ji, Feng Xiuyan, Hui Haifeng, Wei Gu, and Jing, and Wang Lu all had outrageously high scores. Sure enough, the names at the top were all monsters. It seemed the two of them could only get ready for battle. But what caught Li Xian's eye was the huge name Chu when right there on the list. He had made it into the top 10. Everyone was shocked, as expected of the coach. Even teacher Wang Fei couldn't believe her eyes. A mortal embryo simply shouldn't be able to enter the top 10, unless Chu Wen was some peerless genius. Li Xian couldn't believe it either. It really wasn't scientific at all. Setting everything else aside, the strength of Li Xian's war god-life providence was definitely higher than Chu Wen's. Yet Chu Wen's score in lifting the stone cauldron was actually higher. It wasn't just the stone cauldron. The difficulty of the other sections also seemed to have dropped for some inexplicable reason. There was definitely something wrong with Chu Wen's results. Even Chu Wen himself had sensed it. At that moment, the student council president, Wei Gu, came over to speak with him. "You're Chu Wen, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Wei Gu, president of the student council at Sunset Academy. There are a few things I'd like to discuss. Would it be possible to speak with you privately, Junior?" First, he congratulated Chu Wen on making the top 10 and obtaining the qualification to enter Zway Palace. After all, for an ordinary mortal embryo to reach the top 10 was impossible. Chu Wen also recognized the abnormality. It looked like this man had deliberately lowered the difficulty of the test for him. They hadn't known each other before, so Chu Wen had no idea why Wei Gu was helping him like this. "Because I think you're talented. Zway Palace is a rare opportunity for students who have just entered the academy. It would be a real pity to miss out on it." Chu Wen told him to speak plainly. "The student council is currently lacking a vice president. I admire you greatly and hope to recommend you for the position of student council vice president." But the moment he heard it, Chu Wen refused. He had no intention of joining the student council. Wei Gu was a little surprised. The student council held authority over all matters between the school and the students. Countless students dreamed of and coveted this vice president position. Yet Chu Wen was completely uninterested. Chu Wen said his friends were waiting for him, and if there was nothing else, he'd be leaving. Wei Gu had no other choice and could only say that the doors of the student council would always be open to him. If he changed his mind, he could come find him anytime. The secretary felt that the president had shown Chu Wen such a great favor, yet he had rejected it so casually, without a second thought. Not everything can be accomplished in a single step. In Wei Ji's eyes, this person was far from simple. Owing him a favor would definitely bring benefits later. The secretary handed Wei Gu a school document regarding an exchange student from St. John Academy. After the previous incident, Liz had gone mad. She wanted revenge on the people who had reduced her to that state. A man who had witnessed the scene spoke up. "A mere mortal embryo student actually managed to make you this miserable? Why is he in Luoyang?" He said he had applied to become an exchange student at Sunset Academy, specifically to see the person who had made his family dare offend the Cape family for his sake. This man was John Cape. He said he had come to help his useless sister get revenge. The top 10 had all gathered at the Ingtian gate of Zway Palace. The school handed them command arrows that had been discovered within Zway Palace. Only by using them could they open the treasures of Zway Palace. But the treasures in Zway Palace were a mix of the divine and the ordinary. They might be secret skills or companion beasts, or they might just be ordinary antique jewelry. As the bell rang, the event began and the gates slowly opened. Choose a ball of light and use the command arrow to break it open. Whatever was inside would be the treasure you obtained. But there were simply too many light spheres, and no one knew which one to choose. Senior Haifeng decided to test his luck. There was no way to tell from the outside which one was more valuable. In the end, he got a Yang-type treasure. Wang Lu wanted to see what was inside, but the senior was unwilling to reveal it. In the real-world Zway Palace, there was only one chance to choose. If he could also find a dungeon mark in Zway Palace, wouldn't that mean Chu Wen could sweep up all the treasures there too? He searched all around, but there was absolutely no little hand icon anywhere. Could the little hand icon be hidden behind that gate? Seeing Chu Wen hesitate in front of the gate, and Jing reminded him not to go any farther. That gate had devoured countless powerful experts who went inside. If you don't want to die, don't go near it. Chu Wen thought it over. Since there was no other option, he might as well choose a treasure first. At that moment, Wang Lu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and wanted to pick one for him. It wasn't impossible to let her choose for him, but it looked like she had already made her own selection. Little Lu had chosen a light sphere with an enormous yang symbol on it. Since it was all random anyway, Chu decided to let her draw for him too. Wang Lu didn't even bother looking. She just tossed it casually, and whatever it hit was the one. In the end, he got a strange box. No one knew what was inside, but Wang Lu confidently declared that whatever she picked had to be something good. As soon as Chu got home, he opened it. It was a lamp. Something that looked like Aladdin's magic lamp. An old oil lamp. Rub it a little, and a genie should come out, some game-obsessed young man might say. But after a few rubs, a burst of flame shot out from the lamp. Chu Wen's body felt as though it were being controlled by a powerful force. It was the lamp playing tricks on him. The situation was getting more and more awkward because he couldn't control his own body at all. Instead, it was making him perform some extremely embarrassing movements. The lamp was forcing him to dance. It looked utterly ridiculous, yet the dance was deliberately guiding the vital energy throughout his body into a new circulation path. The lamp suddenly went out, and Chu returned to normal. So this was actually a vital energy art. But after absorbing it, he suddenly saw strange images. Countless people were kneeling reverently before a girl wrapped in a tightly covered cloak. If gods rebel, slay the gods. If immortals rebel, punish the immortals. I do not wait for the words of gods. I only await the child's strike against immortals. What Chu saw was the day of return when immortals died. It was as though he had fallen into a body of water, utterly unable to struggle free. When he opened his eyes, he saw Di Ting and the banana immortal frolicking on top of him. Who knew when they had slipped out on their own? But it had also been a very long time since he had slept so soundly. In the past, every time he slept, there would be countless strange sounds in his dreams. Now, they had finally disappeared. Chu casually sat up, but the support of his hand sent him shooting straight up to the floor above. He had only pushed once with his hand, yet he directly smashed into the ceiling above. How had his strength become this great? At that very moment, and Jing had just finished bathing. With only a single towel wrapped around her body, she froze when she saw Chu there. And as for what happened next, everyone can imagine. Not long after, workers came to repair the ceiling, but they were speechless when they saw the hole and had no idea how something like this had happened. The reason for all this was that Chu had broken through to the legendary stage. Wang Lu's luck really was absurdly good. However, his life providence had changed into King's Lament. King's Lament, endless sinking into despair. No one knew what kind of guy had written such a useless description. Still, reality wasn't like the phone where he could directly view displayed attributes. But Chu could vaguely sense the abilities of a person's life providence to some extent. As for this King's Lament, he could only sense its existence, but not any guidance or effect from the life providence at all. Although he still didn't know the use of King's Lament, his attributes could now continue increasing, and hatching legendary creatures no longer required burning powerful energy. Chu also wanted to check the other vital energy arts in his body. Vital Energy Art, Little Prajna Parmitha Sutra. Eightfold Prajna had powerful enhancement effects on body and soul, greatly increasing bodily strength and greatly increasing recovery ability. Vital Energy Art, Tao Sutra, Tao Body, Qian Kuan Circulation, Unending Qi Flow, greatly increasing vital energy recovery speed. Vital Energy Art, Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Ancient Sovereign increases all attributes, and moreover produces strange transformations in the aspect of strength. Vital Energy Art, Demon God's Qi. Demon God's Qi slightly increases all attributes and grants a special ability. Walking on air as though all terrain were flat ground. The first chapter of Chaos had advanced because it was included in the breakthrough to Legendary through the rise of all four attributes, but it hadn't changed at all. Unlike King's Lament, it wasn't impossible to sense. Except for the first chapter of Chaos, the vital energy arts copied by the Lost Immortal Sutra had all actually formed independent names and life providences. It was time to test them in the new dungeon. Deep in the ant nest dungeon, one master and two beasts were being chased by a swarm of ants. The two of them would continue covering for Chuan. He summoned the demonized general and used Spiritual Fist. That gave him another companion beast corpse to use as food for the banana immortal. After Chu leaped onto the top of the rock, the Ant Queen finally appeared. That crack was the entrance to the ant cave, and the Ant Queen blocked Chu from entering its nest. He was blasted far away by its force. That force was probably from an epic-level creature. But he wasn't here to fight. He summoned the Banana Immortal, which had evolved to Legendary, to face it. Chuan looked a little startled seeing that it had reached Legendary. But thinking about it, that was only natural. After all, he had just fed it so many legendary black-winged flying ant companion beasts. If it still hadn't leveled up, that really would have been a waste. Chuan directed it to use Tying Wind to freeze the Ant Queen. But the Ant Queen broke free of the suppression with ease. Of course, Chuan had never expected a single move of Tying Wind to deal with it. He only needed it delayed for a few seconds. What he really wanted was to jump into that pile of golden honey. This golden honey could actually raise attributes. The moment the Ant Queen saw an intruder, it immediately charged straight down at him, and Chuan's phone screen went black again. Although golden honey at the legendary stage reduced the attribute cap, low-level attribute crystals had already become extremely ineffective for raising stats. Yet this golden honey could directly increase attributes. And as for that white cocoon he had seen in the ant cave at the time, he still had no idea what it was. Not long after, at school, the female students couldn't take their eyes off John Cape's handsome face. He was standing there talking politely with Wei Ge. With a senior introducing him, St. John Academy had truly broadened his horizons. He had a feeling that during his time at the school, he would gain a great deal. Wei Ge had already heard from his classmate that John was a famous genius bearing the title of Holy Disciple at St. John Academy. Now that he had met him in person, the reputation was well-deserved. In accordance with his request to the school, the student council had already arranged for the academy's outstanding students to spar with him. Only Huang Ji was absent, since he was still busy making games. That was fine too. John was not particularly looking forward to tomorrow's exchange with the academy's strongest students anyway. The next day, at the battle hall, John was facing Feng Qiuyan. But from the looks of it, neither side could gain the upper hand. He had already fought all the school's top students, yet every match had ended evenly. He was still holding back. John had never used Holy Light Judgment, one of the 6 hereditary heroic techniques of his family. When the match ended, the two sides were still evenly matched. Then the student council president walked over and said, as expected of a genius student acknowledged by St. John Academy, "This has really opened our eyes. You're too kind. Sunset Academy is full of experts, just as its reputation says." But John still had a question. He had heard that the school had recently held a very rigorous exam. He assumed that everyone present was a famous powerhouse from the top of the rankings. He had also heard that in this exam, one student with ordinary mortal aptitude had made it into the top 10. Since he had come all the way to the academy, if he could not meet such a remarkable person, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Chuan had been busy all evening, yet still could not find another chance to enter the ant nest. That golden flying ant, after suffering once from the lunar wind, no longer dared to keep charging into it. Compared to the black ants that only knew how to attack madly, this one was a bit smarter. Just then, Professor Wang Fei called him. As soon as he arrived at her office, he ran into Ah Sheng as well. The professor wanted to arrange for him to leave school and rest for a while. Not long ago, an exchange student from St. John Academy had specifically asked the school to challenge Chuan, and the exchange student who issued the challenge was none other than Liz's biological younger brother. While the two of them were making trouble for him, Chuan still had no idea who Liz even was. Liz is that red-haired girl who chased the young master down before and was then severely injured. Grandfather, the family of John and Liz, is the Cape family, one of the 6 hereditary hero families. Unlike Liz, John not only inherited the family's heroic physique, but also possesses an extremely powerful life providence. In the Western District, he bears the title of Holy Disciple. Although no one knew how Chuan had managed to get 10th place in the exam, John had used that as the reason to issue this challenge. And there was a very good chance he would strike hard at Chuan in order to take revenge. In truth, the school had always had doubts about his ranking. It was only out of consideration for the family that they had not pursued the matter. If Chuan's strength did not truly represent Sunset Academy's top level, then it would become a disgrace to the school as well. Under the family's protection, leaving for the time being would be the best choice. Over on the other side, John was also being surrounded by female students. They felt that he had a point, even they thought there was something off about Chuan. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jing appeared and greeted him with a kick. It seemed everything was because of that challenge. John thought Miss and had misunderstood him. If Chu is truly one of the school's famous top-ranked experts, then I sincerely want to spar with this senior brother of yours. And Jing wanted to fight him herself. John could not tell whether she wanted to defend the school's honor or do it for Chuan. He immediately began stirring things up. The truth is, Chuan has no real strength at all. He used cheating methods to steal the qualification that should have belonged to the truly outstanding students. And yet Miss is trying so hard to protect him. Hearing that, the people nearby also started discussing it heatedly. It really was suspicious that Chuan, with ordinary mortal aptitude, had entered the top 10. If he had really cheated, shouldn't he be expelled? He kept pressing further. If Chuan didn't cheat, then why is he hiding behind Missin? I look forward to fighting student Chu in 3 days. The moment he finished speaking, Chuan appeared as well. Why wait 3 days? Let's do it now. Unexpectedly, he had chosen to show up himself. If that was Chuan's own decision, then the professor would also take this chance to see just how strong he really was. This battle would even be broadcast on the big screen. John thought that since this fight was to prove the Academy's honor, then naturally everyone should be allowed to witness it. But in truth, his real goal was simply to record Chuan's defeat in front of a huge audience. Li Xian felt it was far too dangerous, but Feng Qiuyan was completely confident in his coach. He even brought props to cheer him on, because Senior Huang Ji had said that cheering like this better expressed one's sincerity. John began summoning his companion beast and issued the challenge. I won't make things difficult for you. I won't personally attack. If you can last 10 minutes against just one of my companion beasts, I'll count that as your win. But Chuan only needed 1 minute. 1 minute to end this battle. John's companion creature was the Holy Spear Knight of the Knight Dynasty. The Holy Spear Knight was said to be based on Lancelot, one of the knights of the Round Table in history. His strength was boundless, and it was one of the strongest companion eggs among the legendary tier. To everyone's shock, Chuan also summoned a mutated demonized general. Even his close friend Li Xian had no idea when he had obtained such a thing. But this was clearly no ordinary mutated demonized general. It had blocked the Holy Spear Knight's previous attack. The two charged at each other at the same time, and after several exchanges, neither side could overpower the other. If things continued like this, then lasting 1 minute would definitely be possible. The Holy Spear Knight was actually unable to deal with Chuan for the moment. But if anyone thought that meant he could keep holding on, they were gravely mistaken. The Holy Spear Knight's life providence, Oath Knight, made its power grow stronger the stronger its wielder was. John ordered the Holy Spear Knight to unleash Shattering Strike, intending to smash him to pieces. But at that moment, that black sphere stopped all of its movements. Then, with the absorbing Star Palm and Spirit Fist, the Holy Spear Knight took a punch and shattered apart. Li Xian was so happy it was like he had just won a lottery. Old Chu is way too awesome. Looks like this so-called holy disciple is only at this level after all. That demonized general actually used 2 special primordial chi skills. John still did not care. Although he admitted Chuan had some strength, he still wanted a real duel. But a loss was a loss. Since he had already lost, there was no need to continue. He would use the Cape family's supreme glory and the companion egg of the Rebel Knight, which inherited Lancelot's power. Chuan agreed at once. The rules were simple. If Chuan could withstand Holy Light Judgment, the inherited ultimate technique of the 6 heroic families of the Cape family, then he would win. The attack was indeed terrifying. From its explosive force alone, it looked as though Chuan had overestimated himself. But in reality, his lunar wind pierced through John's Holy Light Judgment and froze him solid. That arrogant fellow had been completely defeated. Chuan smashed the block of ice apart with 1 punch and took away the Rebel Knight companion egg. Professor Wang Fei called for medical staff to come examine John, while Jing was inwardly in complete turmoil. So this guy had been hiding his strength all along. Chuan returned home and inspected the legendary Rebel Knight egg. Legendary Life Providence, Knight of Destiny, Strength, 19 Speed, 19 Constitution, 19 Vitality, 19 Innate Skills, Reverse Cross Sword, Shield of Final Smoke, Holy Knight Summon, Holy Knight Battle Aura Companion Form, none. It really was incredibly powerful. A companion egg with 4 skills, and every attribute had reached 19 points. Its stats were practically perfect, on par with the other demonized generals. But Chuan still found it strange. This companion egg was obviously much stronger than the Holy Spear Knight. So why had John not hatched it and instead used the Holy Spear Knight egg as the wager? He began looking up information on the Rebel Knight. Lancelot. Lancelot was a legendary figure among the Knights of the Round Table, led by King Arthur, and also the elder brother of Hector, King Arthur's foster father. Lancelot was one of King Arthur's greatest knights, brave, powerful, and fond of helping others, so he was deeply loved by everyone. But he and King Arthur's queen, Guinevere, fell in love, and in the end that led to the downfall of the Round Table. Knight of Destiny, the sight of the gods, the absolute protagonist. This rebel knight carried the protagonist-style life providence of Lancelot. Lancelot had served Arthur closely, yet he stole away the treasured Queen Guinevere. No wonder John had not hatched the rebel knight. He must have known that the rebel knight's life providence would produce some kind of backlash effect on its master. Right now, Chu-Wen felt as though he was holding a hot potato. That night, Professor Wang Fei spoke on the phone with a mysterious person. As far as I know, Chu-Wen is truly a very unusual student. I just don't know whether the final result will bring me surprise or shock. If Chu-Wen really is an unpolished piece of jade, then I think the only person who can carve and polish him is you. The mysterious person on the other end replied, from the sound of it, he's the kind of student who gives people headaches. You may proceed like that. Chu-Wen's victory over John had indeed depended largely on borrowing the power of a strong companion egg. She would immediately go make arrangements according to that person's suggestion. The next morning, the moment Chu-Wen woke up, he heard Li Xian grumbling. Old Chu, stop sleeping. Professor Wang Fei just announced the homework. Have you seen it yet? Still half asleep, Chu-Wen started checking his phone. The assignment was to kill 10 bronze water beasts in the Forbidden City Dimension Zone. A place called the Forbidden City definitely did not sound like some especially dangerous dimensional region. Li Xian had already read the records on it. It was not considered particularly dangerous. The Forbidden City was one of several underground cities at the very bottom of Luoyang's underground city. Inside were dimensional creatures of all kinds in bronze form, and so far the highest level dimensional creatures discovered there were only legendary tier. One of the reasons it was called the Forbidden City was because it seemed to contain some kind of mysterious force that cut off contractual connections. Inside the Forbidden City, dimensional creatures could not be summoned in any form. Not long after, the two of them arrived there and started fighting legendary bronze water beasts. Even after attacking for so long, they still could not break its hide. Li Xian helplessly used Immortal War God to smash it hard, but it still did not work. What kind of freakish defense is this? Chu-Wen also combined his power with Star/Saber Aura and brought a fierce slash down on it. That move seemed to have some effect. Li Xian wanted Chu-Wen to keep using it to finish the thing off, but when he turned back, Chu-Wen was already running for his life. That last move had used up all his energy, completely drained him. Now, there was no choice but to retreat. In the end, the two of them escaped the Forbidden City. Clearly, the material professor Wang Fei had said the bronze water beast attributes were quite ordinary, but this thing was basically a giant, immovable lump of iron. Chu-Wen also found the dungeon mark there. While Li Xian was still complaining that this mission was incredibly hard since companion beasts could not be used. However, it was not as if there was absolutely no way. Although it was true that when he entered the Forbidden City, Chu-Wen could no longer sense the contract link to his companion beasts. Those two little ones were an exception. Chu-Wen could still hear them laughing and playing around. Still, to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better not to expose them. Being able to ignore the Forbidden City's rules was too unusual. He said that although the bronze water beast's defensive power was astonishing, it was not invincible. Since there had to be some place where power was being directed, there should be a way to find a chance to break through. Even so, there was clearly something off about the mission information. For two legendary ranked people, killing a bronze water beast was at least manageable. But if it were ordinary ranked students, then a single careless mistake could cost them their lives. Chu-Wen was very confident that he could definitely come up with a method that would let all the students pass. At first, Li Xian thought his friend had eaten something strange to suddenly become so kind-hearted. But as it turned out, Chu-Wen simply wanted to sell the strategy afterward for quite a bit of money and use it to support senior Huang Ji a little. After returning home, Chu-Wen entered the new dungeon and explored again. After more than a dozen attempts, he finally figured out the key. He leaped high into the air and struck the center of the spine on the creature's back. The bronze water beast's movement, attacks, and defense all depended on the power circulating inside its body. Whenever the bronze water beast acted, its power would concentrate in a certain part of its body. At the same time, another part of its body would become energy deficient, and that was its weakness. But after repeated testing, he discovered that whenever the bronze water beast performed different actions, the location of that weak point would also change and shift. If ordinary rank power was to be enough to kill the bronze water beast, then the only option was to memorize the location of its weak points under every behavioral pattern. Helpless, he clutched his head. He had to make another trip again. The next day, Chu Wen sent Li Xian an attachment, and thanks to it, Li Xian was finally able to kill the bronze water beast. He happily called Chu Wen to brag. Following the guide you sent me, even though it looked simple, I could really kill it by myself. The strategy you sent today is incredible. Li Xian wanted to ask how you even figured all this out. Chu Wen had fought so much over the past few nights that he was sick of it. He said that none of that mattered. Even though it took a little longer with ordinary level strength, it was still enough to kill the bronze water beast smoothly. With a strategy this good, it should sell for quite a lot of money. The next day, the two of them went to class and introduced it to their classmates. However, one female classmate thought this assignment did not need any strategy at all. After all, their task was simply to eliminate 10 bronze water beasts. Even normal level little bronze rabbits should probably count as bronze beasts. So the bronze water beasts were not legendary creatures after all. When they went back and checked carefully, they discovered that the assignment Professor Wang Fei had given Chu Wen and Li Xian was different from the one given to the other students. No one knew what the professor was plotting by assigning the two of them a separate task like that. So that meant no one would buy their strategy for defeating the bronze water beast after all. Suddenly, Huang Ji appeared behind them and said, "Not necessarily. I heard that the assignment for this year's selected student class is also to defeat the bronze water beast." Even he had not noticed it before, but Chu Wen had actually been able to see through every single movement pattern of the bronze water beast. This mechanic could be designed into a game. Chu Wen curiously asked, "Senior, are you saying the selected students would buy this strategy for their assignment?" They won't. Selected students usually have their own pride. If they rely on someone else's strategy to complete the assignment, then that would be the same as admitting they are inferior to someone else. The moment they heard that, the two of them turned around and left. It seemed it was useless. Fine, just treat it as training. And here he was, thinking he could use the money he earned to invest in Senior's game. Huang Ji hurriedly stopped the two juniors. Although they wouldn't be able to buy energy arts during the mission, with this energy art manual, quite a few people might be able to break his record in the Forbidden City instead. Some of them liked showing off, so they would definitely buy it just to compete in speedruns. Chu Wen fell into thought. Speedrunning. Right, there was that too. Back in Lotus Cave, Feng Shuyan and Wang Lu had both tried speedrunning before. While he was lost in thought, two arms suddenly grabbed him from behind. It was Feng Shuyan. He had come to drag Chu Wen off to train. As for the money matter, he could leave that to Huang Ji. In the training room, Feng Shuyan said that he had comprehended the mind's eye his teacher had taught him. Chu Wen was baffled. Mind's eye? Had he ever said anything like that? Without wasting words, Feng Shuyan closed his eyes and took a fighting stance. Time for the coach to inspect the results. He slashed with astonishing speed, and his blade came with a pressure that left no opening, as though Chu Wen had been locked on. Chu Wen had to activate Dragon Gate, soaring to the heavens art to evade every strike. The blade really did feel like an eye staring at him. After a flurry of dizzying movements, Feng Shuyan finally sheathed his weapon. The movement of an object is accompanied by the flow of air. Even without using the eyes, as long as one can train the ability to sense the tiniest fluctuations in the air, one's strikes can become swifter and more precise. However, his current sensitivity to movement still hadn't reached the prophetic realm that the coach possessed. Clearly, mind's eye and listening weren't the same thing. This guy had really awakened a whole new realm all on his own. Chu Wen could only try to reason with him. Feng Shuyan, honestly, I really don't have anything left to teach you. This means I came from your own talent and comprehension. I'd be better off just paying you back. Feng Shuyan hurriedly replied, I can truly feel the direction of my improvement from being around you. Teacher, I know Coach improves at an unbelievable pace, so you must be extremely strict with your own training time. Delaying your cultivation for my sake would be my selfishness. There's no need to make things difficult. I'll just stay by your side and learn on my own. And if Coach ever needs anything from me, I'll definitely give it everything I have. Chu Wen could only helplessly give in to this guy. Fine, as long as you're happy. Feng Shuyan wanted to understand his coach better. If Coach didn't mind, he wanted to live with him. Mind? Of course he minded. If they lived together, how was he supposed to play games? Not to mention that bad-tempered goat might even put his life in danger. Feng Shuyan, terminally prone to overthinking, burst into tears at once. Sure enough, Coach had been secretly training him in the strictest and most painstaking way all along. On the way home, Chuan also bought some food for Yang and left in the kitchen. Meanwhile, that goat was lounging on a chair, eating carrots and flipping through a photo album. It crunched away and suddenly shouted 3 words: Chu Lingfeng. Chuan was startled when he heard his father's name, but the room was very quiet. Could it have been an illusion? He had clearly heard someone call his father's name just now. Meanwhile, in the ant blood tunnel dungeon, he was still being chased by that flying ant queen. Sure enough, not even the silver-winged flying ants were as fast as this one. It lunged straight for his chest, but Chuan instantly blinked away, then reappeared behind it together with the demonic armored general. The demonic armored general was also preparing to use Star-Sucking Palm. It would buy time by stopping the ant queen, while Chuan dove into the pile of golden honey. But that flying ant queen could even pass through the rock layer and fly straight down to block Chuan. As expected of an epic creature, the gap in level was simply too great. He took out the planning fan. Looks like he'd have to risk using solar wind to blow it away. However, the flying ant queen dodged it. Just when he thought he was done for, something unexpected happened. The ant was desperately trying to protect the white cocoon. Taking advantage of that, Chuan seized the chance to bathe in the honey, using the golden honey that increased his primordial energy attribute by 1. Seeing this, the ant queen focused on killing him from behind, but it would rather ignore the enemy right in front of it than stop protecting the white cocoon at the center of the nest. Thanks to that, Chuan finally found a way to drink all that honey smoothly. Just then, Li Xian called and invited Chuan to go to the Forbidden City tomorrow for the mission. Sure, but even if they had an energy art, the time limit on this mission was very long. Didn't that mean there was no rush? Li Xian mentioned the senior girl from the Weiyang Club. The two of them had promised earlier to get along, and both sides would team up for one shared mission. Li Xian had already discussed it with that senior sister, and it just so happened that the club's event was being held in the Forbidden City. The two of them could conveniently do their mission there as well. Chuan agreed. That senior sister from Weiyang also came over to boast that she had received applications from a whole bunch of people to join this event. This event would definitely be livelier than expected. When Chuan arrived, he saw that the place was already packed and bustling. Why is the Exchange Club, or rather the Student Council, here too? Don't tell me Senior Wei wants to use the chairman's heir status to win people over. Your Great Sea Society is just a bunch of people who refuse to follow school rules. I only came to keep an eye on you, that's all. Outwardly, they sounded calm, but every word reeked of confrontation. Weiyang felt that they had all come because of Chuan. The battle with John Cape had already made him very famous. Wang Lu and Feng Xuan were here too, and these two were even the newest members of the Xianwen Society. Chuan pulled Li Xian aside and demanded to know why he had tricked them into joining the club. How is that tricking anyone? Li Xian said, I told little Yin Yin that you were in the Xianwen Society too, so he joined to have more chances to see you. As for Wang Lu, she said to count her in as well. She just had this feeling that she could hug the protagonist's thigh. After that, everyone fought fiercely. The senior students refused to fall behind either. They couldn't lose to the girls of the Weiyang Club. This energy art really was formidable. It almost cut the time needed to kill the bronze water beasts by more than half. Chuan decided to find a corner and play games instead. Suddenly, the mysterious phone vibrated, and the surrounding palace trembled as well. Everyone worried that it was an earthquake, but the wall in front of them collapsed, revealing a gate leading somewhere unknown. This place wasn't marked on a map of the Forbidden City at all. Everyone was curious and wanted to go inside to take a look. What if it was some hidden treasure vault? Chuan also went over to check it out. Inside was an enormous stone stele. It was carved with cryptic symbols and drawings. This structure was cast from bronze. Could there be something extraordinary inside? Chuan used Demon God Chi and stepped through the air to inspect it. The entire structure had no entrance at all, not even a window. The moment he said that, an explosion sounded below. It turned out a young man had smashed it with a hammer, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. It seemed brute force wouldn't work either. No doors, no openings, and some kind of energy protecting it as well. Chuan truly had no idea what it was. Suddenly, a timid, bespectacled student said, "This is the place called Deceiving Heaven, Hiding Spirits." Senior Jiang Yin seemed to know the origin of the building. In the era of the two Zhou dynasties, people worshipped ghosts and gods, believing that heaven's principles and the spirits govern the life and death of all things. In order to worship heaven and perform rites, the royal clans devoted great study to funeral rituals. However, it was said that in the later Eastern Zhou period, the Son of Heaven of Zhou feared death. So he sealed his own flesh and blood within a dead city, deliberately deceiving heaven by feigning death and concealing the heavenly secrets in order to escape the mortal calamity written in his fate. Sadly, heaven's will cannot be defied. In the end, he still couldn't escape death. And according to historical records, this dead city built to deceive heaven and hide spirits was cast in bronze and had neither doors nor passages. Li Xian wanted to know how to get in, but if this really was the Eastern Zhou dead city, they could try digging beneath the south wall of the city. Everyone immediately followed the suggestion. However, they had been inside for quite a while now and still hadn't come out. Jiang Yin was worried that something might have happened, but with Feng Qiuyan's coach going in with them, things should surely be fine. Inside the dead city, the place was completely empty. There was only a withered tree growing in the middle. Chuan used his phone to scan for information. Sure enough, it really was the tree. This was the first time the phone had reacted to something outside the small hand imprint. Everyone walked around for a while, but couldn't find anything good. Other than this tree, there was nothing here at all. Suddenly, the tree lit up, startling everyone badly. It turned out that one of the group members had accidentally touched the tree, and it changed like this. The student said he was scared, so one of the girls in the group checked him to see if he had been cursed, but there was nothing at all. There wasn't even the aura of a curse. In truth, when he touched the tree just now, he hadn't felt anything either. He had only been startled by the tree suddenly lighting up. Everyone began to grow curious about the light. Wang Lu felt that something was a little strange, but if there was no danger, then they could touch it freely. As she spoke, she put her hand on the trunk. Immediately, the tree gave off a red light. Li Xian hurried over in concern and asked if Wang Lu felt uncomfortable anywhere. But aside from the color changing, nothing seemed to happen. So did that mean different people touching the tree would produce different colors? When Li Xian touched it, it gave off a yellow light. Chuan felt that something was off. It would be best not to touch this tree. The others, however, grew curious and wanted to see what color they would get. The information about the tree had been loading for ages and still hadn't finished. By the time he had returned from the Forbidden City to the dorm, the phone was still showing that it was loading. Pressing the phone did nothing either. It seemed he could only wait for it to finish. After all, it was rare for Chu Wan to get to sleep early for once. The battle for the Holy Land qualification was approaching. Ouyang Lan didn't feel entirely at ease leaving Chu Wan alone, and when the time came, she wanted Tianzhua to have Sheng accompany Chu Wan on the trip. Even at this point, Tianzhua still believed his younger sister could do it. However, the list had already been finalized. Ouyang Lan knew her son doted on his younger sister, but he also needed to understand her condition. And Jing was different from Tianzhua. She had been born with an innate cold body, though no one knew the reason even now. And the cold syndrome that came with the cold body was unstable. This meant from the start that her cultivation would be far more painful than that of ordinary people. This was also why Ouyang Lan didn't support her in cultivating the shooting sun art. Even if Jinger won and obtained the qualification, if something went wrong during the inheritance process, no matter how slim the possibility, she still didn't want to lose someone important. And Jing heard all of this from outside the door. Right now, her heart was in complete turmoil. That night, rain poured down. At last, the phone finished loading. That withered tree had a terrifying name, Human Face Tree of Death. So this was the dark tree inside the dead city. But why would a tree alone become a separate dungeon on the phone? What secret did this tree actually hold? Suddenly, there was knocking at the door. When he opened it, and Jing was standing there, soaked through from the rain. She said that she wanted to settle the promised fight between them right now. Chuan didn't care. He tossed her a towel and said, "I don't remember ever agreeing to the fight you're talking about. Your dorm room is upstairs, right? Dry off and go back." Chu had already reached the legendary stage and also had a powerful companion beast. She couldn't understand what he was still hesitating over. Chu knew that Jing had come because of that holy temple qualification. He had also obtained that qualification by accident. If she wanted it that badly, then he would go directly to Ouyang Lan and persuade her to return it to Jing. And Jing broke down and cried helplessly. "Of course I know that. Beating you wouldn't prove anything at all. But I don't care. The Holy Land qualification that I staked my life on to prove I deserved, you can obtain so easily and cast aside just as easily. You can cultivate the shooting sun art and yet don't treasure it, while I, the one who truly wants to cultivate it, have to endure the agony of the cold body. It's not fair. This isn't fair." Just then, the phone showed an incoming call. It was Li Xian. He was panicking as he delivered bad news. something terrible has happened. A few of the people from our group who entered the dead city yesterday suddenly died today. Xiao Lu seems to be among them too. And Jing and Chu went with Li Xian to check the situation. Several of those who died had not died in a dimensional zone, but right in the academy. It was said that they showed no warning signs at all and simply suddenly lost their breathing and heartbeat. Li Xian had checked the list. All 5 of the dead were people who had touched the death tree. But Li Xian himself had touched the tree too. If it really was some kind of energy from that tree, then he was in great danger now as well. Li Xian had already reported the tree to the academy, but according to the investigation team's findings, there was no trace of any tree inside the Bronze Dead City. The tree had vanished. The military had now taken full control of the matter, and the area was under lockdown. Even entering or leaving the academy had become extremely difficult. That meant there was no way for them to know Wang Lu's condition or anyone else's. Now the one who needed to speak up had done so. And Jing, the treasured daughter of the Yin family, this thick thigh would definitely get them in. She was also willing to bring the 2 of them inside. But Chuan would owe her one favor. She just hadn't thought of what favor yet. She would tell him when she did. Chuan reminded Li Xian to be careful. If anything unusual happened, he could contact him at any time, since Li Xian had touched the tree too. While Jing was calling Sheng, Chuan entered the game and went to find the human-faced tree of death. Sure enough, it was different from how it had looked that morning. It was no longer just a withered tree. It had sprouted flower buds. There were 5 buds in total, matching the number of people who had died so far. So all of this really was the work of that tree. But Chuan noticed something strange. A dungeon was indeed a simulated copy of reality, but the existences between the 2 shouldn't affect one another. So why had the influence caused by the human-faced tree of death in reality this time appeared inside the phone as well? The real death tree had already vanished. So there was one possibility. This wasn't any kind of dungeon at all. Instead, as recorded in the Companion Beast Chronicle, the phone had loaded the thing from reality directly into itself. While he was still thinking, and Jing came over and confiscated his phone when she saw that even at a moment like this, he was still staring at it. She had already obtained authorization to go inside, and now the 2 of them would enter together. Down in the research room, Uncle Qin was arguing with a doctor wearing a crow mask. He was fiercely opposing the masked doctor's proposal to dissect the students who had just died. But Dr. Yin, because he did not understand the full situation, wanted to investigate the matter more deeply. After all, the bodily functions of those children had already stopped. In a sense, they were no different from dead people. Uncle Qin was agitated. We still haven't figured out what's going on. Once they're dissected, there'll be no turning back. Don't you understand that, Dr. Yin? This time, the Wang family's daughter is among them too. The Wang family will never let this go. Dr. Yin wanted to leave 1 person behind because he only needed 4 people for the dissection. But Uncle Qin objected. He would not give up a single one. Aren't you soldiers always begging to die in battle just to become research material? Dr. Yin still insisted. They're hovering on the boundary between life and death right now. I have to find the source of this bewitching energy. General, you have no other choice. Only I can give them even the slightest chance of life. This deal is very fair. General Qin flew into a rage and grabbed the doctor by the throat. Are you threatening me? At that moment, a sound came from outside the door. Uncle Qin, eyes bloodshot with fury, shouted, "Come out. Didn't I say no one was allowed in?" Only after learning was in Jing did he calm down a little. And Jing said she had brought someone who might be able to help them. Chuan then told them everything about the tree. Uncle Qin knew about it as well. Earlier, the Li family boy had submitted a report, but nothing matching the tree the 2 of them described had been found in the Forbidden City. That tree must have existed. Chuan said that everyone who entered the Dead City with him had seen it with their own eyes. It definitely hadn't been some hallucination. Moreover, he felt they were not actually dead. The place where the tree had appeared was inside the Eastern Zhou Dead City, and the Dead City itself was something crucial for feigning death and deceiving the heavens. Chuan believed that the tree's disappearance might have been meant to conceal heavenly secrets. Wang Lu and the others had most likely only been infected by the tree's aura and entered a suspended death state. Once the tree's aura disappeared, they might wake up again. However, everything Chuan said was rejected by Dr. Yin. In his view, it was all just speculation. The doctor began setting a deadline to force everyone into a corner. He said he could only wait 1 more night. Although General Qin still had not given him permission to do as he pleased, the doctor kept pressing for his decision. This is also giving the general time to consider the proposal I made earlier. The life force of those students has been stripped away by some unknown power. One day, once the last trace of life vanishes like grains of sand, even I won't be able to do anything. General, you better think carefully about my earlier request. Don't wait until it's too late to regret it. Uncle Qin was furious, but for the moment, there was nothing he could do to him. Chuan gave some thought to what the doctor had just said. He had said their life force was being stripped away, and Jing explained that Dr. Yin Jun, according to the military register, belonged to the Corp's master branch. The essence energy art he cultivated, along with his life providence and life soul, were all related to life or the soul. In his field, he really was capable of sensing and distinguishing the state of life. She asked Chuan what he planned to do next. Chuan hesitated for a while, then finally decided to go to the bathroom, but not to relieve himself. He took out his phone. He had to do something before that. Doctor forced General Qin's hand. If they really were dissected for research, it would be a disaster. He entered the game and suddenly discovered that the flower buds on the tree had begun to bloom. Combined with what Yin Jun had said, the development of these 5 flowers represented the absorption of the lives of those 5 people. The only option was to take the risk and destroy those flower buds. With that thought, Chuan started trying. His slash was able to touch the petals, and outside, Wang Lu opened her eyes as well. And Jing noticed immediately and quickly informed Uncle Qin. But after examining her, the doctor found it hard to understand. Her current state was clearly still one of death. It seemed there really was something strange going on. Uncle Qin began to believe the suspended death theory Chuan had mentioned. Even so, that bastard still tried to argue back. Their condition still hasn't changed. General, don't celebrate too early. On Chuan's side, he was still trying to get close and pluck off those flowers, but it seemed even the star-slaying saber energy could not destroy those buds. He called out all of his companion beasts at once. Ting had somehow slipped out on its own as well. He climbed up the branch and lightly plucked off one flower without the slightest difficulty. It could actually be removed that easily. Chuan hurried out to ask about the situation, and sure enough, Wang Lu had already awakened. Uncle Qin had also already had Wang Lu examined, and her condition seemed not to be serious at all. If the Wang girl was fine, then the others would probably be able to wake up as well. That meant Chuan's guess had been right, and Dr. Yan's plan and calculations were about to collapse. Chuan modestly said that he had just gotten lucky. If there was nothing else, he asked to leave first. In reality, he was going back into the game to have Ting pluck off the remaining buds. That man watched Chuan leave with a puzzled look. After it was all over, and Jing called Chuan to tell him that the others had awakened as well, he just gave a few absent-minded replies and quickly hung up. Looking at those flowers, he had no idea what to do with them. These flower buds were immature dead man flowers. They had condensed into item props, but it was unclear what use they had. Ting stood there drooling as if it were raining. It seemed extremely eager to eat them, since he did not know what else to do with them. Chuan simply tossed them to Ting to devour. Suddenly, another bud grew on the dead man tree branch. This time it was yellow, and that golden light belonged to Li Xian. Chuan immediately called Li Xian, but it seemed he was already too late. No one answered anymore. It was time for Ting to act again. The moment it got the order, it moved like lightning and swallowed the newly bloomed flower in one bite. Li Xian immediately woke up as well. He said he had just accidentally fallen asleep on the floor, nothing more. As long as he was fine, that was enough. Anyone who touched that tree would have their life drain away. That damn thing was truly vicious. In the end, though, it still had not matured. Chuan was curious what use it would have once it fully matured. But by then, the person involved would long since be dead and buried. Then another flower bud grew. Just how many people had touched that tree? Why were these people all so curious? In the end, the one who benefited the most was only Ting. The next day, the two of them entered the Forbidden City to complete the assignment. They only needed to submit photos of their spoils, and it would be done. Chuan looked like someone who had just been fished up from the 17th layer of hell, as if someone had put dark circle makeup under his eyes. For the past few days, he had been sitting there with Ting watching that blasted dead tree day and night. At the very least, no new buds had appeared recently. Heaven, please have mercy and stop making this poor man live such a life. After being informed that Chuan had completed the test, Professor Wang Fei seemed as if some plan of hers was about to be put into motion. The next day, Chuan received notice that he was being transferred to study under a new instructor. His teacher told him that he was a student with special talent, and compared to her, she believed that person would be more capable of helping him grow. That advisor was named Wang Mingyuan. Although his strength ranked only around the middle, in terms of scholarship and theory, no one in the academy could compare to him. Chuan already possessed natural talent, and following him would definitely benefit him greatly. At that moment, Senior Hui Haifeng appeared cheerfully together with Jiang Yan. It seemed they would be fellow disciples from now on. Martial Uncle said a junior disciple would be coming. I was wondering what kind of student could make teacher accept him, but if it's you, then suddenly it doesn't seem strange anymore. The teacher explained that both of them were students of Chu Wen's future advisor. In other words, they would be his future senior brothers. After that, the two of them took Chu Wan to the old dragon cave at Longmen Grotto. This place was Teacher Wang's research site, though Teacher had just gone to Dragon Well for investigation. There, a red-haired man was stationed in plain sight. Haifeng introduced this lazybones as Zhong Zia, who would also be Chu Wen's senior brother. Seeing that a newcomer had arrived, Zia was overjoyed. At last, he was finally being freed. As for Chu Wan, his task was to tidy up those chains. This was also the introductory assignment arranged by their teacher. He only needed to pull the chain up from inside. Chu Wan curiously asked what the chain was for. Since this place was called Dragon Well, of course it was for fishing dragons. This cave would occasionally emit strange light and dragon roars. And that special chain had also been made by Teacher Wang for that reason. As Chu Wan pulled on it, he asked whether it might be the kind of dragon from legends. However, that was only their instructor's speculation based on dimensional mutation. In Zia's view, even if there really was something there, it was nothing more than a kind of dimensional creature. After being pulled up a certain distance, the chain became frozen over. Sharp ice stabbed into Chu Wen's hand, causing him pain. The cold energy in Dragon Well was extremely heavy, and any chain lowered into it would become infused with that chill. Pulling the chain could not be done with an essence energy skill. That was also one of Teacher's rules. After hearing the explanation, Chu Wan began again. He used all his strength to pull it up, but it was extremely difficult. His body soon became exhausted and aching. For someone at the legendary stage, the damage caused by the transmitted cold was limited, though the sensation was certainly unpleasant. In the end, Chu Wan finally managed to pull the chain up, and a man also poked his head out from below. That man was Teacher Wang himself. A while later, everyone sat around a fire. Teacher Wang poured Chu Wan a bowl of hot soup. The hot soup had miraculous effects on frostbite and driving away the cold. Teacher Wang had heard that Chu Wan had pulled the chain dozens of times. Even after pulling it that many times, he still had not tried any other method. Haifeng had borrowed momentum, using the greatest range and force to pull the chain while releasing it at the same time to reduce the amount of contact time with it. That way, before his hand froze stiff, he could still pull the chain up. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, spent time observing for moments when the cold was relatively weaker, so that when he pulled the chain, he would be affected by the chill as little as possible. In the end, he also succeeded. As for Zia, he had directly used an essence energy skill. To him, rules were dead while people were alive. But it had also been him who told Chu when he wasn't allowed to use essence energy skills. As for Chu Wan, he still wanted to keep trying. Since it was a task, then it was also a form of training. If he persisted and adapted after a few more tries, pulling the chain up should not be a problem. Teacher Wang said, "Among all my students, counting you, there are only 2 who didn't think and just directly pulled the chain. But if we're talking about someone who didn't give up after failing and kept trying over and over, then you're the first. The other one who couldn't pull it up was a senior who has already graduated. Still, rules are rules. Next, you only get to rest after you pull it up." Panting heavily, Chu Wan finally pulled it up. Tied to the chain was an anchor. The shape of that anchor looked very much like the one on the tablet in Uncle Chin's house. However, its appearance seemed as if it had been deliberately corroded. Teacher Wang had attached this anchor to that companion egg pouch and made it into a fishing hook to catch dragons. Dragons were a greedy species, especially when it came to food. From now on, that chain would be handed over to Chu Wan. He only needed to drop the hook back into the well and then go rest. As Chu Wan walked, he kept thinking about the dragons they had just mentioned. Curious to see for himself, he entered the Dragon Cave instance in the Longmen Grottos. Even after entering, it was still impossible to tell how deep dragon well actually was, but one thing was certain. It was definitely incredibly cold below. Chuan activated the eightfold Prudna Lotus Buddha Body Life Providence to wrap his whole body and plunged downward at high speed, hoping there would be no problem. He had already gone down quite far, but still had not reached the bottom. The deeper he got, the stronger the cold energy became. Even though his physique had been strengthened and he had the protection of the Lotus Buddha body, if he kept going any farther, the temperature would only get lower. He would surely freeze to death. In reality, he might still be able to try something like thick clothing or fire, but in the game that was impossible. Speaking of fire, Chuan immediately thought of the mysterious essence energy art from the Fire God platform. At once, he switched to the ancient sovereign scripture, and his whole body burst into flames. As expected of an essence energy art from the fire tablet, it naturally had extremely high resistance to cold energy. He continued descending in one breath, but even the ancient sovereign scripture had its limits. Still, he was not too far from the bottom now. Chuan decided to summon the flying ant and the demonic light needle to go down first. Then he used Ting to listen to the surroundings. The result was that an enormous, terrifying dragon was approaching. With a single roar, everything around it seemed to be swept clean. The phone screen also instantly went black. From over 100 meters away, one roar had blown him apart directly. Was that really a dragon from legend? And more than that, there was also a cocoon at the bottom of the well. Could it have anything to do with a white cocoon guarded by the golden flying ant? Forget it. He would deal with those headaches later. Chuan planned to quickly pull up this chain and then go back to the dormitory to rest. Suddenly, the surrounding space dimmed, and that doctor wearing the eerie mask appeared. I only used my life soul to interfere with the perception of the living beings around here, making it impossible for others to notice the existence of this area. I finally found a suitable chance to meet you, Chuan. Chuan also recognized that doctor. If he remembered correctly, the students were already safe and sound, and the general had not issued any order for further investigation. So why had this man appeared here? He said he was merely a little puzzled and wanted to talk with him, so there was no need to be nervous. Yin Jun made it so that Chuan's entire body could no longer move. He said he liked playing games of Yuche Sairon. He had only temporarily severed the connection between Chu-1 and his body. That was all. Yinjin also got straight to the point. He had come because of that tree. He had been searching for the vanished tree all along because he needed its energy. The doctor asked Chu-1 whether he knew about the ship of Theseus. It was a difficult problem classified as a paradox. It describes a ship that can sail the seas for 100 years thanks to constant maintenance and replacement of its parts. As soon as a piece of wood rots, it is replaced. In the end, the entire ship is replaced. At that point, is it still the ship of Theseus? Or once even one part is changed, does it cease to be the same ship it was before? The answer is very simple. What determines whether it is the ship of Theseus has never depended on the ship itself, but on the person steering it. If, to the helmsman, the concept of the ship of Theseus is merely a tool used to conquer the ocean, then regardless of whether it still looks as it did 100 years ago, is still the ship of Theseus. This is also the relationship between the body, consciousness, and soul. Consciousness is the helmsman, while our flesh is only the ship of Theseus shackling us. The dimensional storms have given humanity the possibility of evolution. Starting from the very lowest level, most humans can hardly survive under the crushing humiliation imposed by higher life forms and monsters. If his research could really succeed in extracting human consciousness, or rather, the soul, then humanity would gain immortality. Consciousness would no longer be bound by victory or defeat, strength or weakness. Humans would exist in an entirely new dimension. This man, I really don't know whether to call him a genius or a madman. That mad doctor had devoted his entire life to his research. His fate and life, soul, existed only to observe the abstract concept of the soul and give mankind greater possibilities. But once he tried to separate a person's consciousness and soul from the body, no matter what method he used, no matter how careful he was, once the soul consciousness was stripped from the body, life was destroyed. It was the same every single time. Yet he had seen with his own eyes that those students whose souls had been taken away had mysteriously reappeared, breaking that very law. The tree Chu, when mentioned, possessed the energy he wanted, and that doctor felt the tree in the dead city was connected to Chu-Wen. If the tree's existence was a constant, then the variable behind the tree's disappearance was the person who entered the dead city. Likewise, if the previously dead students coming back to life also involved a variable, then that variable was the appearance of Chu-Wen and Jing. And Chu-Wen happened to be present in both variables. He believed all of this was just his deduction, made after ruling out every variable he knew of. Chu-Wen wanted to use his skill, but he was completely suppressed by epic-level pressure. The Mad Doctor wanted to personally investigate, splitting apart every memory in Chu-Wen's brain to search for what he wanted. As he spoke, he stabbed a knife into the center of Chu-Wen's forehead. Chu-Wen Jemba Haoba. For humans to harm their own kind like this, don't you find it ridiculous, sir? It won't take long. The moment I strip away the memories from your brain, your mind will collapse as well. You'll become a humanoid puppet devoid of all emotion and consciousness. If humanity wants progress, there must be sacrifice. I am willing to bear the sin for it. I will record your contribution in the history books of human evolution. As he spoke, he launched another knife. Then suddenly, with a sharp swish, flames burst forth. Chu-Wen's whole body was covered in crimson veins. The fivefold Psi was activated instantly, helping him break free from the epic-level suppression. The man realized at once that his opponent was no ordinary student. He ordered his companion beast to activate its soul-controlling eye, but with just one fierce glare from Chu-Wen, its head exploded like New Year's fireworks. The Mad Doctor began to tremble in fear. Impossible. He's only legendary. How can he possess this kind of power? Chu-Wen merely waved his hand a few times, and the blazing red flames wrapped around the man and exploded. Once it was over, the barrier was lifted. Chu-Wen was utterly exhausted, blood pouring from his mouth, his body swaying out of control. Was Chu-Wen really going to go down in history as the first person to game himself to death? He lost consciousness and fainted. When he woke up, he found himself carefully bandaged, and his clothes had been removed. The one sitting beside him was none other than Teacher Wang. He reminded Chu-Wen not to move around recklessly. Although he had used his life soul to heal some of the fatal wounds, the damage from the broken ribs and the severe internal injuries still needed time to recover. Zhong Zia had found Chu-Wen, and when he brought him over in critical condition, Wang Mingyuan had been scared half to death. The veins throughout his body had been damaged by the crushing force, and even his internal organs and surrounding bones had been seriously injured. Fortunately, none of his belongings were missing. Wang Mingyuan asked if he remembered who had attacked him. Chu-Wen said his memories were a little muddled. Rather than saying it was Yin Zhen, it might be more accurate to say it was his own fate, but saying that sounded a little strange. A fate is something created by one's own body, so its power should not be able to exceed the body's limits of endurance. Otherwise, how could it even come into being? But the King Sai completely defied that logic. Moreover, whenever the King Sai erupted, Chu-Wen's consciousness seemed to be disturbed by another consciousness. Zhongzia said that when he found Chu-Wen, aside from Chu-Wen lying in a pool of blood, there was no trace of anyone else, which meant Yin Zhen had exploded on the spot. In any case, Wang Mingyuan had already contacted the Academy's investigation team, so they could handle the matter. But there was something else. When Wang Mingyuan used his life soul to treat Chu-Wen, he found something rather interesting about his injuries. His whole body had been badly hurt, but only his heart was almost completely unharmed, as if it had been protected by some other force. Otherwise, he probably would have died on spot. Chu-Wen had no idea what it was either. He had nearly died on his very first day as Wang Mingyuan's student. Who knew whether that was some kind of omen? Wang Mingyuan tossed Chu-Wen a manual. It was the 7 Scattered Palms. He couldn't always stay by their side, so making his boys stronger was the truest form of protection. Just hearing the name 7 Scattered Palms made it sound powerful already. Wang Mingyuan had compiled the essence of 7 different palm arts into one and named it the 7 Scattered Palms. Every move in the 7 Scattered Palms was a refined essence drawn from other palm techniques. It emphasized practicality, and Wang Mingyuan had already looked over Chu-Wen's movement techniques and physique. It suited him very well. It would be of great help in his advancement. In any case, Chu-Wen was injured and couldn't do much these next few days, so he might as well use it to pass the time. Chu-Wen had no choice but to call Li Xian and ask him to feed Big Shot Yang at home. But Li Xian begged for mercy. His chest still hurt even now. Chu-Wen said he truly couldn't move at the moment, and if Li Xian didn't go to the dorm to feed Lord Yang these next few days, it would smash the whole room to pieces. Who else could he ask besides Brother Xian? Li Xian could only grit his teeth and agree bitterly. Fortunately, though he was injured, he wasn't crippled. His hands could still be used to play games. So Chuan could also try practicing the 7 scattered palms in the game. Still, Chuan truly hadn't expected Yin Zhen to be bold enough to commit such a monstrous act just because of that tree. He entered the game and noticed there was now a number beneath the icon of the deadly tree. A pure white flower bud had also sprouted on the tree, but the tree had clearly disappeared, so how could anyone still touch it? Chuan remembered what Wang Mingyuan had just said. Aside from finding Chu when in a pool of blood, there had been no trace of anyone else. Yin Zhen was nowhere to be seen. Could it be this flower bud? After that, Chuan focused on practicing the 7 scattered palms. Rather than calling the 7 scattered palms an essence energy art, it was more like a technique akin to the 1-inch punch. The 7 forms of the 7 scattered palms were combined into a single move. Though short and simple, it still required proper cultivation to fully understand. And as for that deadly flower, he had no idea what it would become once it fully matured. Chuan continued grinding the ant nest dungeon. That ant queen still fought on relentlessly. Getting the lunar wind to hit it now was harder than ascending to heaven. Chuan turned, wanting to target the cocoon, but the ant protected it with all its might. After getting slashed a few times, he was instantly killed. Dragon Well and the ant nest both had the same kind of cocoon, so it was hard not to suspect some connection between them. There had to be some secret hidden inside. But in the end, soaring to the sky still wasn't considered true flight. The silver wings had limitations in speed and range compared to epic level. If only there were a better flying essence energy skill. Jiang Yin brought medicine for Chuan. This medicine had been prescribed by Master himself, so Chuan would recover quickly and well. After that, he still needed to rest and recuperate properly. Chuan had a few things he wanted to ask Teacher, but Teacher and Zhongzia had gone down a dragon well for an investigation. They should be back soon, though. Jiang Yin said he was very confident in his knowledge, so if there was anything Chuan wanted to ask, he could ask him. He even knew about the existence of the dead city, so he was clearly someone with extensive knowledge. Chuan said honestly, "It's like this. Before, I learned the Dragon Gate soaring art, but even though it's excellent, I still feel that in the end it isn't true flight. So I want to know, among legendary level skills, are there any flying skills that are even faster?" Jiang Yin replied that the soaring art was already one of the better lightness type essence energy skills of the legendary rank. If there was an essence energy skill even faster than the soaring art, then only sun chasing from the sun chasing bird near Sunset City could compare. Sunset City was closely linked to Sunset Academy. When Sunset Academy was first established, its meaning wasn't as complicated as it was now. At the beginning, it simply referred to a place from which one could see Sunset City. At that moment, Zhongzia also returned. He said Chuan should give up the idea of catching a sun-chasing bird because it was impossible. Not that he wanted to pour cold water on Chuan, but Chuan didn't even know where Sunset City was. Although it could be seen from Sunset Academy, it was actually in the sky, an illusory city that only appeared in the glow of sunset. Because the sun-chasing bird had no legs, it could never land on the ground in its entire life. It spent its whole existence roaming through the clouds around Sunset City. High in the sky, unable to land, and unbelievably fast. It was so difficult that killing a Feiqian would honestly be more feasible. Jiang Yin was helpless. Since his junior brother had asked about legendary level flight techniques just now, that was why he hadn't mentioned Feiqian. There really was a stronger flying essence energy skill right in Dragon Gate Grotto, and it was the higher level version of the soaring art Chu one currently had, the skill from the epic creature Dragon Gate Feiqian. As a relative of Feiqian, the Feiqian beast had the soaring art, so Feiqian itself naturally possessed even greater speed than the Feiqian beast. It was true flight, but as things stood, Chuan fundamentally couldn't defeat an epic. Being able to kill a Feiqian beast would already be good enough. Slinging an arm around his shoulders, Zhongzia said that once Chuan recovered, he dragged both Jiang Yin and Haifeng along to help him. With that, they would definitely succeed. Before Chuan could even respond, Zhongzia had already rushed off to scout Feiqian's abilities. Chuan was worried about him, but Jiang Yin told him to leave him alone. Feiqian couldn't kill him anyway. At most, it would just make him suffer a bit. As for Chuan, his current suffering was having to gulp down this medicine that was more bitter than my life before he could recover. After a short period of time, he had mostly recovered, but today all 4 of them had asked for leave. Zhongzia, feeling a little guilty, stammered, saying he wanted to take the newly arrived Chu Wen out for a walk and help them bond or something. Wang Mingyuan seemed to sense that something was off, but he still agreed to let them go. Zhong Zia said he had been tracking Fei Yin for days already. His hands had long been itching, and he'd run out of patience. Finally, he could have a proper fight. Chu Wen was a bit worried and didn't know whether they really had confidence in taking down Fei Yin. He had originally wanted to test Fei Yin first in the Dragon Gate Stone Cave dungeon, but inside the dungeon, there was no sign of it at all. With supreme confidence, Zhong Zia said, "No idea." Hui Haifeng also chimed in, "A little uncertainty makes it interesting. If this were easy, we wouldn't all need to come together, right?" Wang Mingyuan was clearly a very steady man, but the senior brothers he had trained all had quite a bit of personality. In the Lotus Cave, atop a stone lotus, a Feitian beast was growling from the center of the lotus pedestal, and the mark on its head was the unmistakable sign of Feitian's #1 kin. The odds of Feitian crossing a dimensional rift were not high, but if its closest kin were here, that meant Feitian itself had already crossed through the dimensional rift. No wonder Chu Wen had never encountered it in the game. That meant as long as they dealt with this one, they could lure out its master. He'd spent far too much time resting already, so he'd use this ugly monster to warm up a little. Seeing its enemies approach, the Feitian beast immediately threw a punch. But Chu Wen was already extremely familiar with that attack pattern from a game. He decided to test the first move of the 7 scattered palms, a clear conscience. One punch, and the beast was sent straight to the grave. The senior brothers praised it as an excellent attack. He had grasped teacher's 7 scattered palms so quickly. Zhong Zia grew a little thoughtful. The mark on that monkey-like creature's head looked just like the one beside the Fei Yin he had personally tracked. Suddenly, the surroundings began to darken. Fei Yin had truly appeared. Dressed in black with white sashes, it looked nothing like the many-colored celestial maiden painted on the mural. The senior brothers also took their positions the moment they saw the mutated Fei Yin. All of their attacks were blocked by the strips of cloth on its body. It truly lived up to its name as an epic creature. Even the Star Shatter Bullet was useless. If they remained inside its domain, they'd be at a disadvantage. It would be best to get outside. But just as they turned to leave, Zhong Zia slammed face first into something. It was a barrier. The 4 of them had already been enclosed within Fei Qian's barrier. Zhong Zia pulled out his gun, ready for a real fight. They all warned each other to give it everything they had, or they'd die here. Chu Wen also equipped the Lotus Arm Guard, and then all 4 of them charged together. Chu Wen took out the banana leaf fan and activated the lunar wind, blowing away Fei Qian's attacks. Fei Qian began to attack. Chu Wen and Zhong Zia went up first. His senior brother reminded him, "Don't go and die in our first battle together." But of course that wasn't going to happen. Chu Wen quickly switched to the Tao Sutra. The little banana leaf fan's level was still too low. If it were upgraded, then even if Fei Qian had wind control abilities, it would probably still be frozen. Although Fei Qian was still incredibly fast, the cold air had slowed down its attacks. Haifeng moved in next and asked Chu Wen and Jiang Yin to cover him. Both Chu Wen and Zhong Zia were struck, while only Haifeng continued charging straight ahead. Just as Fei Qian prepared to attack Haifeng, Jiang Yin successfully wrapped a rope around its leg and yang. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Hui Haifeng slammed a heavy punch into its stomach. However, he was still hit by the counterforce and sent flying backward. Chu Wen knew it was an epic creature, after all, but he still hadn't expected his senior brother to fight so recklessly. But things were also grim. The gravity suppression mark still hadn't ended. Jiang Yin was still struggling with that rope, while Fei Qian was finally wounded after 2 slashes from Zhong Zia. At last, they were able to inflict real damage on it. Next would be a contest of endurance. The brothers continuously stacked negative states of gravity suppression on it, followed by the negative state of attribute absorption, which pinned down one of its legs. A perfect chance, pull for both sides. One used Moon Slash, another used Star Slash Saber Energy to strike from both directions. The barrier shattered, and they thought everything was finally over. But D-Ting activated, allowing Chu Wen to dodge Fei Qian's sudden sneak attack. As a result, Zhong Zia was the one who got caught. It seemed Fei Qian was truly enraged. All its energy was gathering together. Fei Qian was about to self-destruct. Meanwhile, Zhong Zia was unable to move at all. Chu Wen ignored the danger and directly grabbed the rope binding his senior brother. The Huijin palm was considered a form of dark force. If he used his full power and focused it on controlling the thread, he could snap it. He switched to the ancient Sovereign Sutra, and the two of them sped up and fled, escaping just in time before it exploded. The mutated Fate Yin was finished and left behind a skill crystal, though they had no idea what skill it contained. Chuan wanted to pay them some compensation in exchange for the crystal, but Zhongzia said there was no need for money. However, in the future, whenever he wanted to go fight some dimensional creature, Chuan shouldn't even think about getting away. Naturally, Chuan agreed. Looking at the skill crystal in his hand, he realized that even someone at the legendary stage could absorb a skill crystal from an epic creature. After returning home, Chuan had his teacher pour out his life soul to cleanse his wounds. The pain immediately eased, and the injuries quickly healed. His teacher scolded his 3 disciples. Chuan had only just recovered, yet these so-called senior brothers had dragged him off to do something reckless. After returning, Chuan also asked teacher Wang a few questions about absorbing epic crystals. Strictly speaking, they were different from naturally hatched dimensional life forms. In theory, it was possible to absorb a super-level skill crystal, but it wasn't that simple. Although skill crystals were essentially mediums and had a different nature from primordial energy guides, with no direct link to a life form's rank, some skills required more than just primordial energy. To sustain their activation, they also needed certain basic stats, and some conditions could only be met at higher ranks, so naturally there was danger involved. Even though the whole group had acted on their own, since it was rare to see all these brats perform so well, their teacher decided to treat them to a good meal that night. Chuan was still staring blankly at the information on the mutated Fate Yin's dimensional crystal. It belonged to the Buddhist type, with a special requirement. Agility had to reach 21. Sure enough, just as his teacher had said, this was the first time he had seen a primordial energy skill that required speed. By the time Chuan returned home, it was already very late, and Yang Jia was fast asleep. Li Xian's seriousness in taking care of that goat had truly exceeded all expectations. After trying over and over again, the result was still failure. Relying on himself alone, even if it were an ordinary Fate Yin, survival would only be a matter of lasting a little longer or a little shorter. To reach 21 points, based on his current training speed, in the game it would probably only amount to around 18 points. The higher the attribute, the slower the absorption efficiency of low-level crystals became. If he wanted to improve efficiency, he could only think about crystals from epic creatures. The life souls unique to the epic stage were simply too useful. Every type of life soul had its own miraculous ability, and once activated, they almost consumed no primordial energy. That point alone already made them incredibly troublesome. However, this operation had actually proven that if one had enough capable teammates, it was possible to defeat fairly ordinary epic creatures. Still, he had one lingering doubt. Would high-level agility crystals also be affected by the restrictions that came with advancing to legendary? In the end, he could only think of a way to obtain a high-level crystal first before discussing anything further. The next morning, Chuan received a call while he was still half asleep. It was a Sheng. Sister Lan wanted to see Chuan. On the way in the car, they chatted a bit. Sorry for disturbing you so early, young Master Chu. Don't call me young master. Just call me by my name. In that case, from now on, a Sheng would call him a one, and Chuan would call him a Sheng directly as well. Speaking of Sister Lan, Chuan had almost forgotten about the divine boon qualification he still hadn't replied to her about. Chuan decided to give it up. Sister Lan tried to persuade him, saying that the list could only be changed once. If he abandoned this slot, it would be wasted. The rewards of the Holy Land Trial were an opportunity countless people could only dream of. But to Chuan, this qualification had always been a nuisance. He would rather give it up than fight over it. Besides, the mysterious power, the dreamscape, the strange life providence, and the mysterious background of the Lost Immortal Sutra made the Holy Land qualification seem far less important. Sister Lan thought for a while, but in the end still respected Chuan's decision. A Sheng immediately chased after Chuan. Are you really giving up this qualification? He knew Chuan had already made up his mind, but if possible, a Sheng still wanted to delay him a little longer. Then he led Chuan into a room and locked the door. After that, he took off his outer clothes, his inner shirt, and his pants. Oh no, not his pants. His body was covered in dense scars. He truly wanted Chu to see them. Nearly all of them were severe scars that could never fully heal. Some wounds had nearly cut his body apart. These were all marks left behind from fighting dimensional creatures over the years. And in the future, both of them would face even more serious challenges. That meant that ever since the world began mutating, the boundary between the dimensional beings, living space, and humanity had always been protected by warriors and the world's own barriers. But in truth, most people sheltered in the safe zones for nearly half a century had no idea that beneath this fragile balance that looked peaceful, there had already been many incidents over the years of dimensional creatures breaching barriers in different regions across the Federation. Chu remembered that the Sea Emperor Serpent and the Sea Demon Queen that had attacked him before had escaped from a dimensional zone after breaking through a barrier. Ashung said the situation was even worse than imagined. The cause of the dimensional mutations remained unknown, and barrier breaches were still appearing. If this continued, then once the barriers completely collapsed, powerful dimensional life forms would carry out horrifying massacres against ordinary life in the cities. In fact, not long ago, the nearest mutated area to them, Mount Lao, had already experienced several barrier breaches. Of course, it had now been suppressed. But an epic-ranked Major General and his entire squad had all died in that operation. If this world didn't have enough power, then it would be impossible to protect one's family or the people important to them. This divine boon was a rare chance for Chu to obtain power, not for anyone else, but simply to let this world gain one more sliver of hope. He hoped Chu would reconsider this rare opportunity. Although Chu was very grateful for everything Ashung had told him, he still wanted to keep his original decision. If this qualification had belonged to Jing from the very beginning, then her abilities certainly matched the opportunity. Even if the slot was wasted, he still wouldn't fight with someone else over it. Though he felt sorry towards Sister Lan, he didn't want to use someone else's opportunity and end up feeling indebted. As for such an opportunity, he promised that in the future he would still find enough power to protect everything he wanted to protect. Ashung could only sigh. Madame had been right. Though they weren't blood siblings, their temperaments were indeed alike. Since Chu had already made up his mind, Ashung said nothing more. If Chu needed anything in the future, he could come directly to Ashung. For now, Ashung would take him home. Chu was a little curious about Ashung. He also had the surname, and yet he addressed the members of the family as Madam and Young Master. Ashung said that his identity had never been any secret to outsiders. They regarded him either as the family's dog or as a devil instructor. Madam, Miss, and Young Master all treated him as a member of the family. But everyone knew that Ashung did not share the family bloodline. Back then, he had been a nameless man who had forgotten his past. Ashung was a name bestowed on him by the governor. After returning home, Chu fell into deep thought. The world's condition was indeed worsening, just as Ashung had said. In the future, they would have to face ever more dimensional creatures breaking through barriers. Even epic-ranked officers had died when dimensional creatures invaded. Speaking of invading dimensional creatures, wasn't there one right in Chu's own house? That goat that loved eating vegetables. Could that apocalyptic dream from the beginning have actually been a sign of disaster? He turned on his phone, and the icon of the deadly plant began to tremble. Only then did he remember that he had nearly forgotten about the deadly plant. That tree had already borne ripe fruit. He held the death fruit in his hand and stared at the information in disbelief. It looked exactly like a companion egg. This was the epic dark physician. Life Providence, golden left hand. Life Soul, Soul Doctor. Strength 21, Speed 37, Constitution 26, Primordial Energy 38. Innate skills, Endurance Art, Fight Poison with Poison, Penetrating Eyes. It could transform into a companion egg through life conversion. So this was the power of that tree. Although an epic companion egg was somewhat risky, Chu still decided to hatch it. Perhaps this was an opportunity to break through the game's bottleneck. His whole body seemed to undergo a transformation. It was because his physique had increased. The primordial energy in the game and during the process was depleted, but he was still able to stay conscious and endure the intense pain of hatching above his level. Sure enough, he could now sense the new summoning contract. He summoned the epic dark physician. It was in its infant form. Life Providence, golden left hand. Strength 18, Speed 12, Constitution 13, Primordial Energy 18. Innate skills, Endurance art, fight poison with poison, penetrating eyes. Fortunately, what hatched wasn't a yin jun. Otherwise, it would have been far too horrifying. Chuan looked at the three abilities before him. Endurance art allowed for precise cutting with almost no deviation. Fight poison with poison used toxicity to imitate adrenaline, stimulating living tissue in a short time and strengthening the body's organization. Penetrating eyes displayed the internal condition of a life form. These three abilities were practically divine skills specialized in medicine. Unfortunately, Chuan knew absolutely nothing about medicine. Still, with these skills, handling emergency external injuries on the battlefield in the future would become much more convenient. The Dark Physician was currently only in its infant form. If it could recover to the epic life soul state of Soul Doctor, then the terrifying pressure from that time, if not for the emergence of his consciousness, would have left him completely unable to move. Low-level companion eggs increased far too slowly for the growth of a high-level creature. But if he wanted to fight epic creatures, where was he supposed to get epic companion eggs? In the end, it returned to a dead loop. However, by forming a team with experts like last time, he could challenge weaker epic dimensional creatures beyond his level. But he had already owed his senior brothers a favor once. Chuan looked at the phone beside him, his mind filled with thoughts. In the end, he still called Li Xian and said he wanted to form a team to challenge an epic creature. Li Xian also wanted in, thanks to that hot-tempered goat granting him the life providence of the undying war god. Li Xian had become better and better at fighting. However, Chuan still hadn't fully decided. Once he made his final decision, he would tell Li Xian. Then there was Feng Qiuyan. How could he possibly refuse any request from his coach? The next person invited was Wang Lu. Something this interesting naturally had to include her. Just as Li Xian had said, it was necessary to establish a club and have a team of their own. Though everyone was talented, this was probably the first time first-year students would challenge an epic creature. Therefore, Chuan decided to call Senior Huangji, Vali Sondid Regretful. If Chuan had spoken earlier, it would have been better, but he wasn't at school now. He was currently at the Federation Holy Land because he had some matters to attend to there. Since Senior wasn't here, then so be it. Next came choosing the target. If it was only for materials, then there was no need to find an epic creature that was too troublesome and increase the danger for everyone. That would also raise the success rate. It was the best choice. However, the epic creatures Chuan had seen were limited. He still had no way to deal with Jinwu at Hulao Pass. The divine crane at Midheaven Gate was influenced by a mysterious power and could freely enter and leave, and the golden flying ant was also too strong. Moreover, there still wasn't a real-world dimensional zone in that cave. Feitian wouldn't do either. So is there any epic creature left that was a little weaker? Chuan went to the Bingyang Cave of the Longmen Grottos, and it was also his first time coming to this area. The caves in the Longmen Grottos were independent from one another. In that regard, it was much more user-friendly than stages that required going deeper and deeper before one could continue exploring. Suddenly, an incredibly cute tiger appeared. He had just praised the little monster here for being adorable when it pounced straight at him. If a tiger doesn't roar, do you think it's Hello Kitty, bro? The surprising thing was that this cute tiger was actually an epic creature. The two sides fought fiercely, and the little monster immediately took a slash of star-slaying saber chi to the tail. After that, it was frozen by the banana fairy fan. The tiger only roared once, and the ice shattered completely. Only then did Chuan truly understand what it meant that, when one was strong enough, there was no need to fear any tricks or schemes from the enemy. The epic level stats alone were enough to force him into a panicked retreat. Chuan's primordial energy was being rapidly consumed. While judging from the monster's attributes, it wouldn't be exhausted anytime soon. The tiger pounced again, and Chuan died gloriously. As expected, he had never really hoped to defeat an epic creature by himself. But if that was all there was to it, then it really was an excellent choice for team combat. The difficulty of epic creatures didn't lie only in their stats, but also in their various strange and mysterious life providences and their powerful primordial energy skills, especially the characteristics of their life souls, the crucial gap between legendary and epic creatures. He had fought it for quite a while just now, but that tiger cub, aside from getting angry and chasing the enemy, had displayed neither its life providence nor its life soul. It hadn't even shown any special properties of its primordial energy skills. It was as if it only fought on instinct, relying on its epic body. With no troublesome skills or special traits, as long as they kept finding ways to attack, for top-tier legendary experts should definitely be able to handle it. But did such an epic creature really exist? Compared to other epic creatures, it was simply too easy to deal with. Chuan went back into the game and continued until dawn. After many repeated attempts, he finally confirmed its attack patterns. Yet even when it was injured, it still didn't display any special traits. Chuan lay there staring at the ceiling, thinking, could there really be a type of epic creature that knew nothing except charging in headfirst a fight? The next day, he decided to have his team go after the tiger cub in Bingyang Cave. For a first operation, it wasn't necessary to choose an overly dangerous target. Although there was no major issue, it was a protected dimensional creature. There was some information about that tiger on the Federation forums. Its life providence was very strange, called Lucky Tiger Cub. But this life providence apparently didn't enhance any attributes at all. According to some scholars' research, if one carried it around, the probability of obtaining what one wanted from dimensional creatures, or of getting desired stats from a companion egg, would inexplicably become higher than normal. Some people believe that this life providence originated from the Buddhist tale of the Buddha sacrificing himself to feed a tiger. The tiger's luck came from eating the Buddha's flesh and blood. Although the tiger cub was recognized as the weakest type of epic creature, because of its unique property and rarity, it had once triggered brutal struggles among countless factions, eventually alarming even the Federation itself. After that, the military directly took control of Bingyang Cave. As for entering the cave and the time one could remain inside, a number of very unusual regulations were established. 1 chance in 10,000. Each try has a 1 chance of winning entry, and even then the entry time is divided by duration. There's a 99 chance it'll only be for 1 to 5 hours. The remaining one is the grand prize, a special 72-hour free entry pass that can be swiped at will. No one can tamper with anything within the gatekeeper's range of perception, so don't even think about pulling tricks here. Only then did Wang Lu speak up. Then let me do it. She pulled out 4 special prize winning cards so everyone could go in together. Even the guard was stunned. How could someone draw 4 grand prizes in a row? And he hadn't sensed any outside power interfering either. He even contacted maintenance, saying the machine seemed broken. The others in the team had no idea what method Wang Lu had used. This was basically like winning the lottery 4 times in a row. Li Xian hadn't lived in the same area as the specially admitted students before, so it was normal that he'd never heard Wang Lu's name. Over on their side, all sorts of stories about her were widely circulated, like how shortly after she was born, she got hold of a jackpot lottery ticket worth millions that had just been drawn that very day. Or how in elementary school, she bought a hairpin in a Bien stall for 3 yuan, only for it to be set with a rare high-grade crystal. There were plenty more stories, too many to list. Feng Qian took out a coin and asked Wang Lu, heads or tails. After thinking for a while, she guessed that it would land standing upright. The coin was tossed into the air. Li Xian wanted to catch it to prove she was wrong, but he failed to grab it, and the coin fell to the ground, spun a few times, then stopped standing on its edge. It was exactly as Wang Lu had predicted. That kind of luck was simply far too bizarre. Li Xian had still been half convinced and half doubtful just moments ago, but now he was already tagging along behind Sister Lu. Sister Lu, with you around, who'd even care about that weakest little tiger anymore? Are you interested in going to a casino with me tomorrow? As soon as he said that, Chu cut him off. Playtime's over. Back to business. The lucky tiger cub doesn't appear in a fixed spot, and many people with only a short entry window come away empty-handed. Our team has nearly 3 days of free access, so there's no need to rush. No sooner had he finished speaking than the little thing actually appeared. No matter what, they still had to be careful, because even the weakest epic was only weak compared to other epics. Everyone would follow Chu Wen's command. Outside, the staff member also searched the records and reported that there really was an entry record for Chu when among the recent visitors. However, the group had obtained unrestricted 72-hour access, and the exact time he was due to come out was 3 days later. The person who had asked to find him was in Jing, but 3 days was far too late. She wanted to see Chu Wen immediately. The gatekeeper couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't that he didn't respect the Yin family, but although Bingyang Cave was in Luoyang, it belonged directly to the Federation. Every entry and exit had to be reported in detail. Unless someone had the highest level authorization document from the Federal Congress, everyone had to follow the rules. Inside, the 4 of them were still fiercely battling the tiger. Li Xian felt that this epic creature was easier to fight than he had imagined. But weak was only relative to the epic level. He still hadn't realized a real reason why the fight felt so easy. Under Coach Chu Wen's command, nearly all of the tiger's attacks had already been broken down and neutralized. The tiger turned its gaze toward Wang Lu, then willingly submitted to her and transformed itself into a companion egg. Holding the egg in her hands, Wang Lu said to everyone, "Consider it that I owe all of you a favor. Can I have this companion egg?" And they actually agreed to give her the egg. Wang Lu hurriedly explained, "I'm not trying to take everything for myself. I can compensate your shares in cash or with anything else." But after all, they were all members of the club. Besides, Li Xian had come here to challenge Chu Wen, and he wasn't short on money. Feng Qiuyan didn't need it either. He had only come because he was following his coach's orders. Even Chu Wen felt that trading an epic companion egg for a favor from Wang Lu was hardly a loss. The lucky tiger cub would probably only appear once in a short time anyway. If Chu Wen needed anything later, he could just call Feng Qiuyan. The group headed outside and ran into Jing. Chu Wen pretended not to see anything and was about to slip away. She had come here to ask him why he had refused the qualification to enter the Holy Land. Chu Wen I already said that qualification was never mine to begin with. I don't even know why I got it. If it was taken from you, then if I give it up, shouldn't that make you happy? But it was precisely this attitude of his that made Jing feel like he was insulting her. She pointed straight at his face and said, "Then show me who you really are. Let me see what makes the person mother favored enough to switch places with stronger than me, instead of always dodging and making it impossible for me to see what it is that's standing in my way." She reminded Chu Wen that he still owed her one request. So now she was asking him to fulfill it by accepting the Holy Land qualification in her place. Chu Wen let out a helpless sigh. There was really no way left for him to refuse. After that, Jing took on the role of a teacher and explained some basic information and the specific details about the Holy Land. The Holy Land was actually a special and vast dimensional zone. Within its sanctuary existed powerful creatures that people called demigods. Not only did they possess terrifying power, they would also acknowledge humans who passed their trials and might even grant them special bloodlines, turning them into heaven-blessed bloodline holders. And the 6 heroes known today were actually the first people to receive 6 such bloodlines. Those bloodlines could be passed down to later generations, creating complete holy constitutions. The guy named Zone from before was also one of their descendants, except bloodlines in later generations naturally couldn't be as strong as those of the first generation. Chu Wen was curious. If that power was enough to alter one's bloodline, then why were Holy Land qualifications only given to young people? Did the big shots above have no objections? It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't, and Jing said. She had heard that the demigod area was bound by special restrictions. Only those at the legendary rank or below were allowed to enter the Holy Land. That was why Lady Lan had said that Tianyu was already strong enough and had no need for the Holy Land anymore. However, that was only part of the reason. He had participated in the previous Holy Land selection, but he hadn't received any divine blessing. In fact, none of the participants in that round had. Sister Lan had also received a call from her daughter. She said that Chu Wen had agreed to enter the Holy Land in her place. So she asked Ashung to go pick Chu Wen up. The clothes had already been prepared. Ashung said Chu Wen only needed to make some simple preparations, and he would take care of everything else. The day before, Chu Wen had talked with Teacher Wang about the Holy Land. As a scholar of the dimensional era, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. The teacher took off a bracelet, handed it to Chu Wen, and said, "I originally planned to make one for each of you, but you took leave and went away, so I'm giving this one to you first. Just treat it as a protective charm." At that moment, Li Xian also came pounding on the door. "You little monkey, I saw your name at the end of the official Holy Land list, and you didn't tell me a thing. We could have handled this together. I've already brought my luggage. When are we leaving?" Ashung didn't seem bothered about having to bring along one more young master from the Li family. Chu Wen introduced him. "This is Ashung. Sister Lan arranged for him to take me to the Holy Land." Li Xian reacted as if he had met some major figure. "You're the infamous devil adjutant at Intinyo's side? The one they say is cold-blooded, ruthless, and vicious." Apparently, even Ashung hadn't expected people outside to view him like that. Still, he promised he would do his best not to let Li Xian see that side of him. What a relief. Are you sure that wasn't just a disguised way of admitting the rumors are true? Then he turned and whispered to Chu One, I can't believe the family actually sent the overseer's devil adjutant to escort you. They're really giving you face. Just then, a Shung suddenly received a call from the overseer. There was an urgent military order that needed to be confirmed as quickly as possible. Their route to the sanctuary would pass near the Qinling area anyway, so to save time, he might as well bring Chu One along too. After hearing that, a Shung turned to the two boys and said, on the way to the sanctuary, do you want to stop by Qinling and enjoy the scenery a bit? That's an unclaimed area not controlled by any force. Li Xian wondered why he wanted to go there. Since the Li family was no ordinary family, he would find out sooner or later anyway. This detour was simply to investigate whether a dimensional anomaly had occurred in Qinling. When Li Xian got home, he was definitely going to question the old man and his family properly. Chu Wen asked a Shang, Qinling isn't far from Luoyang. Has a dimensional anomaly really happened there? It's not certain yet. Qinling has long been considered an area that was covered by dimensions very early on, and the residents there are sparse. A large number of soldiers who once planned to move in and take control of the area vanished completely overnight. The region has remained relatively stable ever since, and has never expanded, but strange changes keep appearing everywhere. The overseer has compiled reports on anomalies in various places and needs to determine whether the odd events in this area are being caused by dimensional abnormalities or not. They traveled until nightfall, and the car could only go this far. Since they couldn't stay too long, they only needed to collect data on the dimensional fluctuations in the nearby area. A Shang reminded everyone that the nights here were strangely cold, and if they felt chilly, there were clothes in the car. Even though Li Xian was already shivering all over, he still insisted that he hadn't cultivated his essence energy for nothing. Chu Wen didn't need any extra clothes either, because the ancient sovereign scripture had extremely strong resistance to cold. Suddenly, a bird flew down from above and landed on Chu Wen's head. He really was unusually liked by animals. It looked harmless enough, but Shang felt that the creature seemed to have another hidden layer of aura, which made its rank hard to analyze. Still, it was probably within a safe range. The little thing was soft and fluffy and didn't look fierce at all. Since it was already sitting on Chu Wen's head like that, why not keep it as a pet? But there was already a whole bunch of gold eaters being raised at home. Where would the money come from to raise another one? He lifted it off and put it on the ground, but the bird deliberately burrowed into his clothes instead. It was even trembling. Was it afraid of the cold? It looked like a lost chick from some kind of dimensional species. Li Xian was curious. Aren't dimensional creatures born powerful? At least not all of them, came the reply. Military investigations had long since found that some dimensional creatures included adults carrying young. Professor Wang Fei had once taken students to that place as well. Back then, the two of them had seen a mother creature with a young one. But Chu Wen truly didn't understand why this little fellow seemed attached only to him. Could it be that it could sense the ancient sovereign scripture? Li Xian suddenly worried about the ill-tempered goat. If Chu Wen had gone out, who would take care of it? Chu Wen said he had asked Xiao Lu to look after the goat. Li Xian's face immediately darkened. You left it to Xiao Lu? You're definitely going to regret that. In any case, entering a mountain range in a dimensional zone at night was extremely dangerous. So for now, the three of them would rest until dawn before going in. The next morning, the three of them entered the forest together. The little bird still stuck to Chu Wen and even made a nest on his head. This place was truly boring, even though it was a dimensional space. After walking this long, they still hadn't encountered a single dimensional creature. That was because Shang had released his aura, making all the trivial creatures too afraid to come near. If the two young masters found this dull, then next time he would take them to a dimensional zone for training. Li Xian was practically speechless. It's not that. I just thought that with a Shang here, we might get to glimpse even a corner of the Dragon Vein iceberg. Chu Wen also knew about the Dragon Vein. It was the Kunlun Dragon Vein. Speaking of which, Qinling really was said to be a branch of the legendary Kunlun Mountains. Although it wasn't absolute, quite a few dimensional creatures tended to appear in areas most suited to them. Li Xian thought that in a place like the Kunlun Dragon Vein, where legendary divine beasts were said to gather, dimensional mutation might bring forth those mythical beasts. And the moment he said that, one appeared. It was the legendary phoenix. A Shang immediately warned the two of them not to make sound. Its aura was so powerful that it was impossible to gauge. How could a creature of that level possibly appear out here? At that moment, the little chick began chirping nonstop while looking in that direction. A number of other chicks were perched on the body of the legendary phoenix, and this little guy looked exactly the same as them. Li Xian was afraid the phoenix would think they were bird traffickers. But after seeing the chick, it simply left without attacking. Maybe it was because it sensed that they meant no harm. If they really had to fight it, it would be far too difficult. Even a Sheng, who ranked among the military's top experts, wouldn't be able to do anything. But the chick hadn't been taken away by its mother. Had it been abandoned? Since this was only the outer area, the phoenix's appearance here was probably because it had come looking for it. The bird signaled for them to follow it. The group followed its guidance and came upon a huge tree. As the ancients said, if it is not a Wutong tree, the phoenix will not perch. It seemed this area was indeed its mother's territory. This little fellow might be a young phoenix that had secretly flown out of its territory and lost its way. Chuan looked at the distance to the tree and decided to go over and take a look. Li Xuan objecta. That's the territory of a legendary divine beast. It's too dangerous. However, Chuan thought otherwise. They had entered its territory and were even carrying its child, yet it hadn't attacked or driven them away. As long as they didn't attack recklessly, there probably wouldn't be any problem. A Sheng also agreed. The owner of this place hadn't shown any hostility. Going a little deeper might also let them gather more accurate information for the overseer. So they decided to go in quickly and come back out quickly, leaving before nightfall. Beneath the tree were many broken vehicles. This place had clearly been abandoned for a long time. These had to belong to the troops that had once intended to move in and occupy the area, only to disappear. Chuan accidentally stepped on a bamboo saber. After being missing for so long, it turned out to be here. Ordinary metal had a hard time harming dimensional creatures, so the bullets used by the federal military were mixed with a mineral formed in dimensional storms called gold essence. There was once a bladesmith who used the purest gold essence to forge 4 famous sabers, named after the 4 gentlemen. A Sheng had once been lucky enough to see them. The saber in Chu Wen's hand right now was the bamboo saber, one of those 4. Chu Wen was about to draw it, and a Sheng hurriedly tried to stop him, but this truly was an excellent blade. Well, since it's already been drawn, that means it's acknowledged him as its master. With something this good, who could bear to throw it away? Even so, a Sheng looked like he had a splitting headache over it. Li Xian also wanted to look around and see whether there were any other sabers here. But if they really did find one, they probably wouldn't be able to endure the consequences, because none of the owners of these 4 sabers had met a good end. That included the 4 gentlemen saber master, the owner of the plum saber, the former head of the Yin family, and Tianyo's biological father, a man who had once shone brilliantly before dying young. A Sheng suddenly snatched the saber away and cut his own hand until it bled. A gentleman's saber is for struggle, and struggle inevitably draws blood. If not, it invites disaster. Although the saber had already accepted Chu Wen as its master, a Sheng still warned him that it would be best never to use it. Then Chu Wen suddenly noticed that there was a cocoon on the phoenix tree. It was the same shape as before. That meant Dragonwell, the ant nest, and this place all had this same kind of cocoon. What exactly was this thing, and where did it come from? Just then, the phoenix appeared as well, and the chick flew straight to its mother the moment it saw her. The 3 of them took the chance to run. The phoenix had already sensed the ancient sovereign sutra on Chu Wen. The sun had already gone down. Although they had lost a little time, the 3 of them would keep moving without rest and hurry to the holy city. If all went well, they should still make it in time for the divine bestowal trial. Li Xian let out a dejected sigh. It was a divine beast young. If they could have tamed it, that would have been incredible. Yet these 2 people didn't even care and just turned around to leave. Still, it wasn't as if they had gained nothing. They had thought they had shaken it off, but the little bird suddenly came back again, then placed something like an eggshell into Chu Wen's hand. At the moment, John and Liz were too humiliated to show their faces, and the 2 of them were being reprimanded as well. They had completely disgraced the Cape family. They couldn't even beat some nameless nobody. John's nose twitched in resentment. Chu Wen clearly didn't take the Cape family seriously at all. There was no way they could let someone that arrogant off. They should have settled the grudge involving the Yin family and the 6 hero families. But with divine bestowal about to begin, there would be many people watching, so even that old man would find it hard to make a move against the junior. John was stubborn to the end and still wanted to act personally one more time, but this time he wanted help. He also made sure to mention that Chu had a very strange fan in his hand, one that could unleash an icy gale capable of instantly shattering his holy crystal. Without a way to counter it, it would be very difficult. The old man gave him the protection of the wind goddess. Even if they didn't know the true origin of the banana leaf fan, wind was still wind in the end. With the wind goddess's protection, all wind element powers would have no effect. After saying that, the siblings began to move. On the carriage, Chu kept studying that fragment of eggshell. Jing knew what he was worrying about, so he comforted him, saying he didn't need to think so much. They said divine beasts always repaid kindness. This could be considered his lucky chance. At last, they arrived at the holy hall. The people there whispered among themselves about Sheng. Sheng was the trial participant chosen by the family. But this time, Jing was nowhere to be seen. They also recognized the young master of the Li family. Sheng said this was the temporary resting place for the contestants, and he had already arranged everything. Tomorrow morning, they would head to the trial site. Chu looked at the people here and noticed that they did not seem to like the family very much. The reason none of the participants in the previous divine bestowal gained anything was in Tianyu. And Tianyu had blocked all of them by himself because he wanted to bring a bit of excitement to that boring inheritance ritual that had always relied on dimensional creatures. After that, he crippled every single trial participant from that session and then did absolutely nothing until the trial ended. Because of that, Divine Bestowal specially revised its rules. Its teleportation system had been changed so that each person would be randomly sent to a different location, specifically to prevent something like last time from happening again. At that point, Sheng remembered there had been a little girl back then. The old man leading the Cape family had come and accused the family of going too far. Sister Lan had calmly replied, "Aren't the rules of divine bestowal clear that once you step into the trial, you bear full responsibility for any accidental deaths or injuries? Then this can only be considered a small accident. Just like how, after my husband died, certain insects tried to seize the family. Wasn't that so?" He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. At that time, a little girl in red with black hair had bluntly questioned Tinu, "Hey, you're the one who beat everyone, right? You're really strong. One day, I'll definitely become as strong as you." "No, just wait. When I grow up, I'll definitely defeat you fair and square." And that little girl had now grown up into a beautiful young woman. John went to her and tried to persuade her to join his plan, but she flatly refused. Furious, he shouted, "Don't forget, you're one of the 6 hero families too. Protecting the reputation of the heroes is also..." Before he could finish barking, the girl slashed him across the cheek. I don't like repeating myself. It also seemed John had been far too confident in thinking his strength was enough to teach her a lesson. Sheng came to give Chu something special that Madame Lan had specifically instructed him to deliver. She said there were other companion eggs he could do without, but this one he absolutely had to accept. Madame Lan had personally obtained this egg from a dimensional zone in the past. No matter what, he had to take it. Otherwise, after he returned, Madame Lan would make him eat with her every single day and call in Jing along too. To Chu, that was basically torture, so he hurriedly accepted it. Sheng said he would wait until the assessment ended, then wished him all the best. This companion egg was a legendary gold armor beast. Life Providence, Steel Guardian. Strength, 19. Speed, 11. Constitution, 20. Primordial Energy, 12. Innate Skill, tempered into steel. Companion Form, Armor. It was a companion beast with exceptionally high constitution, and its companion form was even metal armor. It seems Sister Lan really had prepared everything thoroughly for the young master. Li Xian asked Chu whether he had decided which temple's trial he would take after entering the Holy Land. If it was the family Sunshot art, then it should be the Sun Temple. Only by passing through the sun's tempering and obtaining the solar divine body could the Sunshot art be considered complete. Li Xian wasn't good at reading primordial energy, but even he could tell that Chu didn't seem to be cultivating the Sunshot art. The truth was that Chu had never cultivated the Sunshot art, so going anywhere was fine with him. As for young Master Li, this playboy didn't look like someone cultivating the South Pole scripture either. Li Xian wanted to go to the innate temple first, so after they were randomly teleported inside, they agreed to meet there. After that, he would go help Chu-Wen with whatever trial interested him. Li Xian reminded his friend that the 6 hero families bore ill will toward anyone from the Yin family, and Chu-Wen was now one of them. John, whom they had crossed paths with before, was also taking part in this trial, so they needed to be careful before they regrouped. But Chu-Wen had no interest in trouble at all. At worst, he would just avoid running into them. Besides, Sister Lan had also asked Sheng to give Chu-Wen a gold armor beast with top-tier defensive stats, so there was no need to worry. And it wasn't only Chu-Wen who had been thoroughly equipped by the Yin family. Li Xian had also invested in a Thunder God General for himself, a companion beast said to possess the strongest attack power among the legendary rank. On top of that, it was a mutant individual with the special skill Thunder God's Guidance. Chu-Wen had just been about to praise him for getting such a good item when he suddenly realized Wang Lu must have picked it out for him. The next day, everyone gathered in the Holy Land. Their identities had all been verified, and a connecting path was about to open. All trial participants moved toward the center together. Everyone stood inside the middle of the magic circle and was randomly teleported to a temple. Li Xian and Chu-Wen had already agreed to meet at the innate temple. Chu-Wen was sent into a vast space. The first thing he did was take out the map Sheng had prepared in advance and head off to meet his never-to-be-married lover first. Floating in the sky was that damn John. He hadn't expected that this brat, after offending the Cape family, would still dare come take part in divine bestowal. Offending them? My ass. He couldn't beat someone and then called an offense. Chu-Wen also noticed the presence of a grudge-holding enemy in the sky. It seemed he had prepared this in advance. As it turned out, the head of the Cape family, who was also an elder of the Holy Land, had changed some of the teleportation destinations. Faced with his enemy's provocation, Chu-Wen drew the bamboo saber and skipped the greetings. There was no time for pleasantries. The people of the Cape family rushed at him like mad dogs. At that moment, the little bird flew out and chirped once, and all of their pets simultaneously lost their summons. The phoenix was enraged. All birds submitted. Grinding his teeth in fury, John immediately ordered his subordinates to attack all at once. Chirp Chirp wanted to step in again, but Chu-Wen said, "Leave it to me." He pulled out the banana leaf fan. John felt a little wary when he saw that abnormal fan. But this time, the Taiyan wind was neutralized by the protection of the wind goddess, which rendered all wind element effects in the surrounding area ineffective. Seizing that chance, those lackeys tried to attack by surprise. Without the fan's power, Chu-Wen wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly anymore. What he didn't know was that the bamboo saber only needed a few slashes to bring down nearly all of his subordinates. John stared in shock. How is that possible? How could someone still have energy left after using such a large-scale primordial energy skill? Chu-Wen activated his Azura Constitution Life Providence. The group attacked at once, causing a massive explosion, but Chu-Wen swung his saber once, and all the other techniques were nullified. Then he cut them down one by one. Even the protection in John's hand was sliced apart. They immediately summoned the four-directional shield, Stonewall Defense. Chu-Wen twisted the blade and drove it downward. John confidently unleashed a finishing blow, and the flames were so intense that nothing could be seen. He was overjoyed, thinking he had killed Chu-Wen, but Chu-Wen was stubbornly hard to kill and perfectly fine. It was all thanks to the 8-part Prajna Life Providence. John was scared out of his wits. How could anyone withstand holy light judgment with an ordinary body? Chu-Wen cracked his knuckles, ready to punch him in the face a few times, and the result was that John was completely finished. He picked up the protection of the wind goddess. This thing had blocked the Taiyan wind, who would deliver treasure right into his hands like this. Of course he was taking it. As for the others, to avoid future trouble, Chu-Wen severed all of their primordial energy meridians. He also noticed an uninvited guest hiding over there. If she wouldn't show herself, then she was probably an enemy. But Chu-Wen still had to go meet his friend, so he declined to entertain her. The girl had thought she was hidden very well, but she hadn't expected Chu-Wen to still notice her. She admitted he was very strong. Although she had been forced to be teleported here, she had at least enjoyed a wonderful fight. She wanted to know his name. Since a pretty girl was asking, he didn't feel like hiding it, so he honestly told her his name was Chu-Wen.